Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dubai Kartdrome. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Dubai Kartdrome, round 4 of the UAE RMC, and we have got 2 full race days ahead of us this weekend. The Dubai Kartdrome in the heart of Motor City, in the suburbs of Dubai, and if you're a petrol head and a motor racing fan, then you are absolutely at the heart of motor racing world here in Dubai. And this is part of the world that you need to come and visit if you're a motor racing fan, because we're just across the road from the Autodrome. There are GT3 cars going around there at the moment, and it's not about that though, it's about the UAE RMC and 2 days of racing. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me is my ever-present colleague, Henry Baudet. Henry.
Hello. Good morning. How are you? Happy New Year to everybody.
I forgot about that.
Happy 2026, everybody.
What was all that about? Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
I was going to say, yeah. It's been a long off season, all of 3 weeks for us.
This has got to be one of the finest karting facilities in the world, Henry, and I know you've been to a lot of karting facilities all over the world.
It is certainly one of the most unique tests in world karting. You can see in the foreground of the picture there, the bridge. So it's half Suzuka, half Monaco.
It really is, isn't it?
You've got
really is.
Very fast-flowing first sector, and then a very, very tight, undulating up and down round the houses. That's your phrase.
Round the houses without the houses, I call that.
Round the houses without the houses, yes. Sorry, that was your phrase there, Joe. I stole it.
Well, you can use it. Don't worry.
But you're about to see going round the houses without the houses. Well, it's sort of like it's round the buildings. There's the indoor kart circuit just behind in the background there, and then the drivers on their outlap. This is round the house. Well, there is a house there. There's an apartment or several apartment blocks.
That really does give you the feel about just how in the heart of Motor City we are.
Oh, yes.
That there's a shopping strip mall there, and restaurants and cafes and supermarkets. We are right in the throes of things. At the moment, we're in the throes of qualifying. The first of our qualifying sessions now there on track is Micromax qualifying. We'll talk about the calendar in a moment, but right now it's all about the Micromax Championship. The UAE RMC for the Micromax class is being led by that young man, Liam O'Hanlon. And Henry, the last 3 rounds have seen him quite unbeatable.
Yes, indeed. It's been a really strong second half of the first half of the season, if that makes sense. The second half of the first half, he has 3 wins in a row for the number 22 George Gibbons Motorsport driver, but not without his challengers, Adam Al-Sheikh, Samar Chopra, amongst the 2 of his closest rivals. And of course there's a bigger entry than usual this weekend. In fact, there's a bigger entry than usual across every single class. Over 130 drivers in total, 22 of them in the Micromax class, boosted by the arrival of several names from our neck of the woods, the United Kingdom, looking to use this weekend as a potential test weekend for next weekend's O-Plate event. But it's all about the RMC. Round 4.1 today, round 4.2 tomorrow. Let's try and take people round this very, very technical circuit. There's 17 corners.
2 race days. Race day 1, race day 2.
This is race day 1.
And this is race day 1 with a full set of qualifying. We've got a heat phase, a pre-final phase, and then the all-important finals. We've even got a B final for Senior Max. That's how oversubscribed we are in Senior Max.
Over 40 drivers, and you can see them coming up the hill. I'll try and find my... Nick, my track map has fallen underneath Nick Damon's chair. That's the timetable. We've got 17 corners, and we're looking at the top of turn 13. This is turns 14, 15, 16 there, and then 17 out onto the start-finish straight.
And that sequence of corners, I've been told, are the key sections of this track. You can get everything right around all of the rest of this circuit here, but that phase of that 2 hairpins from underneath the building line and then through those sweeping turns into the all-important final turn. And the reason for that, Henry, is because that final turn is all important about giving you that straight line speed. If you mess that up, you're going to be slowed down the long straight here at Dubai.
Indeed, indeed. And of course, now you're heading down the back part of the circuit underneath the bridge. So this is the fastest part of the track, going under the bridge. And then you come out from under the bridge into a very, very important S-bend at turns 9 and 10, up through turn 11, around turn 12 here, onto the back straight. The back straight down into the building section of the track. It's Samar Chopra with 10 seconds to go, leading the Micromax field in kart number 29 for Matthias Legem Motorsport. We're looking at the number 33 kart at the moment. That is Jensen Kelly. Checkered flag is out. Saif Al Khalifa goes quickest.
Just for a moment, though, because Samar Chopra came through, and a 1 minute 5.8 is the pole position time. It'll be Liam O'Hanlon who lines up alongside with a 1 minute 6.090. That is... So only one driver into the 1 minute 5s, and that was Samar Chopra, second in the championship. He's laid his cards down.
He has indeed. I'll go and chat with Samar very shortly, in fact, as we look at the end of qualifying. Chopra, O'Hanlon, Khalifa, Vaibhav Ponna, Enzo Falzerano, and Adam Al-Sheikh.
Yeah, Henry will pop down and get the thoughts going forward from Samar Chopra, who will be our first pole sitter. Micromax pole position then to Samar Chopra, second in the championship, here on home territories with the M&M team. It's GGM, George Gibbons Motorsport. Liam O'Hanlon will line up alongside on the front row. That's a top of the championship table clash going forward into the heats later on this morning. First heat scheduled for about 9:25 for Micromax. So we look forward to that. Looking down the order, on the second row will be Saif Al Khalifa, who momentarily sat on the pole position for just a moment there with his best time of a 1 minute 6.271, not that far off the front row. Vaibhav Ponna, he will start on the second row alongside. And then on row 3, we have Enzo Falzerano with Adam Al-Sheikh alongside. Ivan Zvorins will be the driver that will be alongside him. And then we've got on row 5, Arthur Bowers, Abdulaziz Al-Sarif. Row 6 is Hans Krishochu and Alexander Feinstein. Rud Rabatap, Shekawat and Tadeusz Prochaska, they will share row 7. Felix Souza Jebjerg and Sebastian Storer on row 8. Row 9 is Amar Tabatsa and Taibab Haroun, with on row 10 Cameron Harvey and Kwang Zhu. Rio Pocock will start in 21st, and then we had a non-starter in Kilian Nikdu Mabida for Synergy there, not coming out for qualifying. These are, of course, all provisional. They've got to get through technical inspection. So when we call the result off the timing screen, they are, of course, provisional. So first qualifying session in the bag, and the UAE RMC round 4, race day 1 is very much underway. We've got the Senior Max Groups B and C, Senior Max Group 1 coming out for qualifying next. And then we get very much on. Henry's just getting into position with our first, he's just sent me a message actually, just getting ready for our first interview of the day, and it will be Samar Chopra, who will be on the pole position for Micromax. So round 4 it is, race day 1. So two full race days ahead of us with heats, qualifying heats, pre-finals and finals. The season kicked off, can you remember, all that way back? Kicked off in October, 11th and 12th in October, rounds 1 with 2 point-scoring race days at Al Ain. In November, for round 2, we went to Al Fassan. In December, back to Al Ain. And here we are, middle of January. It comes around so quickly. Here we are at the Dubai Kartdrome. Next month, we look forward to visiting the As Marina on the North Circuit there, using part of the Formula 1 track, part of the track that Nick and I were at last week for a 6-hour sports car race. And we had a bit of a recce, didn't we? And it's a very exciting prospect to see these Rotax Max Challenge classes out there on the Yas Marina circuit. We've got 2 race days for you coming from there. That's the 14th and 15th of February. 8th of March is back here for a one-day event at the Dubai Kartdrome, and then we head back to Al Fassan at the end of March, and then the middle of April we've got the Al Ain Raceway finale for round 8 of the championship, with 2 full race days to round off the UAE RMC and just see who has qualified for those all-important World Finals. Portimao is the destination for the World Finals. So let's head down to Henry, who's got our pole sitter for our Micromax class. Henry.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. Samar Chopra, well done. Congratulations. Early start of the weekend, and obviously you had your Weetabix this morning because you were bright and breezy and ready to go.
Yes, I had 2 plans.
Yep.
One didn't work. I just went for the other.
So what was it, plan A that worked that got you pole, or was it plan B?
It was plan B.
Plan B. Tell us about plan B then.
I don't want to share it.
Oh, okay, well that's fair enough. Doesn't want to share his secrets. It's the biggest field that we've had all season so far, 22 of you. Can you keep them all behind you when it gets to the heat races?
Yes.
You can, okay, congratulations. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my brother, my coaches, my mechanics, Eminem, Matthias.
Everyone, the whole 9 yards. Okay, good luck. Samar Chopra taking our first pole position of the 2026 calendar year. Congratulations.
Thank you, Henry. Samar Chopra on pole then for the Micromax class. And we look forward to seeing that championship battle take place. It's all about the championship with that qualification. Samar Chopra, Liam O'Hanlon. It's Liam O'Hanlon, Samar Chopra. That's the championship positions coming into this round 4. We get going again straight away, though, out onto the track very soon, if not now, will be the Senior Max. It's Group 1. Again, a very, very good subscription and a massive grid of senior Rotax Max karts about to take part in their 5-minute qualifying session. 5 minutes, the sort of time that will absolutely ebb away from you, and it will, if you're not careful, you will quickly run out of time. So 5 minutes to get those tyres up to the optimum pressure, get those tyres working and maximising your qualifying session. So Senior Max, Abdul Al-Qaita is one of the drivers. Jules de Mont is lining up there. We see that one. And the standings in the championship for Senior Max, just let's get that up on my screen and I can remind everybody. George Nazar is the driver that everyone is going to be trying to beat, of course, in Senior Max. He has been absolutely on fire. He's had an up and down season, didn't he? We had that incident at Al Fassan. However, he's still up there, leading the championship on 424 points. Oscar Lambert, the British driver, is in second place on 346. 330 points in third is Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Always a strong showing from the JNKD driver. And then we have Nathan Kappen in fourth place. Rain Damadasa, he's had a bit of an up and down season, didn't he? He's been right up there, and I've noticed in the practice sessions, Rayan and the name Damadasa at the top of the timing screen. So they've got that kart working very, very well indeed. Now we've got karts out on track.
So we're looking at, oh, brilliant. This is what we all came to see. Drivers crawling around at 3.1 miles an hour, trying to warm their tyres up. The first group of seniors out circuit. And now, finally, somebody presses the loud pedal and they head off. And that is the number 327 kart. Oscar Lambert has decided, I'm not hanging about. I am going to go.
Sorry, I handed over you there quickly, but that was the lady here taking our lunch order, which is very important, Henry.
That was Marvy Lou taking our lunch order, yes.
Sorry about just throwing to you.
No.
That was really important.
That's quite. It is very, very important. And we've had half a lap at sort of racing speed.
What is going on out there then, Henry? Why are they doing this?
Nobody wants to be the first cart in the train. They all want to get a slipstream off the driver in front. But at some point, 3.5 minutes to go, like I said, Oscar Lambert has said, I've had enough of this, I have to go, and everyone else will try and follow me. But if Oscar can get away, he won't be giving anybody else a slipstream as he goes through over the bridge, and you can see just how tight this circuit is.
Is that the most unique feature in world karting, the Dubai Bridge?
I think it's
got to be, hasn't it?
Yeah, they have managed to fit. I don't know of another karting facility in the world where they managed to fit this many meters of racetrack into such a small actual area.
When you think about it, Henry, 1,240 metres, it's actually 40 metres longer than Warden Law.
Yeah, and you look at
the real estate that we're covering, for the actual track.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Great job.
Through turn number 13, and you can see everyone behind Oscar Lambert, and of course the direction change. You've got to be so precise, and track limits is going to, that's going to rear its ugly head as well. As you go through turn number 2 here, somebody is off the side of the circuit there, over the bridge. Faisal Nashko, number 307, is fastest at the moment. The Jordanian driver for Matthias Najem Motorsport, Kian Cranball, Eloy Gonzalez, Amani Kanua, George Nassar, Kai Hunter and Oscar Lambert. That's your top 7.
Talking to Kai Hunter, Henry, he's a lot happier with the kit that they've brought out this weekend. They're getting on top of it. It's took them until round 4 to get on top of the of their karts and motors at the Kart Academy, Advisor Academy, and Kai Hunter looks promising. Remember, 2 years ago, all-plate winner here, so he knows his way around the Dubai Kartdrome. That's a pound in the box, by the way, Nick. I said autodrome.
Kai Hunter, an experienced driver around here, has won the O-Plate in the past. And one of our sort of chats yesterday, which will form part of the Paddock show either today or tomorrow, is that Sophia Necci, she took us round the Kart Advisor Academy awning to show everybody the setup they've got there. And it's, recent Kai Hunter, their influence is finally paying dividends, I think.
And that's why Sophia and the family team brought in those two guys from the former British champions themselves, Hunter Motorsport, a team in the UK, and that's why they brought them in those influences now begin to take effect, I think.
To keep pace, and it's it's a recurring theme that we've got here.
Look forward to seeing how well Sam Turner does as well in juniors, because he's part of that team.
Exactly.
And Kyle Blockley in the
Kyle
DD2.
Blockley with the gladiatorial graphic on his crash helmet. Oscar Lambert now goes fastest, but only briefly. The returning Hamza Al-Fayez back to the top of the chart. It's been a while since we've seen Hamza in a kart. The very popular Jordanian driver. Fastest at the moment. Ahead of South Africa's Amani Kanua. Lambert's third. Patrick Cannon fourth. Then Kai Hunter, Faisal Nashko, George Nassar, only 7th fastest. But I say only 7th fastest, 1/4 of a second slower than his teammate Hamza Al-Fayez. And that is the difference between 1st and 7th in the first half of qualifying for senior Rotax. There will be 45 drivers in total. Alicia Knessa, Zahara Karua, Antonius Haddad not setting a time. We've seen 1 or 2 drivers at the side of the circuit, so they'll be starting down towards the back of the field.
Checkered flag, Henry. Checkered flag flies. The kart's still coming through. At the moment, it's Oscar Lambert, but Amani Kanua has snatched it right at the flag. That was literally, he was the penultimate kart across the line to complete this qualifying session, and his best lap, a 56.114, came right there at the very end.
Yep, and that means he's going to be right at the back of the queue to go across the weigh scale. So it'll be a little bit of time. I've got a bit of time to wait for him. But Amani Kanua, a very, very fast driver, has not always had the best of racing fortune, but that's a really good marker. I'm really interested to see what Amani can do from towards the front of the grid. Whether it's pole position, I don't know, but he'll certainly be at the front of the field in a very good position.
That's not, you know, you've when you think about it, Henry, is it the place you want to be? You're there for the taking, aren't you? It's going to be my first event here at the Dubai Kartdrome, so I'm interested to see how that first turn sequence, because turn one is leading immediately, and I mean immediately.
Yes.
Once you're at the apex of one,
yep.
you're looking at the brake pedal for that hairpin at two.
Yep.
And then if you mess that up by going in too deep, you're
yep.
just going to mess up the whole sequence of the hairpin onto the bridge.
From my experience of watching racing here, that pole position, it is easier to control the field here than at other circuits, I have to say. There's a hand there. Yes. Nick Damon's giving the camera a helping hand. I'll go and give the drivers a helping hand down
Henry.
in pit lane and try and interview.
And don't interfere by trying to give them a helping hand.
Well, no.
Pretty much got that in the bag. If you're watching on either of our YouTube feeds, that's the Karting Live TV channel on YouTube or the UAE RMC. We are monitoring the chat. Keep your chat going. Hello to Gaz Bury, who is listening in whilst driving a truck in the UK. Hello, Gaz. Gaz is actually part of the Karting Live TV team. He's our media manager, media and social media and PR manager, who couldn't make the trip out because he's got work commitments, but glad to have you along. He's keeping us right via the medium of WhatsApp and telling us how our levels are going. So thank you, Gaz, and hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of the day's racing here. Let's have a look then at the lineup that will take place for the first heat for Senior Max. It's Amani Kinua with a 56.114, 56.228. That's how close it is out there. Just over a tenth of a second is the time for Oscar Lambert. Second row will be Eloy Gonzalez with Rayan Darmadasa back up to where we expect him to be. Row 3 is championship leader George Nasser with Shivan Kartik alongside. Row 4, Elliot Surtees. Great drive from Elliot there, really getting into the top 10 there with that time, puts him 7th. And alongside JNKD's Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Expect lots from that row of the grid. Kian Cranbull shares row 5 with Jules Dumont. Kai Hunter, not be happy with that, just outside the top 10 for Kai in 11th. Kai will start alongside Hamza Al-Fayez. Adam El Bassioni will start alongside Abdullah Al-Keita. Faisal Nashko and Manaf Al-Balushi will start on the way. Row 9 is Tamim Hasiba and Patrick Cannon. Philip Dinu and Alexis Elzaya share row 10. 3 drivers that failed to post a time but are included in Group 1 is XL's Antonius Haddad, independent driver Alicia Knisa, and the Karting Advisor Academy Zah Karur on a novice plate, so hopefully not too great an issue that stopped them taking part in that qualifying session. So that is the first of the Senior Max groups. We've got Senior Max coming up next, and that will be Group 2. So another grid of over 20 karts will take part in our next 5-minute qualifying session. All of our qualifying sessions are 5 minutes, and you can just see, everybody, just how quickly that 5 minutes ticks by before a blink of an eye. If you get it wrong, you've got to really, really focus from the very outset, getting those tyres up to temperature. And we saw a little bit of tactics coming into play there when some of the drivers going slower. They don't want to be at the front of this field. They want to be towed around by someone out there. And very easy here at the Dubai Kartdrome to be tripped over and trip up and get balked and stifled if you are on your optimum lap. It's very, very hard to kind of gauge. But that's where experience comes in. And there is a lot of experience in this Senior Max field. There's a lot of experience in even in the Micro Max field, which we've already seen. After Senior Max, we've got Mini Max, followed by the first sight of the DD2 gearbox class, and it will be Junior Max that rounds off the qualifying sessions this morning. And then we go straight into racing here at the Dubai Kartdrome. Round 4, it's race day 1 of round 4. of the UAE RMC. My name is Joe Bradley. Henry Baudet is alongside. The pictures are being cut by Nick Damon and our 3 sturdy cameramen, bringing you the pictures out on track, taking you very, very close to the action. So Henry making his way down to Parc Fermé and our interviewing area, where we'll get the inside story of Amani Kanua. That lap time there, 56.114, came right at the very end of that session. Now, I think, and this is a pure theory based on information and data, I'd like to think, if we had, say, an 8-minute qualifying session, those lap times would come down even further. It's about finding room. It's about getting the tyres optimized. And we saw there that in the both sessions that we've had so far, times were coming down throughout the session. For now, though, let's get the inside from Amani Kanua and head down to Henry Baudet, who has our pole sitter for Senior Mac. Well, not necessarily a pole sitter.
Amani Kanua, talk about leaving it till the last minute. What do you think of that?
I think it was a good qualifying, even though I had a problem in the beginning, but we managed to get the kart started, and yeah, it went well.
So tell us a little bit about the start of that qualifying session. Everybody going very, very, very slowly. Where were you in that? Because you were right at the back. Were you sort of caught out a little bit by the fact that everyone was crawling around the first lap or so?
It's actually starting at the front of the grid, but my kart wasn't starting. I don't know if maybe it's something with the carburetor or fuel not going through. So like I had to wait for like 30 seconds.
Don't be shy.
Yeah, I'm not shy. So I had to wait like 30 seconds to get it started, and then I just caught everybody.
Okay, it was a very, very last lap almost that you got. It was your last lap. Talk us about the lap that actually got you provisional pole.
Yeah, I just got close to everybody, had such a good toe, got all the corners right, got the tires warmed up, and yeah, I had such a good lap there.
Now, starting, I mean, obviously you got the second half of senior Rotax to go out, so we're not quite sure if you've got actual pole position yet, but starting from the front row of the grid, how easy is it or how difficult is it around here to control the rest of the field if they're behind you?
Well, here it's a tight track, so like there's lots of defending to go on. Just have to get a good start, make sure you don't get bunched up into any other drivers in here.
Okay, thank you very much. Amani Kanua, first pole position so far of the UAE season for you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you, Henry. And of course, Amani not necessarily on the pole, as we've got 2 groups of Senior Max. So 56.114, the time to beat to get the pole. We'll keep an eye on that. And Amani certainly in good stead and set the benchmark. We've got karts readied and out on track already with our second group of Senior Max qualifiers. Just looking down the order, Nathan Kappen is out in this group. Zain El Homasani, another driver out. Connor Clancy. Now this is a driver that at round 3 came up from the Junior Max class, leading the Junior Max category and made that age jump at round 3 and was absolutely the man to beat. Number 374 is on our screens. That's Neyman Kukraya, as the rest of the field start their qualifying session. A bit of waving going on just to get a bit of heat into the tyres. The track temperature is relatively cool, and as you can see from the timing board there, already over a minute has gone from our qualifying session, so the time does tick by very, very quickly. Karts just getting their tyres up to temperature, so we're not really going to see anything that's representative of the sort of time that we're going to see that will perhaps beat a 56.114. And remember, that 56.114 came right at the very end of the session.
Yes, Amani Kanua, a little bit shy there. He tried to keep creeping out of our cameras.
He's not very shy when we put him in the paddock.
No, he's not.
Stick a microphone up there, though.
Yeah, no, he's a really, really nice young man, is Amani Kanua.
Lovely.
Very, very fast indeed. Let's see, can his time hold on as the outright pole position as we...
I was going to say, Henry,
yes.
the track rubbering in isn't a factor. We've been plodding around this track all week, it seems. When we first got here, Wednesday, there was karts going out for private testing, and then there was open practice sessions available between the hire kart sessions that run constantly here at the Dubai Kartdrome.
And the hire kart rubber usually sort of takes care of the race rubber, which means the track doesn't necessarily evolve as much as you would usually see as Alessandro Biggie goes to the top of the charts ahead of Rayan Qureshi, Nathan Kappen, Andrea Remy and Zain El Hobassani. Spencer Trahorn, a new name to the UAE series for Origin Motorsports up into P7.
I was just talking when you came back there, Henry, of Conor Clancy.
Yes.
What an amazing job. Came in, took the next step into seniors at round 3, and then absolutely was a duck out.
Took like a duck to water.
Like a duck to water,
yes.
Absolutely. And if anything, he was a front runner. And you mentioned that there's a mathematical chance of him still being able to win the senior categories championship.
There is, especially as we're looking at the number 355 kart there, one of the Mumbai Falcons karts, Miles Roby, going over the bridge. You think of it, 45 drivers. That means there is a bigger opportunity for drivers to gain points and also to lose points.
That is true.
So this is a weekend more than any other that Conor Clancy will be trying his best. Obviously, he's trying his best to win, like ever, like always. But to try and see how many drivers they could get in between him and his tight rivals, some of which are his own teammates, the likes of Nathan Kappen, Oscar Lambert, Jeremy Montgomery-Swan for the JNKD team, and of course you've got the championship leader George Nassar and Zain El Hobassani for Mateus Mijem Motorsport. Number 366, welcome back to Max Dexter, double duty this weekend, senior and DD2.
He's going to be, it's a very physical track.
Yes, it is.
A lot of, I always think that the lap time comes in the slow sections rather than, because everybody can go fast. Everybody can go flat out through a turn if the turn is flat out. Where the skill comes in is the tight and twisty bits.
Yes.
And there are lots of tight and twisty bits here at the Dubai Kartdrome. So Dexter is going to be, it's a good job he's young and fit.
It is a good job he is young and fit. We're looking at Miles Roby being chased around by one of the XL Motorsport karts. They cross the line. The clock strikes 0. So at the moment, Nathan Kappen is your fast man. Nathan Kappen, Zain Hobassani second.
This is where the times come, Henry. Remember.
But look at the difference, a quarter of a second.
Yeah, I know, that's massive. Armani Kanua's time came right at the very end at the checkered flag. Nathan Kappen's took the checkered flag, and he's on the provisional pole. Conor Clancy up to second. The rest, who's going to challenge? Max Dexter's crossed the line. Miles Roby is still out there. A lot of drivers. Spencer Trahorn, he's 16th at the moment. He's got a checkered flag. It looks like Nathan Kappen, and it's a 55.036. And Conor Clancy, 55.131. Zain El Hobassani, 55.227. 55.402 for Alexander Bigi. Mohammed Menemene, he comes in through in 5th, and another 55 seconds. They're all under the 56.1 from Armani Kanua's time from the previous session.
All right, so Kanua, looking at the...
All of these in the 55, down to, and way down the order, all the way down to 14th.
Oh, wow, okay, so the second session, much quicker than the first. We'll have to see if the CIK 101% rule comes into play, or whether Kanua will suddenly find himself down in 15th place overall. But Nathan Kappen...
And more importantly, George Nassar was in about 4, so he'll be way down the field if we amalgamate those two sessions.
Indeed. Right, I'll go and try and find Nathan Kappen down on pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely, Henry. Yeah, it's yeah. I've just had to give him a little bit of CPR. He's fine now.
I think Henry's died behind us.
Yes, no, he's still going to be fit enough
Very
to do
unwell.
the. I think he was drying.
Right.
You see, bottle of water in hand, Nick.
Where's mine?
Preparation, mate. Preparation. Your thoughts so far, Nick, on the qualifying session? Hello to Nick Damon, who's our producer today, also my co-commentator on many occasions.
Hello, Joe. Everybody. It's qualifying, isn't it?
Yeah, what do you think of the track?
Oh, the track was
It's
amazing.
been here all week.
No, it's an amazing track. I mean, it's a challenge for the drivers and a challenge for the TV company. But
Always.
Yeah, I think the word gets bandied about too often, and it gets bandied out incorrectly grammatically. But this is absolutely a unique circuit.
It really is. I can't think of anywhere if you if you are watching live in Europe. Why aren't you in bed? If you're picking up on this later today, I'm trying to think of anywhere, certainly in the UK, where my karting was done, anywhere in the UK that in any way resembles the Dubai Kartdrome, and there isn't anywhere. PF is the closest we've got because of the underpass and the bridge, but that is it. That stops there. That crossroads is the only thing that's similar. The rest of the track here is very unique, and it gives unique challenge.
No, it's probably very unique.
It is unique.
It's just unique.
It's unique. And it is a unique challenge.
In a unique way. Hello to Deborah Wong, 683, whose morning we are watching our grandson Jensen Kelly from southwest France.
Oh, you are up in the middle of the night.
It's now later than the UK, of course, so it's 5:35 there.
It's still very late. It's not that late, though, 5:35. The sun won't be up until about 8 o'clock there, will it? 7:30?
No, they've got plenty of time to just sit in bed and watch this.
Drinking wine, probably, from the south of France.
Yeah.
Drinking wine for breakfast.
Drinking wine, talking about Gérard Depardieu and
Croissant.
I don't know.
Dipping the
Alain
croissant
Delon.
in, no, French coffee.
Croissant, coffee.
We have French coffee, by the way.
We do. Oh, okay.
What does that mean? Is
Henry
Henry ready?
No, hang on. I have to send in the textual go.
The cue. We've got Henry ready down there. He's got Nathan Carpenter chat too. And we're about to head down to Henry. Let's go to Henry now.
Nathan Cappen, well done. Congratulations. Outright pole position in possibly one of the most important days of the season. 45 senior drivers, a very, very tight twisting circuit, and you are top of the charts.
Yeah, it feels really good. After struggling a bit the last few rounds, found some pace now, so hopefully we can continue with the pace and hopefully we can end it on a win.
Now, of course, this time last year you were still as a junior. How has the transition from junior to senior been?
It's been much more difficult compared to last year, but it's also quite a nice change, having some more competition.
Certainly, yeah, a lot of competition. Talk us through the lap.
Yeah, so our last lap we had a bit of a chase on Zane, so that kind of helped us, and we used a bit of him as a tow on down straights, so that kind of helped us get a good clean lap.
Excellent, excellent. And of course, now you got several heats to get through. Is it the case of now just consolidate and make sure that you've got a decent grid position for the final?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully keeping it on P1 and keeping it for the inside, because you never know what happens.
Okay, never know indeed. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Nathan Cappen.
Thank you.
Halfway through our qualifying sessions already, the time flying by. We've got Mini-Max coming next. And Mini-Max Championship beginning to heat up. British driver LBJ Stubbs across here in the UAE RMC with Sam Pollock Racing, and we get an interesting chat in the Paddock show. Is that going out today or tomorrow, Nick? We'll find out for you. But we chat to LBJ Stubbs and we get a chat to Sam Pollock, the team principal from Sam Pollock Racing, coming across here to, well, race through the horrible, torrid British winter. And LBJ Stubbs is doing a very good job indeed, because he's leading the Mini-Max Championship. He's on 393 points, with Benjamin Krachakovic representing the UAE in the recent World Finals. He's second on 385. Austin Gray is in third place in the championship on 375, not far behind Austin is Attica Mir, and sad to see Attica Mir not making the trip here to the Dubai Kartdrome for round 4. She's currently 4th in the championship. Hopefully we'll see her back out for the remaining rounds in the season. Charlie Page is currently 5th in the championship. Rayan Khan Rashid is in 6th. Paul Schutzman, a winner at Alpha San, and Paul striving to get more points on the board to get him up the order from that 7th place. We've got Keir Ivanov in 8th place in the championship. Max Payton is 9th, and the top 10 in the championship being rounded off by the French driver Adam Fleury, who is in 10th. Minimax about to get going, and it's, I suppose we could say at this stage of the weekend, it's all about who can beat that Sam Pollock Racing driver in the form of Albie J. Stubbs. He's been very, very consistently quick in the practice sessions, of which we've had plenty of track time here. So these karts are very much honed and prepared and engineered to the hilt. I'm pretty sure there was driver, race mechanic engineers deliberating on what to change for today. It was a lot hotter in the midweek, I've got to say. It cooled to start to cool off. We've got about 23-degree ambient is a high today. The sun is still beating down on that dark grey tarmac, though, of the Dubai Kartdrome, and the track temperature will come up. So perfect conditions. The wind has dropped. It was quite windy yesterday afternoon. The wind has dropped for today, and the forecast is for it to be an absolutely perfect day to go motor racing. And indeed, round 4 of the UAE RMC is what we're about this weekend. 2 race days, as I've said. If you're just joining us, welcome. And if you're catching up later on the day, wherever you are in the world, whether you're in Europe or even the United States, catching up on what's happening here in the Middle East, it is perfect weather conditions. Minimax are off and running, just being released. And cold tyres catching one of the drivers out there. That's the hairpin coming out the hairpin onto the bridge, and we've got that tactic of going slowly and letting people get on with it through the sweeping left-hander and under the bridge, out of the bridge and into a chicane. Hairpin left, hairpin right. Second fastest straight coming up now, or second longest straight I should say, heading down towards, following the building line. Bit of a claustrophobic feel, this hairpin. Out of the hairpin and then into the most important section of this track. This is where the lap time is gained. This is where the lap time, more importantly, is easily lost through that final turn there. The all-important longest straight here at the Dubai Kartdrome is the start-finish straight, and that will define and dictate what sort of lap time you're going to put in.
I bring news. Unfortunately, Amani Kanua, 2 laps disallowed for track limits. So P1 becomes P34.
Oh, wow, that is unfortunate. Like I tell everybody, Henry, when we shout them out, they are provisional.
Yes, indeed. So it's going to be Nathan Kappen, who leads the senior Rotax field. Oscar Lambert will start second. This is provisional, subject, of course, to post-qualifying scrutineering, but this is after track limits penalties have been imposed. Conor Clancy, Eloy Gonzalez, Zayn El Hobassani and Rian Damadasi are top 6. George Nassar, 8th fastest in qualifying when both groups were combined, amalgamated.
Right, championship leader George Nassar starting down the order. This is going to, you know what, we're in the entertainment business, Henry. That bodes very well for Senior Max.
Yeah, it does indeed.
It's all about Mini Max at the moment, though, and we are very much underway. We are approaching half distance in their qualifying session, and it's Adam Fleury who posts a 60.371 lap time, and he's quickly beaten to that by Oliver Butchard, who's just put in a 60.267. I expect that to change the next time I look, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. Welcome back to Oliver Butchard, who missed the last round of the championship. Oliver driving with the Synergy team. He's got Mark Baines mechanicking for him and coaching him this weekend. So Oliver Butchard, who's a magician in training. He's very, very good with the card tricks, is Oliver Butchard.
He's incredible. Where did we
that was the opening round at Al Ain, and
it?
he completely bamboozled me with his card tricks, I have to say. Veikko Pajamäki, the Finnish driver, the flying Finn, Veikko Pajamäki, in kart number 169 for the George Gibbons Motorsport team. Fastest at the moment, ahead of Adam Fleury, Butchard. But look at that lap from Pajamäki. For half a second. Well, no, Butchard now improves.
Yeah, Henry, honestly.
It's changing lap after lap, yeah.
90 seconds remaining.
Yep.
Let's talk amongst ourselves.
Yes.
And then when we head towards the checkered flag, because that timing's range. Oliver Butchard at the top. Francesco Isgianoli is second.
I know why Pajamäki has gone backwards. Because he spent the last half a lap sat behind the novice driver, Mikhail Tverdokliabov. The novice in the Mumbai Falcons.
This is just what I was saying about how you can trip over other drivers. Yep. It's not the driver's fault. It's not the drivers who you're tripping over. It's not their fault.
Pajamäki just tried to follow the wrong driver. They're all on their own. Everybody else is sort of around the circuit. But there goes the Tony kart. That looks like, I couldn't quite see that. That's Adam Fleury, I believe, for the McAdam team, as Ivan Janicevic second. So, Butchard and Janicevic first and second at the moment. They're the two Mark Baines drivers, 1 and 2. LBJ Stubbs, championship leader, third fastest. Karachkovic is fourth. Gray, Mazzali, Lisignoli, Schutzman, Ivanov, Pajamäki, your top 10.
That's it at the moment, but the checkered flag is being unfurled as we speak, with seconds ticking down. This is Minimax qualifying. The checkered flag is readied. Who's going to take it first? It's Veikko Pajamäki, who crosses the line in 8th place, though. That's where his best time of a 59.552 will get him. He may not stay in 8th. He won't go further forward. It's going to be 8th or nothing. Adam Fleury crosses the line, and he will be 12th. We're waiting for that bunch of drivers who are topping the screens at the moment. Butchard across the line, a 59.097 right at the end there. Ivan Jančević is in second at the moment with a best lap of 59.160, absolutely nothing in it. 63 thousandths of a second. And that is the gap at the front row at the moment, but Krachikovic is out there, Henry.
And so is Charlie Page. Page, of course, burst onto the scene last time out. He's only 11th. In fact, he moves up to 9th. 8th does Charlie Page. So Page,
that's
not as quick as we thought he would be in qualifying. Oliver Butchard and Ivan Janicevic, first and second. I will go back down.
63 thousandths of a second.
Well, Mark Baines could have planned it better if he tried.
That is the gap at the front of the Minimax field. That's the front row. Provisionally,
yeah.
We're going to have to have a look and see if there are any track limits issues here. The problem with the track like the Dubai Kartdrome, going over track limits rewards lap time.
Well, yes.
And as a racing driver, you kind of just, like a magnet.
Exactly.
You feel the momentum. And sometimes you get it right, sometimes you're just an inch or two out. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what the officials say. But at the moment, Oliver Butchard and even, how do you say Jančević?
Ivan Janicevic.
Janicevic is on our first row. Second row of the grid at the moment is Benjamin Karachikovic with LBJ Stubbs. It's Synergy on pole, Axel GP in second alongside. Then we've got JNKD and Sam Pollitt Racing on row 2. It's JNKD's Austin Gray sharing with NI Racing's Kerr Ivanov on row 3. We've got William Mazzali for JNKD on row 4 with Charlie Page from XL sharing that one. Francesco Isgianoli for GGM sharing with his teammate from George Gibbons Motorsport. Vico Payamaki on row 5. Jenkins Paul Schutzman starts 11th with Mikhail Mitrikin for NI Racing alongside. Adam Fleury for Macadam will start alongside Max Payton for Synergy on row 7. Row 8 is Gleb Obyukov for Mumbai Falcons. Mumbai Falcons teammate Zuhair Turkey starts alongside. Row 9 is Aaron Ehsan for the Karting Advisor Academy with Mikhail Tverglubov for Mumbai Falcons starting alongside. Rafael Zagati for Tal Corsa Middle East will start 19th. And the Synergy driver, Vivian Chauhan, did not take part and he posted a one lap of a 64.672. Let's head down to Henry.
Well, Oliver Butchard, welcome back. Missed the last round, but you're back with a bang here. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was really hard qualifying here, especially when I didn't do one race. It's been a long week watching without me being there. Just went onto the track with no slipstream, head down, and pulled it.
Now, what was it like when you had to watch the last round of the championship back at at Al Ain on the live stream? How was that?
Well, I kind of felt like I was missing out. I should have done that, but it's also a good round to drop, isn't it?
It is one round to drop. You've got 2 rounds here, and you've started the best way, the best way possible by putting it on pole. New mechanic this weekend as well. How's that working out with Mark Baines?
It was really good. I also have Sam as my mechanic right now. Doing good. He's pretty on the ball. He's really good.
Yes, Sam Stansbury is doing your mechanicing this weekend, yes, and Mark is overseeing things. But you've got is it your teammate Ivan Jančević alongside you?
Yeah, I think he's got 2nd place.
So is there a chance for you two to maybe work together a little bit, try and make a plan about how you're going to control the races?
Well, kind of all I want is just clean start through the first few corners, and then Ivan just to cut right into 2nd, and then I can try go in. Me and him just work together, and the last lap's gloves off. And
last lap, gloves off. There we go. Well, enjoy the time at the front while you can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. The most amusing thing was how the child was slowly edging further and further and further away during the interview.
You want to be happy that Oliver Butchard didn't make Henry disappear, because that kid's magical skills is
true,
incredible.
Yeah, the sleight of hand could have seen Henry gone.
Oliver Butchard, at round 1 of this UAE RMC, we did a little Paddock show snippet with him, and he showed us a card trick, and he did it in front of my very eyes. And I, to this day, I can honestly say...
Or is this your card?
I can honestly say it was incredible, and I don't know how he did it.
It is available.
I tell you what, if he doesn't make it as a racing driver, he's got a stint in Las Vegas.
Do you think so?
Absolutely.
He's the Penn and Teller of karting.
He is the Penn.
It
was incredible. You were there. You filmed it, didn't you?
Badly.
Well, that's another thing. Yes, there was no magic there, Nick.
No. Yes,
it was incredible to see.
There's some quality filming in these paddock shows come up as well. There's one. There's one particular I'll be pointing out to you because I have an excuse for it.
What's that then?
I'm not saying on air.
Okay. Yeah, good, interesting. DD2's next out for their qualifying session, and this is the Rotax gearbox class. 2 ratio gearboxes, paddle shift gears, left-hand paddle for...
And we actually do have that explanation in today's lunchtime show.
Yeah, the explanation about how it works.
How it works.
Yes.
We go in depth in the DD2 gearbox operation, activation. And, how does it work?
We're not going to speculate no more. We're going to speculate no more. We learned all about how the DD2 gearbox, how the DD2 engine connects to the rear axle via the gearbox, and we're taking through that. Fresh out of retirement, Tony Hogg.
Again,
he'd been retired a full 2 weeks. He was telling us.
Yes, well,
and then he's come back.
Do you think Oliver Butchard made him disappear for a fortnight and then he came back? I was just saying, Oliver's a lovely lad, but the funniest thing is how he was edging further and
I
further.
know.
You managed to just keep him in frame.
I'm doing my best here. I did have a shower this morning. It's okay. I'm not offensive to the drivers.
Well, not because of that.
No.
There's other ways you're offensive, Henry. But
I do my best.
New
year, new me.
Mainly the Cumbrian kart clubs, but let's keep going.
The psychologists will tell you why Oliver was edging away from you. Because you've got this personal bubble space.
Yes, and I encroach upon your personal
Well, you've got to when you're doing an interview, and people just naturally edge to give themselves that bubble.
When they're nervous of the microphone.
Everybody does that with you, though, Henry.
Everybody edges away. Yeah, I know. I must...
DD2's out on track for their 5-minute qualifying session. Now then, this is the gearbox class. 2-ratio gearbox, paddle shift, left-hand paddle for first gear, right-hand paddle for second gear, and you just flick between both gears. It's not up and down the box, it's between 2 ratios, first gear or second gear. As if this track isn't busy enough, then to add in the complexity of finding what ratio is best to be in, that just adds a complexity that's far above my head.
Speaking about what's above all our heads at the moment...
What's that all about?
Is those very dark clouds. We're not.
Is that?
It's not going to. It can't.
In the year of 2020, I was across the road for the Dubai 24-hour sports car race, and it was rained off.
Yes, I do recall that. I recall that because I was at the Autosport International show whilst that was happening, and of course, that was.
Were we the talk of the place then, being rained off?
Well, it was yes. We're looking at the biggest DD2 and DD2 Masters field of the season, 13 karts in total. There are 5 drivers in the Masters, including Sam Walker for the CRG team. He's a novice driver. I believe he's only here today, is Sam. Can't race tomorrow.
Ah, right, that's a shame.
But, so we're going to take advantage of the 13-strong combined grid. Theo Kakati, Max Dexter, and Suleiman Zanfari. Suleiman Zanfari, a very experienced driver, has raced in the MENA Nations Cup a number of times for his home nation of Morocco. And it's been a while since I've seen Suleiman. His sister as well, Sophia Zanfari, not here racing this weekend, but she also races. Theo Kakati, on Monday, Theo returns to the United States. He'll be doing some racing out there, but this will be Theo's farewell to the championship this year. Can he go out with 2 wins out of 2?
And we get a lovely interview that you did with him for our Paddock show, which will be going out today in today's Paddock show. And I think Theo explains what he's doing. Tyler Harris, though, you didn't mention Tyler Harris there. He's the championship leader, 44-point lead. He's on 444 from Adam Malek, who's on 400. And then Hamza Ashisho is currently 3rd. It's that man there, Moritz Knopes, who is leading the Masters and is actually 4th in the championship overall. Now, Moritz is not out there at the moment, is he?
Yes, he is. He's 8th fastest.
Oh, there he is, 8th fastest, yeah.
But what I was thinking, I mean, obviously, the championship contenders, they're not a sideshow by any stretch of the imagination. However, with Theo Kakati and Max Dexter returning, this is where, and Suleiman Zanfari arriving, for Tyler Harris thinking, if I could get ahead of those 3 and push sort of my nearest title rivals, Adam Malek, Hamza Hashisho, Marc Bassier, back to 5th or 6th, that gives me a much bigger advantage than just, a normal race. Likewise, Malek, Bassier, and even Knopes and Hashisho was thinking, okay, let's try and get as many karts between us and Tyler Harris, because that will means that we eat into Harris's points lead a lot easier and quicker than we would do if there was only, say, 7 or 8 of us racing.
Do you think, even at this stage, round 4, still plenty of races?
Yes, I do. Yes, I know exactly what you're going to say. Are the drivers thinking about championship points?
Well,
yes.
We've worked together far too much. If you can actually read my mind that well, Henry, that's exactly what I was going to say. Tyler Harris doesn't necessarily have to win everything
No,
now.
he just has to control.
Control it. And yes, he has to finish in the top 2 or 3.
Yep.
And probably, he will want to win, knowing the young man as we do. But really, it's about consistency, isn't it?
Yes. And on a smaller grid, there's fewer opportunities to lose big ground or gain big ground. So as Tyler Harris, as he keeps 1 or 2 karts between himself and his rivals, that 44-point advantage, it could be frittered away to 41, 39, 38, it doesn't matter. The season continues. Now there is, with the black and yellow Team UAE race suit on, that is the 4-5-3-3 of Theo Kakati, chasing the number 4-8-4 of Tyler Harris. So Harris at the moment is 5th fastest. It's Max Dexter. The checkered flag comes out. Dexter, Bassier, Kakati, Zanvari and Harris.
Getting towards the end of the lap, and the next section of this track is where the time will come, and it comes to Max Dexter in the form of a 54.239. That is our provisional pole sitter, Max Dexter, fresh from school yesterday. Turned up in his school shirt, didn't he? And got straight on with it. Max Dexter will start on the pole position in DD2. Mark Bassier, what a time from Mark. He's looking strong there. 54.381. It's just over a tenth of a second, the difference. Theo Kakati, who was it Theo who's lead? He was following Tyler Harris round there, wasn't he?
He was following Tyler, yes.
Not quite able to go any quicker. 54.390 is his time. And Suleiman Zanfari is 4th alongside 54.595 for Suleiman. Tyler Harris will have to settle for the 3rd row of the grid in 5th place with a 54.605. It's Hamza Ashisho who will start alongside for M&M, and Hamza's time 54.831. 4th row of the grid, Tony Hogg. Tony Hogg will start alongside his good mate Moritz Canopes. That's a cracking battle for the Masters going forward. They start on the 4th row of the grid overall. Kyle Blockley not that far away, so that's going to be a great Masters battle there from 7th, 8th and 9th, with Kyle Blockley starting on 9th. Adam Malik will start alongside on the 5th row in 10th. And then row 6, Samuel Walker and Nicolo Cacciatore, with Greg Watt. Greg there doing 4 laps and coming out a little bit later than the rest of the field. Well, Greg will start in 13th and the final kart on the DD2 grid. Qualifying session's almost over, with only one qualifying session left, and that could well be the most action-packed, because it's the Junior Max coming next, Nick.
I'd like to thank everyone who's now joined us in the past few minutes, thinking the racing started at 9.
Is that right?
Yes, this big spike of viewers. And I go, yes. Yeah, the racing both today and tomorrow starting at 8 rather than the usual 9 o'clock local time, which we've seen for the rest of the UAE RMC.
Didn't catch yourself though, did it?
No, not at all. Thank you, Liam O'Hanlon. Anyway, so...
yes, thank you, Team O'Hanlon.
Team O'Hanlon.
That's Team O'Hanlon, not
Timo, like Timo Bernhard.
Not the German one.
Yeah. If you're watching us a bit later during the show, which of course you will be as we run into the finals, what you're going to hear is the ambient noise is going to change dramatically at 1 o'clock, because that's when the 24 hours of Dubai starts over the road. So you'll hear a lot of... You'll be thinking, why do these cars sound like GT3 cars?
Do you think that sound from over the road's going to wash?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Across.
Completely. Yeah. Right, okay, we are just waiting to type the word. So always have to type the word, and now I'm pressing the button.
Well, Max Dexter, what a return to the championship. You're back, two classes. Did the senior Rotax class help you warm up for this one?
Well, it helped see where the barriers were. I don't think they shifted too much from yesterday, so that was not a problem. Senior wasn't amazing. There was a fortunately we put at the back for quali, so we had to make our way through, so we didn't really get a clear run. But it's nice to see a good result in DD2.
Now you mentioned something quite interesting there. The barriers moving. Obviously, this circuit runs arrive and drive karting, rental kart racing, in the evenings. There's a number of different circuit layouts that the track use here. And of course, when the marshals put barriers back, they're not always in exactly the same place. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, for sure. It's never exactly the same. Sometimes they add one or they move it more in or more out, yeah.
Okay, so it's always good to get a couple of sighting laps in to find out where those barriers are. Okay, plans now, because you've got a lot of very fast drivers directly behind you.
Yeah, for sure. I think Kakati, Basia, and Tyler, that would be, it's going to be a good scrap, I think.
It will be a good scrap. So there's Max Dexter, pole position in DD2. In DD2 Masters, the recently unretired Tony Hogg is joining me now. Tony, congratulations. How was your 2-week retirement?
Yeah, it was painful, to be honest. I don't like watching. I don't like going to tracks to watch. I don't like watching live streams. So I'm back again, but not forever.
No, not forever. Just to have fun. Five hundredths of a second quicker than Moritz around here. That's a track you know very well. Obviously, you know, you're highly decorated O-plate winner. How many O-plates have you won here?
5.
5 O-plates. So this is maybe your home from home in terms of a track. You're going to be a hard man to beat.
It is, although we do less and less testing here these days. So, in fact, I probably hadn't driven here in 2 years, in all fairness. And then in preparation for this, we came back and did some laps. So, yeah, I mean, I do know the track, obviously. And it's going to be a close battle with Moritz this weekend, no doubt about it.
Exactly. Congratulations, Tony. Well done. We'll see you later on.
Thank you, Henri Baudet there, down in our our winner's circle, let's call it. Not winners at the moment, just pole position for Max Dexter and Tony Hogg. Fresh out of retirement again is young Tony. And we look forward to seeing that Masters battle in the midfield there. That'll be an absolute stonker of a race. Tony Hogg, Moritz Canopes and Cal Blockley there right in the middle. Greg Watt, of course, another big part of the Masters class in this DD2 field. Tremendous stuff. The last, I should say, I'm not going to say final because we're way off finals. The last of our qualifying sessions about to take place now. And it is the junior category that's about to go out. And as ever, I'm expecting a lot of action and drama here from our juniors. And you may ask why. Well, it's quite simple. They always do. They always do. The youngsters are quite a competitive field is the junior class. We'll have a look at the championship before we get any carts on track as well. Let's just find out, get the championship table up. Talk amongst yourselves while I scroll through the many championship tables. It's that young man, Via Chopra, leading the junior championship at the moment on 400 points. Mitansh Jain, who has been left in charge of the Mumbai Falcons, heading up the Mumbai Falcons junior team, really, when Connor Clancy moved across, didn't he?
And there was a big shift in points the last round. Mitansh Jain was ahead of Via Chopra, but Chopra turned that around spectacularly with a win in the final and in the second of the heat race and the pre-final. I believe it was the pre-final and the final, whereas Mitansh had a shocking round. Jaden Hidding and Aaron Mason are third and fourth in points. Leo Aina and Arhan Qureshi will be up next in the standings. Good to see Ray Haber back. Ray Haber hurt his shoulder in testing for the last round as the karts are on circuit. We've got 30 of them in total. It's going to be a very, very busy field.
This is our busiest grid, isn't it? Because they're all out together.
Yes, this is going to be our busiest qualifying sessions. 30 karts on track all at one go. Good to see a couple of novice drivers. Kabir Kidwai, Romy Sabali, and Damien Knorr, independent driver from Germany, who is out there on a Lando Norris chassis. Timaya Mapangada Timaya Mapagada, another newcomer, but watch out for Jensen Chalk, a former O-Plate winner, a former Micromax Grand Final champion.
Mapagada, I noticed as well, with Peregrine, who is a team that I've not really seen up there at all this season.
New team to the championship, the Peregrine racing team, and they're running, I believe, out of the KAA awning. I believe.
Oh, are they really? Right, so it's a
yes.
conjoined effort there.
Yes, KAA having some extra awning space. So
already 2 minutes into this qualifying session, and that's how quickly they do tend to tick by. I just thought I saw Tony trip over our cables there, but it's not. We've got time ticking by already halfway through the session, Henry, and that section of track there, right there, using all of the curb. Are we monitoring track limits on the outside of that one?
We certainly are. We're also monitoring track limits on the outside of the final corner, which is where we saw George Gibbons Motorsports, Jaden Hidding run very, very wide. So he wants to be very careful indeed coming out of the final corner. Jensen Chalk, Pierre Abu Diwan, Jaden Hidding, Johansa Sananiake, Mitan Jaid, Ray Haber, Giuseppe Montanari, then Sam Turner, Floris Schenkenberg and Saveli Kogai. The top 10. Now Via Chopra moves into P2 with 2 minutes to go.
This is a frantic qualifying session and a very, very, very busy racetrack, as you would imagine, with, did we say 30 karts out there, Henry?
Yes.
Yes, we have indeed got 30 karts come out to play in this, the last of our qualifying sessions. We get on straight on with our racing after this session is completed in, well, getting on to 90 seconds remaining in this session. They're just coming out of the right-hand hairpin at 13 there, and then through the sweeps. Quite a slow sweep there, very technical. That one there, the left-hander, before they clobber the curb. This is the bridge going over the underpass as the sweeping left to go under the bridge this time. And then popping out for the other side through the chicane into a left-hand hairpin, which follows immediately by a right-hand hairpin. Got to get this right, though, Henry, because that short-ish back straight is all important.
Yes, indeed. Now, watching Hidding and the number 255 car of Mitan Jain. Let's see if Hidding obeys the track limits a little bit. He's going very, very wide there. So
it's all four wheels over the white line, I take it.
Yeah. It's quite simple. You've got to keep at least 2 wheels on or inside those white lines. And Hidding, that's twice now we've seen that. I'll be interested to see. Obviously, we're watching one set of cameras. The officials out on circuit have got their own eyes and their own reporters, but their own set of cameras as well to follow. But Mitan Jain using the slipstream from Jaden Hidding. So this is 1 and 2. Well, it's actually the second car in line. Mitan Jain is fastest. Jaden Hidding is giving Mitan a nice tow, but he's still second quickest at the moment. Koresh is third.
That's very interesting, Henry, as we are literally seconds away from the checkered flag being unfurled. The second kart, the orange kart there, the Mumbai Falcons kart, is actually the quickest in this session. He's being towed around by the blue and white George Gibbons Motorsport kart, and they will take the checkered flag, and nothing changes for Mitansh Jain, who will take provisional pole with a best lap of the 55.916. But Pierre Abu Diwan comes through for M&M and takes the front row with a 56.007. So only one driver in the 59s.
Yep, excellent there for Pierre Abu Diwan. Arhan Qureshi third. Hidding drops to fourth. Kallenberg is fifth. Then it's Derek Rivera. Alfie Ward, Via Chopra, right to the very end, goes into P5. So, championship leader goes into 5th position. Faris Haroon for the Yas Heat team, 20th fastest on his return from injury. Well, I will go and speak to Mitan Jain as qualifying concludes.
All the pressure in the Mumbai Falcons team now being handed. The baton has been handed to Mitan Jain as his team leader, effectively, who he was trying so hard to beat in the early rounds here in the UAE RMC. Mitan Jain starting well there. Pierre Abu Douan on the front row alongside him, but Mitansh Jain, the only driver inside the 55s with a 55.916. The Mumbai Falcons team certainly giving Mitansh a kart that he could race well and drive very well indeed. Interestingly, though, he was the driver following Jaden Hidding. Jaden Hidding ended up in 6th place, the GGM driver. Pierre Abu Douan, though, is the driver that finished in 2nd place with the second fastest lap time of a 56.007. Only 91 thousandths of a second, almost 100th of a second there, the difference between first and second. Arhen Qureshi will share row 2 with Harrison Stevens. Via Chopra and Jaden Hidding will share row 3. And then we've got Ari Kallenberg, Derek Rivera on row 4. Row 5 will be Alfie Ward and Gabriele Baricori. Row 6, Aaron Mason and Jensen Chalk. Row 7 will be Leo Anna and Saveli Kojai. Let's head down to Henry Baudet, who has got our provisional pole sitter, Mitansh Jain.
Well, Mitansh, when you got out of the kart, you didn't look too thrilled with your performance. You said you could have gone a lot quicker, but I said, well, pole position doesn't matter, or does it?
I mean, of course it matters, but when you can go faster, you always take that, no?
Okay, you always want to go faster. Where were you losing time then? Where could you have improved?
Around the first sector, definitely. There was a lot on the table, but again, pole's pole.
Pole is pole. Now, last round, you entered the round sort of like ahead of the championship. Via Chopra turned that over. Via is P5, so you've managed to turn things around a little bit?
Yeah, unfortunate weekend in our lane. Didn't drive the best, but they'll switch it back this round.
Switch it back this round. You've got 2 days to do it. What are the tactics? Are you allowed to tell me? No, not allowed to tell me whatsoever the tactics. But the biggest junior grid of the season so far, 30 drivers. That's quite a lot of variables to manage, isn't it?
I mean, as long as I'm not in, the pack, I'm fine, so.
There we go. Mitansh Jain not in the pack. He's at the front of the pack as qualifying here at the Dubai Kartdrome concludes.
Thank you, Henry. Mitansh Jain for Mumbai Falcons then will start the first heat for Junior Rotax on the pole position. And we look forward to that. Their first heat is scheduled for about 10:37 to be exact. So 10:37 if everything runs to schedule. Everything is running to schedule, Nick Damon, because we're about to go racing.
Are we? Oh, good. Finally.
Yes.
What's the official start time of this next race?
It is 9:25.
So about 8 or 9 minutes.
We're about 10 minutes away from the start of the first heat. The first heat being for Micromax. It's a 6-lap race. 6 laps or times by 1,240 metres is roughly an 8-kilometre race. So 8 kilometres of this Dubai Kartdrome track, 17 corners. We've seen how tricky it can be just to qualify. We're about to see how tricky it can be under race conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I think the racing is going to be different, very interesting. I'm still, because we haven't really watched much racing around here. Yeah, we've all been around here doing a hire car. We haven't watched much racing, so I'm going to be interested to see where the overtaking manoeuvres are, where you can get through. I mean, you think going into turn 1 and turn 2 is where it's really going to be the action.
I'll tell you where is. When we were sighting cameras the other day, when we were watching practice every day this week, off the bridge here. So off the bridge, which we can see on our screens now, you go through a left-hander into a very tight right, and that is where we saw people come off the bridge through the left-hander and then position the carts down the inside.
Yeah.
And if you can be caught napping there if you don't position your cart down the inside of the oncoming right-hander, which is in fact turn 10. I'm going to write bigger on there for tomorrow. Because when I sit down, I can't see that.
You could always have one a bit closer to
I know
you.
I could. That would be too easy, though, Nick. That would be too
The practical solution to a man who can't see the piece of paper too far away is bring the piece of paper closer.
A metre away from me on the wall. So into turn 10, I think it's going to be a favourite. But then under race conditions, if you've got your head screwed on, you are going to be looking like you are wanting to It's not turn 10. What am I talking about?
There
It's turn 5.
There we are. See,
it's turn 5.
The problem with the eyes.
Yeah, the problem with the eyes. It's turn 5. Off the bridge.
We were looking with 2 eyes, it was 10. You were looking at 1 eye, it was 5.
I was on a completely different part of the track.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Turn 4 is the one off the left-hander off the bridge. Into turn 5 hairpin. That is where I think we're going to see quite a few moves, because I saw quite a few moves during practice, and there was nothing to play for there. So we're definitely going to see that there. Like I said, Micromax coming up next. And we will have our grid forming up nicely in the collecting area, getting ready.
Just about 5 minutes from the race starting.
Calendar-wise, here we are at round 4. 2 race days for you here. Full race day of qualifying heats, pre-finals and finals, followed again by the same format, exactly the same. Full point scoring, full point scores, championship point scoring today. Championship point scoring tomorrow, and a fresh start tomorrow. So if you have a ruinous day today, you can wipe the slate clean, start again, regroup, and get on with it again tomorrow for a
Just
full...
remind you at 8 o'clock in the morning again.
And to remind everybody, we start qualifying at 8 a.m. So it's a nice early start here. Sunrise, nice cool conditions, 23 degrees ambient. I would imagine
I don't think it's warm. I think my weather forecast app says it's 21.
Yeah, but that's never been right, ever, in the history of ever.
I think it's been right occasionally.
We'll ask Henry, because Henry's been actually outside.
Henry's outside, yeah.
So we're deliberating as to whether it's 21 degrees or 23 degrees. That's how pedantry we are. So what do you reckon, Henry? Is it nice and warm out there? Hang on, I've asked you a question before you even put your headset on.
It's pleasant.
Pleasant?
It's very pleasant. I just remembered I just forgot to turn the camera off, so... yes. So luckily we've got a slight break before the start of the next race. I forgot to turn all the equipment off down.
We're about 5 minutes before we kick off.
Oh, well, there you go. That's Nick can get his steps in.
He can indeed. Nick and I would deliberate.
Is that? Hello.
That is, yes. Sorry, mate. Yes, I've got you a coffee.
That's very good.
Nick and I, who've never seen top-class level karting at this Dubai Kartdrome,
right,
we're deliberating where we might see the passing moves, the favourite overtake moves. You have seen plenty of racing here, Henry. Put our minds at rest. Where's it going to happen?
Okay, so obviously going into turn 2,
yes,
is one place. Coming out from underneath the bridge
into the chicane,
into the uphill chicane is another. At the end of the back straight is another.
Hairpin, yeah.
And for those who are very, very brave, I have seen a couple of events won and lost here into turn number 14, the corner after the hairpin at the end of the back straight.
Now, I was telling the world, as well as chatting to Nick, that I was watching out on track on the outside of turn 4.
Yes.
And I was standing right out on track. And the amount of people I saw come out to 4, well, I wasn't on the track, I was down the barrier. Out of 4 off the bridge through the left-hander, and then diving down the inside into the hairpin at 5.
That's a possibility as well. But of course,
do drivers defend there though? They know that's going to happen.
They do, but of course that's the start of the fast part of the circuit. Mm-hmm. So you don't want to be defending or getting offline too much coming off the bridge, because that is you
can compromise 5 because you've got to get the hairpin, the left-hand hairpin at 6 right. Because that will define through the left-hand sweeps on towards under the bridge.
And coming off the bridge, that's an area where I've seen more moves not work than work, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
We'll say a quick hello to Jensen Kelly's grandparents watching from the southwest of France. That's an early start. Bonjour, mon ami, in the southwest of France.
We've mentioned them dipping their croissant into breakfast wine.
Of course.
I would like to think it's breakfast French coffee.
Yes. One of the things I've noticed, obviously, a lot of the advertising hoardings around here, Caltex, that's a name that we don't see in the UK. Now, Caltex, part of the Haveline, sort of group of engine oils. Here's
we don't do it.
Here's a test.
Haveline Caltex.
Caltex. Where does the name Caltex?
Is it from Texas and California?
No. I mean, that could be, but Caltex, in terms of the motor racing, where does Caltex come into?
You know, right? I'm going to zip my anorak up here. Was it on Nigel Mansell's IndyCar in 1993?
No, that was Haveline. That was Texaco Haveline.
That was, yes.
Texaco Haveline.
Good effort, though.
Yeah, not bad at all. So at Bathurst, the Conrod Strait at Bathurst, it was after a particularly nasty accident in the mid-'80s. They put in it was called the Caltex Chase.
That's right, it was. Yes.
To avoid drivers, taking
If anybody's wondering, yes, he has got his hood up on his anorak, and he's got it zipped right up under his chin.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah,
That's why I'm single, everybody.
There are, yes, that's the primary reason.
Many other reasons.
That is the primary reason, though. Absolutely.
I'll stick to that one.
Absolutely. Yes. So we are literally a minute away from releasing our Micromax grid out on track, and it really is a battle at the front of the field, isn't it? Front of the championship field to kick things off for round 4 of the UAE RMC. And it will be a championship battle in reverse. What we're going to see first, it will be Samar Chopra on the pole position with Liam O'Hanlon alongside.
And of course, this is a very, very, very busy start of the season. This is, of course, round 4.1. Round 4.2 is tomorrow. Over the next 13 weeks, it's hard to believe, guys, that in 13 weeks' time, we crown the champions. Between now and then...
Well, 13 weeks is 3 months, in fairness, Henry. Stop wishing your life away, mate.
3 months, 8 rounds over 5 weekends at 4 different circuits.
It's 4 very different circuits.
Yes, because from here, we go to the absolute antithesis of this circuit, Yas Marina. It
really is, isn't it? You're absolutely right there.
90% of the lap at full throttle.
So last weekend, Nick and I were working at Yas for the 6-hour Abu Dhabi 6-hour sports car race. And on the Monday, we went back to the track and we recce'd the circuit there. And it's wide open, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
It's massively fast. Here they're out on track, though. We're ahead of ourselves because it's all about the Dubai Kartdrome at the moment. And out on track has come our Micromax grid, who have made their way out for us and will be led around by young Mr. Chopra, who has got Liam O'Hanlon following him round.
Yes, indeed. This will be, how many laps? This is going to be a 6-lap race.
6 laps and 8 kilometres.
Yeah, we're just waiting for our timing and scoring screen to decide that it wants to join us again. We've got images on screen, no timing and scoring up here in the commentary box.
So all we can tell you is who our front row is.
Yes, it's
it's a championship battle though, Henry, so the pressure is on, and a nicely formed grid before they get into the S's section. The curb there on the driver's left there, they just bladder over that curb.
Yes.
Absolutely over that curb. Here we go towards the start. Are we going to get a green flag? That remains to be seen as we get things underway.
Yep,
it looks like the red lights are out, so we are racing.
Into turn number 2, Chopra has the advantage. Everybody else fanning out behind there at the back of the field, some of the novice drivers. Good to see that we've got 3 or 4 novices in this class. As down the hill, there's the first move. You mentioned it, Joe. Well done. Into turn number 5, Liam O'Hanlon. Or was that turn 6? Sorry, O'Hanlon grabbing second place, going under the bridge, now up the hill. And O'Hanlon's going to get his line right through there because Samar Chopra is pulling away at the front.
Yeah, this little squabble that Liam O'Hanlon has found himself in is allowing his nemesis for this weekend here at the Dubai Kartdrome in the form of Samar Chopra to just eke away a little bit as the rest of the field come through. Oh, a little bit of a sideways moment there for the Synergy driver, but out onto the start-finish straight to complete 1 lap of 6. It's Samar Chopra, Liam O'Hanlon, Saif Al-Khalifa in third. We've then got Vaya Ponna, Enzo Falzerano, Alexander Freinstein. That's your top 6.
Jensen Kelly running in 9th place, behind Arthur Bowers for the JNKD team. Arthur coming over from the UK, a very successful young driver in the United Kingdom last year. He's absolutely tiny, is Arthur Bowers, but he's got some great coaching, some great mechanics. David Bellchambers working very closely with Arthur Bowers, and he's already up into the top 10. Considering I think this is one of Arthur's first time coming to the UAE, and yeah, he's taken to it like a duck to water. Ivans Voronins up into 7th place, and Fryenstein in P6.
Yeah, settled down, haven't they, through the twists and turns of the Dubai Kartdrome, and we have got Liam O'Hanlon who's closing that gap ever so slightly. Got a few movers and shakers there, but the lead is very much Samar Chopra for the Matthias Najem Motorsport team. George Gibbons Motorsports Liam O'Hanlon is closing the gap, and coming with him is Saif Al Khalifa for XL. These three, the top three, beginning to pull away as that battle between Vaibhav Ponner and Enzo Falzarano begins to heat up, and we may see a move there for that 4th or 5th place, Henry.
Yeah, Saif Al Khalifa in 3rd position, doing a really good job as Samar Chopra just checks over his shoulder to see where his nearest rival is, and the answer is about 0.6 of a second behind, but O'Hanlon is looking a little bit quicker. Al Khalifa is going quicker than the pair of them, and in fact there's now a gap developing between Al Khalifa in 3rd, Ponner and Falzarano battling over 4th and 5th.
Al Khalifa, purple sector 1, purple sector 2, he's closing the gap to O'Hanlon. Now then, the science prevails that 2 cadet carts together, 2 Micromax cadet carts together, will go faster than 1. So
yes,
when Khalifa gets onto the tail of O'Hanlon, which is on schedule, I think, as O'Hanlon goes purple in sector 3.
Yeah, they're both closing.
They are both closing in on Chopra. So we've got a race to, only people of a certain age will understand, a grandstand finish, Henry.
Oh, yes.
But
yeah.
with under 5 minutes now, we're 5 minutes away from that grandstand finich.
Exactly. And again, Chopra checking over his shoulder. We are also seeing how difficult it is to overtake here. So you've got to pick your moments very, very, pointedly. Also, you can say about the driver, the kart slipstreaming and working together on such a tight and twisty circuit. Slipstreaming is even harder than usual because, of course, you've got 17 corners. That's 17 opportunities for slipstreaming to go wrong. For you to just misjudge your braking point if you're the chasing driver, just misjudge your acceleration point if you're the driver being pushed. So slipstreaming here, it's harder than it would be at most other circuits.
When the kart moves around across the track, which it does through the twists, the lefts, the rights, the lefts, the air becomes more disturbed, and there's not that tunnel of air that's created to create that vortex of slipstream, and that's why we see a little bit less slipstream. Pretty much the only place you can really feel the tow is this section here, through because everyone's on the same line and maybe on the start-finish straight. So when you get close, and as we see, Liam O'Hanlon now trying to get on terms with that rear bumper of Samar Chopra, but Chopra, I've got to say, that youngster looks very composed at the front of this field.
Yep, he's a couple of times a lap he checks over his shoulder just to monitor the gap so he knows he doesn't have to defend. And of course, that is the other thing, is that you don't want to defend too early because then unnecessarily you'll back the pack up. All got to be careful of track limits as well as Al Khalifa begins to close in. Last lap board is out. What can Liam O'Hanlon do?
I'm not sure he's got any tools in his toolkit, as well as he's got to keep an eye. If he had mirrors on they would have on a race car, they would be full of Saif Al Khalifa. Samar Chopra's mirrors are full of Liam O'Hanlon, as these three battle for what is effectively the lead. But I'd say, Henry, with getting towards half a lap left in this first heat for Micromax, I'm not sure we're going to see Liam O'Hanlon even get a chance to even challenge. Is he going to prove me wrong? He has on occasion, and now he's right on his bumper.
He had a really good run up the hill through the S's there, did Liam O'Hanlon. This is pretty much going to be his last chance coming into this corner. Is he going to dive bomb now? Chopra defends just to cover his line through turn number 14. O'Hanlon quicker at the end, but track position prevails.
And there it is then, the first checkered flag of the weekend for the UAE RMC. Day one, race day one for round 4. And the first checkered flag to Matthias Najem's Motorsport, Samar Chopra, with a fine lights to flag win from pole position. Liam O'Hanlon, though, didn't make it easy for him, and he was right there at the end, as was Saif Al Khalifa. These three being the class of the Micromax field at the moment. Behind these three, Vayapona in fourth, Alexander Feinstein fifth, Enzo Falzarano sixth, Evans Voronins in seventh, Jensen Kelly was eighth, ninth was Arthur Bowers, and it was Cameron Harvey for Synergy rounding off the top 10. The rest of the 22 kart field there on the timing bar on your screens. See where your favourite driver finished off. But bodes well for the rest of the day. We've had our first hand of cards being presented to us.
Yes.
And it bodes well, because what's going to happen in those various awnings out there in the paddock, Henry, those teams are going to confer with these youngsters. Where were you lacking? What did you need? You needed more punch out the corner. You needed more straight line speed, etc., etc. The debate goes on.
Yeah, Amar Tabatsa and Adam Al-Sheikh down in 11th and 12th positions. They're not going to be happy with that. Neither will Tadeusz Prochatska in 14th position. Adam Siu, the leading novice, in 16th, just behind Rudrapatrap Shekhawat.
Yeah, he's usually further up, though, isn't he?
Rudrapatrap. And a big hello to Cypriot driver, Haris Kriosokhu. I remember Harris's dad driving, and now he's taken over. He's now mechanicking for his son, Haris Kriosokhu, 19th. And I believe he's the first Cypriot that I've commentated on out here in the UAE.
Oh, in the UAE, yes.
In the UAE Championship, yes.
Yeah, great to have you along, though, Harris. And I'm sure you will. He's with Motorscape as well, so solid team. And Motorscape is one. I think Motorscape's team walk around.
Yes,
is
very
tomorrow's Paddock show.
Very enlightening indeed. Sanad Shanak from Motorscape, explaining a lot of things. But he explained very succinctly how, you know, his team have got to up their game compared as well as everyone else. You know, the introduction of the data station and all those things. He said that we've got to keep, you know, pushing, because obviously the level of competition is improving all the time. So as a team, you know, we've got to keep improving. It goes back to today's Paddock walkabout, where we'll see the Kart Advisor Academy awning as well, showing how they are implementing a sort of a European style awning in terms of setup. And there are your provisional results.
There's the results, indeed. Provisional, because they've got to get through tech. But it was Samar Chopra there, the young man from pole position. Liam O'Hanlon in second. Saif Al Khalifa right on O'Hanlon still. That bodes very well for us. JNKD's Vayapona in fourth. Fifth was Alexander Feinstein. Sixth was Enzo Falzarano. Evans Voronins was seventh. Eighth was Jensen Kelly. Arthur Bowers ninth. 10th was Cameron Harvey. Amar Tabatsa was in 11th, and 12th, Adam Al-Sheikh.
Abdulaziz Al-Saraf, the driver from Kuwait, is 13th. Then Tadeusz Prochatska, Rudrapatrap Shekhawat, Adam Siu, or Siu Qianyi, his Chinese name, Sebastian Storer, who is only racing today, I believe, and Felix Souza Jebjerg from Denmark. Then there is Cypriot driver Haris Kriosokhu, Tayeb Haroun, Rio Pocock, and Kilian Nduku Mbida. Kilian, where's your photograph? I have to say, the result screen, the Karting Live TV sort of result screens showing the flags, the drivers' pictures, really, the drivers really like that. They like seeing the mums and dads really like it.
I think it's great.
Nice big. Nice big portrait
Henry,
shots.
for you and I,
sponsors as well.
For you and I, we only really get to see them when they've won anything. When we get to
take their crash helmets off,
because we see them in crash helmets. Yep. And lots of times, drivers, kids will come up to me and go, hello, and I'll go, sorry, who are you?
Yeah.
Because I only ever see you in your helmet. Put your helmet on, recognise you straight away. Yeah, it's great. Mark Rogers Karting is joining us on the Karting Live YouTube stream. Hello to Mark. Hello to Mark. On the UAE RMC stream, we've got...
Happy Hat said, good luck 315, and then retracted it. Maybe that's because number 315, Abdullah Al-Qaeda, didn't do very well. I don't know. I'm just assuming. But Happy Hat did say good luck to Abdullah Al-Qaeda and then retracted his message.
And have you mentioned Raffaella?
I've mentioned Raffaella, and I've mentioned Jensen Kelly's grandparents.
Yes, who are in the south of France. South of France, did we say?
Southwest.
Southwest France.
which would be, let's have a look. So, what
Toulouse?
Toulouse, near the Andorra.
Biarritz?
Possibly, a bit of skiing going on down there. On the border of Andorra and Spain. And
yes. Just how west?
How west? How west?
Yes, on the coast.
But also in South Wales. It's always very nice in Nice, isn't it?
It's very nice in Nice, but Nice.
Didn't the Stranglers sing that
song?
Further
east, isn't it?
Nice in Nice. I think it was a Stranglers song. Here we are. My anorak is terrible this morning. Deary me.
Was it not The Damned?
The Damned did smash it up.
Oh, they did lots of things.
The Damned did lots of things.
If you'd like more information about late 70s, early punk rock,
come
to the commentary booth.
Definitely Nice in Nice was the Stranglers. Definitely.
And were they talking about the biscuit?
Pardon? The Nice biscuit, that's also very nice.
It is.
Yes.
Top Dunker.
Yes, a Top Dunker. Not as good as...
Not the Top Dunker, Top Dunker.
Here we go. I mean, it's early in the morning here. Top dunking biscuit's got to be a hobnob.
No, it's digestive.
Chocolate hobnob.
Digestive.
It's a typical digestive.
Do you dunk the fig roll?
No.
I do.
What about the date rolls we're getting?
Date rolls over here.
Ooh.
Oh.
No, it's...
We found a economy-based biscuit that's blooming gorgeous.
Yes. I'm going to try and take about 100 packets back in my suitcase.
You kind of wander down the supermarkets here going, how much?
Yeah.
Especially for the fruit. And then we went to the biscuit aisle and it was 40 pence. Fantastic.
And of course, we're used to fig rolls, which fig is the filling. These are date filled.
Yes.
But they're a dunker.
Yes. I haven't dunked them yet. I do think. I mean, I know what you're saying. Are you saying chocolate hobnob or just hobnob?
A regular hobnob is a top dunker with a chocolate hobnob.
Do you not feel the issue with a hobnob is it begins to shed its oats, and therefore you get a kind of a crusty top to your cup of tea of oats?
Possibly, but then
whereas I feel the digestive holds itself together better.
Until it gets to the bottom of the mug, and then it's just until it gets to the bottom.
By the way, the funny thing there was Henry's hand movement for bottom of the mug.
Neither of you have mentioned perhaps a biscuit that is right up there for dunking. But it's a knife edge exercise.
It's not the rich tea.
It's a rich tea.
No, it's too bland.
It's knife edge.
Too bland and too likely to collapse. I've just realised really that there's a vast amount of people in the paddock who probably don't drink much tea and certainly don't eat many biscuits. But they go, what are these people talking about? However, there's half the paddock going, oh no, I disagree. Oh yes, possibly.
Yeah.
What's your favourite dunking biscuit?
Come and tell us. Yes.
Come and tell us.
Or even bring a pack with us. We'll put it in
we've
got a coffee machine.
Right.
We'll do a live on-air test.
Yes.
All you've got to do is bring many biscuits up here.
I'm going to drag us back to utmost
some
professionalism.
go-karting. Yes.
With our Groups B versus C. Groups B and C for senior max out there. And it's Oscar Lambert and Conor Clancy. That's our front row of the grid. Zain El Homassani with Ryan Darmadasa back up there. They're row 2. Row 3, championship leader George Nasser and Mohamed Menemene.
George Nassar needs a new photo. He's had a haircut. Andrea Remy and Cian Crayenbull on row number 4. Jules Dumont and Oscar Backhouse. Great drive from Oscar to get into the top 10. Rayan Keirus and Hamza Al-Fayez, the returning Hamza Al-Fayez, P12.
Row 7, Abdul Al-Qaeda with Miles Roby. Row 8 is Max Dexter and Manaf Al-Balushi. Tameen Hasiba and Sanad Al-Hawawi share row 9.
Good to see Sanad Al-Hamawi. Eni Asachi, Jeremy Montgomery's from the deck collectors. Got some collecting to do from 20th. Philip Dinu, Esen Saeed, Samir Al-Assad, and Shivan Kartik. Top 24. And still they come.
Adam El-Bassioni, Andrew Obaid, Musad Al-Basim, Alicia Kanesa, Zahir Kura, and Zain Al-Zadyali round off what was that, 34?
I think we're up towards
30.
the 30 cards.
30 cards, yeah. We're allowed 36 on here. 36 is the maximum we can run at the Dubai Kartdrome.
And we'll see 36 in the final.
So it's Mumbai Falcons front row lockout with Oscar Lambert and Conor Clancy in his second weekend of senior Rotax racing. And we get things underway. The lights go out. We head out of turn 1, and that was Conor Clancy who got nudged there from his teammate, ended up spinning. Was it Clancy or was it Lambert?
It was Clancy.
It was Clancy on the left, wasn't it?
It was Clancy. I think both Lambert and Clancy tried to get to the centre of the circuit. Clancy realised that, this is Oscar's coming across at me, and then tried to sort of, just jink out of the way to avoid a collision. The back end stepped away. He was so lucky then that 28 drivers behind him managed to avoid. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. You can see now both Mumbai Falcons are getting pushed from behind, and I think, maybe that probably didn't help matters. For Clancy, the good news is for Clancy that he wasn't collected. I'm assuming he has been able to continue down at the back.
He was also very tight down there, as we'll see here on this shot. Very tight down here. The barrier is on the left, and he was lucky not to connect as Oscar Lambert comes through in the lead. Ray Damadasa for GGM is the driver that's taking up the charge to catch Oscar Lambert, and Zain Al Hamasani, George Nasser, Mohammed Menemene. They're the top 5 at the moment, but look at Oscar Lambert. He's pulling out down the hill through the left-hand hairpin, and then the sweeping left curves up and, under the bridge, and the remainder of the field trying to get back on terms with the Mumbai Falcons driver.
Yeah, that's the first chink in the armoury that we've seen for Conor Clancy this season. Rian Damadasa, Zain El Hamasani, second and third. Now, El Hamasani, I was speaking to Zain's mum yesterday, and she was saying that Zain lost out a championship position. I think he lost second or third in the championship a year or two ago by just 2 points. And the reason he lost it is because there was one race where he decided, I want to start third and not second. So he let somebody go, which was the equivalent of 2 championship points, so he could start third instead of second. Oh, there's a collision there on the bridge. Trying to see who that is. So that's why drivers are thinking of points. There's a move. Great move there from El Hamasani.
That's my favourite move.
Yeah.
Overtaking place. I didn't point that out. Just off the bridge and down the inside. So is that Damadasa who's gone through there?
It was El Hamasani passing Damadasa.
Yes.
And there goes George Nassar passing Rian Damadasa. So the 2 M&M carts moving up. And we're having a little look. The kartshot.me replay. Great.
There's the move. Yeah,
great instinctive move.
That is where we're going to see a lot of overtakes there, because the momentum of the car takes you to the right-hand side of the track. You compromise the turn. You compromise turn 4 for. You compromise turn 4 for turn 5 to get you down the inside into the hairpin.
Yes, indeed. Now, can Zain El Hamasani and George Nassar work together to close the gap on Oscar Lambert, which stands at 1.5 seconds? And there's Damadasa trying to come back at Nassar.
And Nassar was trying to come back at El Hamasani. Nassar just having a little peek down the inside into the left-hand hairpin. Through the chicane now, going back uphill. Here they are. Through a right-hand hairpin and down that very short back straight towards along the building line, just ducking their heads down. That's Lambert out of the corner first. The 2 M&M drivers, El Hamasani and Nassar, are next, with Damadasa right on the tail of these 2 in second and third. Using all of the track and more, it's 4 laps completed, off towards half distance we go.
Sadly, Musad Al-Bassam's race has been run. He's the driver whose kart is stationed on the right-hand side of your screen there, just off track, the JNKD driver. Jeremy Montgomery Swan is mired back in 15th position. Max Dexter running 11th, just behind Miles Roby and just in front of Jules Dumont. As we look now at Damadasa trying to come back. There's a move. Damadasa to the inside on George Nassar. Makes the move, and look at that. George Nassar then is forced offline, spoils his momentum all the way up the hill. Mohammed Manaim there and Hamza Al-Fayez now close in to try and pounce on the championship leader. Although Hamza Al-Fayez, is Nassar's new teammate, he's going to be helping George Nassar as much as possible in the title fight. Next weekend, of course, is every man, woman and child for himself. But this weekend, Hamza Al-Fayez is trying to protect his new teammate. And there goes Nassar and Al-Fayez past Manaim there.
And got to be mentioned, Conor Clancy already up to 20th place here at half distance. Remember, Connor was started on the front row of the grid, ended up getting spun out at the start, went dead last in 30th place, and now he's making his way. It's a bit of a damage limitation exercise for Connor, but he's up to 20th now with 6 laps completed next time by for this field. Oscar Lambert still has a gap of just under 2 seconds, but the battle now beginning to rage as Damadasa gets onto the rear bumper of El Hamasani as they cross the line. 6 laps completed. Can Damadasa challenge for that second place?
The number 327, Oscar Lambert. What was that? That was a warning flag for Lambert on the start line gantry I just saw then, possibly. Clancy's up to 19th. I got a feeling that Clancy's going to be in the top 15. Looking at those around him, he's got, well, Manaf Al-Balushi is in 16th position. Then there's a bit of a gap behind Al-Balushi. So Clancy to get to 17th, I think, would be a reasonable shout at this stage of proceedings, and unless, of course, anybody else has problems in front of it. Adam El-Bassani down in 21st, for example, not having a great run of things, as Lambert is lead 1.6 seconds.
This is great racing, as we've come to expect in the UAE RMC. Senior Max Groups B and C out at the moment, and with Oscar Lambert being left all alone at the front of this field after that incident at the start, his teammate Connor Clancy, the victim of that one. Things a little bit settled at the halfway stage here, with El Hamasani looking composed. Ren Damadasa not really being able to get on terms with the rear bumper, and championship leader George Nasser there, the Matthias Najem Motorsport driver, in that 4th place there, not quite having the pace to get back on terms with Damadasa. Behind these top 4, we've got Hamza Al-Fayez taking up the charge with Andrea Remy, Mohamed Menemene and Kian Crayenbull, with Max Dexter just inside the top 10 now, with Oscar Backhouse rounding off the top 10. That's the rest of the field coming through there. But 8 laps completed, 2 more to go.
Yep, as we look at the gap now, shrinking by a couple of tenths of a second, but I think that is now Oscar Lambert sort of in preservation mode. Doesn't need to push the envelope, as it were, for the next 2 laps. He can just control things. El Hamasani will have his hands full with Damadasa before too long. Nassar there in 4th position, then a gap of about 1.8 seconds back to Al-Fayez, then Menene, Remy, Crayenbull, Dexter, Oscar Backhouse. That's a great performance from Oscar Backhouse, the best I've ever seen Oscar drive. Top 10 ahead of Dumont, Roby, and Connor Clancy is up into P17, but he is nearly 2 seconds behind Manaf Al-Balushi, who runs in 16th position.
You make a good point, Henry, as Oscar Lambert heads out onto the final lap of this heat for the Mumbai Falcons driver. You mentioned there just composing himself, managing the kart to the checkered flag now. 1 set of Mojo D5s for today. They've got to make these tyres last through qualifying, the heats, the pre-finals and the finals. I mean, that's not a hard thing to do. The tyre is a robust enough tyre. However, if you overdrive and you ruin the tyre, it's never going to come back. So there is going to be an element from Oscar Lambert and perhaps other drivers within the field that they are managing the tyres to the checkered flag, but none more so than Oscar Lambert, who has the pace. He has the pace to be able to get into a position where he is now and then manage this kart to the flag. He's got 1 more turn to go, Henry, and the checkered flag flies.
Yes, indeed. A great drive there from Oscar Lambert, and he takes the race victory. El Hamasani second, Damadasa is third. Any position change on the last lap? No. Can I just quickly say, Tamim Hasiba finishing in 16th position, the Qatari driver. I'm going to go back to the MENA International, the MENA Nations Cup back in December 2022. Tamim Hasiba did his first ever owner-driver race then in the MENA Nations Cup 2022. He was part of the Qatari team, miles off the pace.
Right.
And now
he's
running
right
top 15,
yeah.
top 16 in this. What a progression for that young man, Tamim Hasiba. Really, really good to see Qatar.
Just behind him, Henry, Conor Clancy.
In V17, yes.
Having ended up at the back of the field and pointing in the wrong direction, I'll say.
Yep.
Conor fighting his way through and ending up 17th in that heat.
And he was closer to Oscar Lambert at the end of lap 10 than he was at the end of lap 1.
Yes.
He was 13 seconds behind Oscar Lambert at the end of lap number 1 when he was in 30th position. So he passed 13 drivers and gained 1.5 seconds on Oscar Lambert.
I'm just looking at his best lap time as well, of 54.6. Oscar Lambert's 54.8. I mean, you could, or George Nasser 54.6. You could say that, you know, there was no need for Oscar Lambert to really push hard and get, you know, for the best lap time. He was managing that lead. But yes, I mean, Conor Clancy shouldn't be 17th. He would have been right there battling. And
that'll be Conor's.
I think we were robbed of a Mumbai Falcons inter-team scrap there.
Yeah. You know, and of course you're looking back at the replay of the start, and of course you did see obviously there was El Homassani was pushing Lambert, and Damadasa was pushing Clancy. It was obviously very close at the start, and when, you know, drivers suddenly change direction whilst they're being pushed, or they ease off the throttle to avoid a collision, that's when you see the kind of the action that you saw at the very start of that race.
You know, we've been around karting, we've been around racing. That start from any form of motorsport is perhaps the most frantic, chaotic part of any race. It's where everybody's the closest that they're going to be.
Absolutely. I've got to say, I mean, you talked about the temperature. It's very pleasant. I'm going to just quickly put my Alpine Stars hoodie on.
It's the aircon in here,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to put my Alpine Stars hoodie on to go with my Alpine Stars trainers. That I'm now a brand ambassador for Alpine Stars. Go to the Alpine Stars website so you can look just like me.
Arsene and Guyan, I think that's Guyan. Arsene and Guyan. Is anybody know Laurent 312 asked anybody knows the track, the temperature here at the track. Arsene Guyan, who has woken up, says it's 20 degrees. I think it's a little bit warmer actually. I think it's about 22, 23. Or maybe that's going to be this afternoon when we hit the highs. Not too hot for the tyres, no, Arsene and Guyan, and the driver, of course. I'm going to assure you that they're working very hard out there. It's a very, very physically demanding track here at the Dubai Kartdrome, and for different reasons than, say, Al Ain or Al Fassan, where the high-speed sections really does sap the energy. It's the constant turning and changing of direction here that takes the energy out of the human element.
Yeah, and also you know the curbing. You know, you're constantly hitting curbs. You know, your the track surface. You know, the white line, the painted curbing off the track. You know, you're constantly on there as well, which just, you know, with no suspension on the karts, it adds a little bit of extra physicality to the circuit. You see the recovery vehicle heading back underneath the bridge to its position. There's
a reason why Formula One drivers and other professional racing drivers get out on a kart track in their off season.
Yes, here a lot of them do it here.
Which is now, absolutely, and it's a way of keeping race fit, because you can go to the gym as many times as you want, but it's in the seat. There's the result then of the first heat for Senior Max. It's groups B and C that came together, and it's Oscar Lambert who took the win in quite commanding style, I've got to say. Zain El Homassani was not that far behind, as was Rayan Damadasa. Championship leader George Nasser consolidates that with a good fourth position. Hamza El Fayez was fifth, with Mohamed Menaminite sixth.
Andrea Remy, Max Dexter, Cian Crahenbull, and Oscar Backhouse, the rest of your top 10. Jules Dumont and Miles Roby up next.
Jeremy Montgomery Swan with Rain Carouse in 13th and 14th. Manaf Al-Balushi was 15th. 16th was Tamim Hasiba, with Conor Clancy a recovering 17th. Eni Asashi was next.
Adam El-Bassani, Sanad Al-Hamawi, Abdullah Al-Qaita, Shivan Kartik, Yazan Al-Zajali, Great to see Yassin Al-Zajali back, the Omani driver. Done a lot of rental kart racing, and now into the world of owner-driver karting as well. Alicia Canessa was next after failing to do a lap in qualifying, Alicia.
In 25th was Andrew Obaid with Philip Dinu, Asen Sahid, Samir Al-Hassad, Zahir Kura and Musad Al-Bassam 30th, rounding off our 30-kart field for Groups B and C. We've got Minimax coming next, and that's always a one that delivers. If you want entertainment, if you want drama, if you want intrigue, Minimax is the class for you.
It is Minimax up next, yes, because of course the next. Every class here will have the single grid classes have a heat and then a pre-final. And this afternoon they will have a final. The seniors, they have 3 heats instead. The same amount of everyone does the same amount of racing, but they don't have their pre-final. Pre-final points are the same as heat points, so everybody remains equal. It'll be Minimax, then DD2, then juniors, and then the Group A versus Group C in seniors. Then we'll be into the pre-finals. Pre-finals for Micro, Mini, DD2, and then before the Junior Max pre-final, we'll have the last of the senior heat races. The clouds have dissipated largely away from the circuit. The traditional, Arabic blue skies over the sand-coloured buildings around Motor City. At about, what should we say, about an hour and a half's time, this part of Motor City will, the relative peace and serenity will be shattered by the sound of many, many sports cars. 60 plus over at the Dubai Kartdrome. Now, I wonder how many of the drivers are going to go over there in the evening. And I mean, surely our host, David Bright, from the Dubai Kartdrome, would have somehow got his hands on some free passes for his competitors this weekend. I know David's out on the balcony watching. Surely a man of David's connections should have sorted out at least 200 free passes.
Just going to drag this back before we get evicted. It's usually free entry.
Oh, really?
For spectating. Yes. However, there's a ticket price this year.
Yes.
Because of the popularity of a certain Indian actor.
Yes, Mr. Kumar.
Yes, Ajit Kumar.
Ajit Kumar. Well, I mean,
Nick and I did the parade in the outside here on the street on Wednesday night.
Yes.
And we went around, we had a couple of microphones, we went around interviewing the drivers. If we weren't here this weekend, Nick and I would be on the road, of course.
You'd be coerced over there.
And the adulation is phenomenal from Mr. Kumar's fans.
I'm sure. I can't wait.
And this is what I mean about if you are a motorsport fan and a petrol head, you need to come to Motor City in Dubai and just find yourself the Dubai Kartdrome. Over the road, literally over the road is the Dubai Kartdrome.
Yep.
Track days, track experiences at both venues is worth, is worth coming out here and trying your hand at anything.
Because this isn't just the only kart circuit. There's the indoor kart circuit, which is literally just in the grey building. You'll see, coming out from underneath the tunnel.
Imagine it gets a lot of use in the summer.
But of course, there is an endurance series that uses both.
We've seen that.
Yes.
We can talk about that, actually.
We can talk. Here we go.
Here is the grid, then, for Minimax, and it's that young magician, Oliver Butchard, who will line up on the pole position. The second place on the grid is Ivan Jančičević with Benjamin Kračikovic and Albij Stubbs sharing the second row. Francesco Lisignoli shares row 3 with William Mazzali.
Kia Ivanov and Vaiko Payamaki round out row number 4. Charlie Page and Paul Schutzman are next. Adam Fleury and Max Payton, your top 12.
Moving on, 13th on the grid is Mikhail Mitrokin with Gleb Obukov, Rafael Zagati, Austin Gray share row 8. Row 9 is Zahaya Turkey and Arad Esan share row 9.
Austin Gray has got some work to do from the 8th row of the grid, Mikhail Tverdokliyabov and Vivan Chuan are next. No Attica Mia, she is racing over in Europe this week. As you're watching there, though, there is the indoor kart centre, just behind the drivers there. The track layout for that is fantastic. 30 corners for the Endurance Championship. You know, you use the whole circuit here and the indoor circuit. Fantastic.
That is great experience. Teams. It's a team competition as well, isn't it?
I
Teams
wonder
of drivers.
That circuit's not licensed to run this type of kart, is it?
It's a bit tight.
That's a bit tight.
That really is around the house.
Oh well, yeah, that'd be good fun though. Two different track services. The team mechanics and the managers would love that.
It's the synergy colours then, the team synergy colours of Oliver Butchard that lead the field towards the lights. Will the lights go out? We are indeed going racing. And it's a very crowded turn 1 as Butchard clinches the inside line into turn 2, the hairpin. Heavy braking there into the hairpin there, Henry, and then through the left-hand hairpin and out. Here they come across the bridge for the first time.
Yes, somebody.
And I think it's a false start.
Somebody in the middle of the pack there, about 4th or 5th position, I'm trying to see, it was a red and white livery kart, got a huge tank slapper on going into turn number 2, and very, very fortunate not to have a major moment there. I'm not even convinced if it wasn't the Axel. Well, it's Ivan Janicevic in the Axel GP colours, although earlier on Mark Baines did remind me that it's strictly Mark Baines Motorsports this weekend. Axel GP, they're not here. They've got their 1 or 2 remaining karts. I think that Axel GP team we may have seen the last of them as a force here in the UAE. Even Janikjevic running in 3rd position, make that 4th position. Karachkovic now passing. LBJ Stubbs up into 4th position. Let's have a look at the kartshot.me replay now. Look for there is Butchard, and a little bit further back.
Oh, that was really brave from Krachkovic, who slid down the inside, heavily on the brakes at that point, and he just jinked the car to the right, went down the gap. The gap was there, and he went through it.
Yes, indeed. Now, Butchard leads them up the hill. LBJ Stubbs, the Sam Pollitt Racing, number 196. Well, LBJ, he learned very quickly because Alain Raceway starts not good for LBJ. Today, start very good. So learning all the while is LBJ Stubbs. A lot of toing and throwing back in the pack as Butchard, head down, completes another lap, leading Stubbs by 0.6 of a second. Karachkovic, Janikjevic, then Page, Charlie Page up to P5. Ivanov, Gray, great start for Austin Gray up to P7. Lisignoli, Mazzali, Payamaki, Fleury. Then it's Turkey, Mitrokin, Schutzman, Payton, and Obukov.
I can assure you, everybody, that these youngsters are absolutely flat chat racing out there at the Dubai Kartdrome. They are not holding back. They are maximising every braking point, every turning point. They are absolutely on the limit of the grip of their karts, out onto the back straight, and Oliver Butchard down the outside, or down the inside, I should say, of the building line there, into the hairpin. And then the most technical part of this Dubai Kartdrome, through the sweeps and turns, into that all-important final turn. And Benjamin Krachkovic, right there now, getting on terms with the pink livery of Sam Pollitt Racing. LBJ Stubbs there on the pink and white blue kart, being followed very closely, and there down the inside he tries it for the first time. That's going to cost him time, and a little bit of an impetuous move by Benjamin Krachkovic for JNKD. Maybe if he'd waited until that point there, he might have had the better momentum, but when the momentum's there, Henry, that's, I think, what Benjamin was thinking. I've got momentum, I'm going to try and use it.
Yeah, exactly. He thought, right, we'll have one little go now. Stubbs looking over his shoulder, probably not best pleased with him, but I mean, again, it's Benjamin's right to have a go whenever he sees fit. He looks again to the inside. There's a move, and this time LBJ Stubbs sort of gets out of the way. Here's your kartshop.me replay. Karachkovic sends it to the inside. Fair play to LBJ. He saw out of his peripheral vision Karachkovic's kart coming up through the inside of him and didn't turn in.
Used the tin opener there,
Yes,
he did, mate, didn't he?
Yeah,
he used the tin opener, and Karachkovic for JNKD now is trying to break free from LBJ Stubbs, and I think he's actually achieving that. He's off and he's after our leader, Oliver Butchard. He has pulled out the gap to LBJ Stubbs. Down the hill they go, into the left-hand hairpin. All important this, because this defines the speed through the left-hand sweeps and under the bridge. It's a flat-out piece of track here, and then into the chicane here, left, right, and then very tight left to take you out onto the back stretch on this track.
Out of turn number 12, down towards turn 13 now. Butchard controlling the pace nicely up at the front. Ivan Janicevic down to 6th position from the front row of the grid, battling to stay ahead of Kian Ivanov. Lisignoli, Mazzali, Payamaki are right there behind them, but the lead the lead 4 drivers, with Page now up to P4, quite spread out, I have to say. Karachkovic isn't going to really have enough time to make any significant inroads into Butchard's lead, but he is quick enough by a long way to stay clear of a potential assault from Albie J. Stubbs.
Yeah, I like that, the potential assault. I think Albie is struggling really to get back on terms here, and if he's not careful, Charlie Page is going to be right there. However, time ticking by, Henry, and they're going to be very shortly entering into their final lap of this heat for Minimax. Here they come through the final section of the track into the final turn, using all of the curb and more, and across the line they will see last lap. A fine sight to see when you're in the lead, as Oliver Butchard is. And if anything, these three beginning to come together, aren't they? 2nd, 3rd and 4th beginning to concertina up over the bridge for the final time.
Yeah, Charlie Page has got something to say, because he's going to keep pushing, and that might, in fact, sort of give Albie J. Stubbs a little bit of extra momentum or impetus to try and close in on Benjamin Karachkovic down round the bottom end of the circuit, underneath the bridge. Up the hill, Oliver Butchard. Well, he just said that he hoped, his tactics were, he hoped that he would get the inside line and that his teammate Janicevic could slot into 2nd. It didn't quite happen that way, but it doesn't matter, because Butchard was still able to control the pace wonderfully from the front. A very accomplished drive from Oliver Butchard, who returns the championship with a win.
And a little bit of showboating across the line from young Mr. Butchard. In 2nd place then, JNKD's Benjamin Krachkovic. He does actually hang on to that. Albie J. Stubbs just didn't quite find anything in the toolkit to come back at him, and it's the Sam Pollard Racing driver that will finish in 3rd. Charlie Page was 4th, Austin Gray was 5th, Ivan Chachigevich was 6th, Francesco Lisignoli was 7th, Kier Ivanov was 8th, and it was William Mazzali that finished in 9th, with the top 10 being rounded off by Vico Pagiami.
Yeah, there's a look at your top 6. Good drive from Austin Gray, 16th to 5th. Behind Payamaki is Schutzman in 11th. Mitrokin is 12th, the NI Racing team. Peyton, Obukov, Zagati, Asan, Tverdokliyabov, and Turkey.
Adam Fleury and Vivian Chouan round off the 20-car field. All finished, all 20 carts that started actually finished. And Mikhail Tverdokliyabov moving up the order in 17th. The novice driver there, Mikhail, is finding his feet, aren't they? There's a lot of drivers here on the novice plates, new to karting, that are... what is great to see when you cover a championship like we are here in the UAE RMC, you see the drivers learn and progress and get faster and get faster.
Absolutely.
And before you know it, they're on the fringes of the top 10, and then they're right embedded in the top 10.
Yeah,
eventually.
no, absolutely indeed. As we look for the next race up will be the the heat race for DD2 and DD2 Masters. And that is set to start in about 8 minutes' time.
Now then, what do we mean by DD2 Masters? We don't mean they're the best.
No.
What we mean is they're really old.
We mean they're 31 years and above.
Yes, so really old drivers of 31 and above form their own championship within a championship, isn't it? It's the Masters element, but they can indeed score points for the overall DD2 championship. It's kind of a sub-class within the DD2 class.
I'm going to upset everybody now in the commentary box.
Are you?
If you were born on the day that Ayrton Senna was killed, this year...
May the 1st, 1994?
You would be eligible for a DD2 Masters.
That was 31 years ago, was it?
Yes.
It'll be 32 years ago in May.
It would be 32 years ago.
Yeah.
So if you were born on the day that Ayrton Senna was killed, then you would now be eligible to race in
And you
Masters.
know what? That day actually feels like 2 weeks ago.
And that is extremely upsetting news.
Yes. It was an extremely upsetting weekend, that one.
Well, it was. But, I mean, the fact that now, oh, dear.
Yeah, I thought Nick was going to say something there, but I think you've depressed him. He picked up the microphone, but I think you've depressed him because he now realises just how old he is, because he was there when Jim Clark was killed.
Oh, well, I wasn't there. I was alive.
No, but you were alive.
Alive.
As was I. I know. When were you born, Henry?
You were alive when Wolf... I think you weren't
1981.
Weren't you alive when Wolfgang Van Trips was killed?
No, I'm not that old. Henry was alive when...
January 1981.
He was alive when Gilles Villeneuve was killed.
Wow.
May the 8th, 1982.
Not overly sure we should measure our age by deaths of racing drivers, to be honest. It's not the most jolly of concepts.
He started it.
It is true, actually, yes. You're a master if you were there when we weren't there.
Yeah, well, I mean...
I just want to mention, guys, you know when we've all raced ourselves here?
Yes.
And can you remember when you used to turn up at the track and you would run out of, you'd need maybe a zip tie or a number plate. There'd always be somewhere at the track where you could go and purchase. I've got a feeling that
when I was racing, zip ties hadn't been invented.
Possibly. Jubilee clips.
Oh, yes.
There would always be a place on the track where you could go and get your bits and pieces and your spares and things that you forgot, or even things that you end up damaging. Well, kartshop.me are in the paddock.
They are.
For all of your needs, those last-minute needs, or even those front of house needs, and they sell everything from axles to. I do indeed believe they are the distributors of the backbone of the OTK range: the Tony karts, the Cosmics, the Esprits, the EOS, Gillards, Red Speeds, LN karts, Lando Norris karts, the Carlos Sainz 55s. Kartshop.me, Kartshop Middle East, is where you need to be, and you'll find them in the paddock. You can't miss them. And a big thanks to them for coming on board as our replay partner. And it's down to kartshop.me that we're able to bring you those replays.
Yes.
As well as Nick pressing the right.
Can I ask a question? And it's probably a question you shouldn't ask in the karting community. Is the Carlos Sainz 55 and the Lando Norris kart exactly the same apart from the powder coating?
Yes.
Right.
They are exactly the same as the Red Speed, the Gillard, the EOS, the Esprit, the Cosmic, and the Tony kart. Just the colours differ.
Right.
They're an OTK kart. Well, it gives a variation of a colour theme. You know, when you walk into a car showroom and you see, I don't know, I'm going to use Mini, and you've got a yellow one and a red one and a black one. It's a similar thing.
I'm going to quote Pink Floyd. Dun, dun, money. Dun, dun, dun.
I thought you go for another brick in the wall then. I know.
No. It's all about money.
At some point, we need a reference to the last 20 years.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we do. ABBA? No.
Sorry,
that's
70s
worse.
again. We, the nearest we've got so far is May 1994.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll work on that. Ladies and gentlemen, but of course, kartshop.me are our replay partners. Yes. We are still searching for a title sponsor. For
Yas Marina, the fastest track of the season.
A title sponsor for next time's coverage at Yas Marina.
Speak to Guy Sheffield. We can play out your advertising videos. We can
see, because this
everything.
You know, here's something. If you want us to shut up and stop wittering on about, or stop me wittering on about sad things about motorsport and music and what have you, then simply start advertising, because this is the opportunity that we would have to play your adverts. Less Henry, more adverts.
That's right. You have less Henry Baudet, who's now the sad things in motorsport export.
Yeah.
Do you remember the time?
Less Henry.
Frank Kitty stubbed his toe.
Yeah, less Henry, more adverts. That should be the key for everybody. You can see there. Yes.
Play something out.
Well, we already talked about Caltex in motorsport, looking at the barrier there. I haven't got a story about Auto Pro oil change, really to bring you.
I think we maybe need to tap them on the shoulder and say,
aren't they government?
I don't know.
Well, they do the government testing. I don't know what the UAE there's a government UAE test station.
Vehicle test.
Auto Pro, yeah, which I assume is a bit like the MOT in the UK. I'm just wondering what they test. It's quite a quick test. I wonder if it's just emissions and brakes or other things as well. So if you're in the UAE, please tell me what they're testing.
Yes.
It's exciting for me.
Is it like an MOT, like a vehicle test to make it roadworthy?
Okay, so,
here we go. DD2s are ready and waiting. Here's our grid. Max Dexter, that's our pole driver, doing double duties in Senior Max and DD2s. He's alongside. It's going to be a hard job to keep Mark Bassier behind, and even harder to keep the likes of Theo Kakati and Suleiman Zanfari behind them as well. Add in Tyler Harris and Hamza Rashisho.
Sorry, I'm just looking at Suleiman Zanfari's driver photo. Oh dear. I mean, the lad has a great sense of humour to Suleiman Zanfari. Tony Hogg and Maurice Kiopas, row 4, the leading Masters drivers ahead of Kyle Blockley. Adam Malik wants to get past the Masters quickly. Gredwat Nicolo Cacciatore. And at the back of the field, they will be Sam Walker on his CRG for today. Oh,
now there's been a little bit of jiggery pokery going on at the back of the grill, as Greg Watt was at the bottom of the timing screen. He's now moved up to. So I'm not sure whether it was times deleted
I would
or
imagine
the light.
times deleted, yes. Here we go. Can Max Dexter make a triumphant return to the championship? Theo Kakati, this is the first time that Theo has not been at the head of the running order. Mark Bassier will be looking to take points off Tyler Harris.
I would imagine it's a very, very busy lap for these. It's a very busy lap without the thought of 2-ratio gearbox to contend with.
We need to find out how many times they're changing gears a lap.
Tell. I mean, Tony Hogg, listen to our Paddock show, watch our Paddock show. We get a massive technical insight from Tony Hogg, and he does estimate roughly how many gear changes.
But he doesn't want to give it away too much, because, of course, everyone's got their own little secrets and trademarks. As the lights go out.
Yeah, Max Dexter gets a great start there and leads through turn 1 into turn 2, the hairpin, as the rest of the field follow through. They're out onto the bridge for the first time. Dexter looks over his shoulder. Yep, the field is there as expected. This is a tricky part of the track now, downhill all the way through the left-hander. Kakati being very forceful. Can he do the switch back? No, he has to settle in behind him, Henry.
He has indeed. Further back, you're looking at the third place driver. Is that... Oh, look at Kakati trying to go round the outside, side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel. Great stuff between Dexter and Kakati. That's going to bring Tyler Harris into play. Harris now gets shuffled to the outside. Fantastic battling between Dexter and Kakati, and that's the good thing about when drivers aren't going for a championship. They just battling for the race win. Great levels of respect there between Dexter and Kakati, I have to say.
Tyler Harris got hung out to dry there on the back straight. He's now being challenged by Kyle Blockley, who's come up there, the Kart Advisor Academy driver, in there into third place ahead of them. Tyler Harris absolutely ran out of track there onto the back straight. But then this is why Kakati was being so forceful, because once the race settles in, like we see now on lap 2 even, that's when Dexter can start. The tyres have come in, the karts are balanced where the drivers want them. Now it's a harder job for Theo Kakati in that second place cart, what you can see there, to challenge Dexter for the lead.
Tyler Harris has done a great job up into P3. He gets past Kyle Blockley, and that keeps Tyler ahead of all his main championship rivals. Hamza Hashisho, P8, Mark Bassier, P6, Adam Malik, P10. So Harris is doing what he needs to do at the moment. He doesn't need to worry about these two running first and second. They are not his rivals for the grand finals ticket. Kyle Blockley, meanwhile, is thinking, yeah, I know there's all this talk about Maurice Knopers and Tony Hogg coming back, but I am Maurice Knopper's closest rival, and I want to try and go back to the grand finals for the first time since 2015.
Oh, wow. And that's, would you believe that's 10 years, guys?
That's
10 years.
11 years
yes,
now.
It'll
be 11 years. Kyle Blockley has, and of course in 2015 the grand finals were at Portimao in Portugal. That's where they are this year. So Blockley's thinking, okay, I've got to, I know that place. I fancy my chances here. I'll fly under the radar. All the talk will be about Maurice Knoppers, the reigning, grand finals DD2 Masters champion. And I will continue to do my bit as well. Oh, sorry, E20 Masters champion.
Theo Kakati, it's his last event this weekend, and he will want to go out on top. He's challenging Max Dexter, wheel-banging moment going on there. Dexter, remember, and Kakati down the inside.
Brilliant.
He made that happen at the hairpin, but Dexter's going to come back at him inside line at the chicane and chops it back. This is these young men will be absolutely delighted when they get back to Parc Fermé, because this is clean, close, fair racing. It is pure racecraft that we're seeing here. And Kakati resting the front bumper onto the rear bumper of Dexter. Tries down the inside. He's not going to have the ideal line. And here comes Tyler Harris to make it a 3-card battle for the lead. This is not over. In fact, this is only half distance.
Yes, indeed. Now, Tyler Harris has got to be careful. He doesn't want to get himself caught up. He's doing just fine. He tries to go around the outside as Harris. Not quite. We're going to get three wide over the bridge. Harris to the race lead. Not quite.
Here comes Mark Bassier. Here comes Mark Bassier. Tyler Harris down the inside. Kakati goes through. Dexter hung out to dry. Here comes Bassier in fourth. Fifth and sixth not far away as well. Side by side into the chicane. It's Tyler Harris, championship leader. This is where he wants to be. Into the left-hander hairpin. The right-hand hairpin's next, and then down the back straight. What's going to happen into turn 10? Who knows? But it's the final section of track here that's all important, because that's going to define how this absolute I think everybody's first at the moment, Henry.
Yeah, apart from Kyle Blockley, who's sadly retired. Blockley's out of the race, and now the two leading Masters runners, Knoppers and Hogg, they have joined the back, so they're in 5th and 6th position. So Knoppers there with the orange crash helmet, Tony Hogg with the brand race suit, 5th and 6th. They're ahead of Malik, Hashisho, Zanfari. The top 9 separated by less than 5 seconds.
This is why Tony Hogg has come out of retirement for the Dubai Kartdrome. This is a place he knows well, and he'd be absolutely loving this. He's currently 6th on a train of 6 carts for the lead of this DD2 heat. It's Tyler Harris now beginning to find his composure with Theo Kakati. These two now pulling away from Max Dexter and Mark Bassier. This is why these two were fighting fiercely in the early laps to get to where they are now. However, the moment they start to squabble, Henry, with 6 laps completed, 2 more laps remaining, the rest of that 6-cart pack are going to catch them again.
Well, look at Kakati trying to go around the outside. Harris is going to squeeze him wide. Here comes Knoppers on the outside. Here comes Bassier. Mark Bassier. Now, this isn't great news for Tyler Harris. You think, okay, well, he's got his teammate behind him. That's good news. Well, potentially, Bassier, though, is a title rival. He's not directly behind Tyler Harris anymore. Kakati comes back at him.
This is outstanding racecraft from everyone, because now the moment that the leaders start squabbling, everybody joins in. At the moment, though, Tyler Harris has managed to break free purely because everyone behind him, from Theo Kakati, Mark Bassier, Max Dexter, Maurice Knoppers, Tony Hogg, And where's Adam Malik? He's not that far away as well. He's gaining ground.
Yeah, Malik has just joined the back of this group in P7 with Hashisho right behind him. Last lap, but I wouldn't want to guess who's going to emerge. Still leading. Harris looks like he may just have done enough.
And I think I saw, Max Dexter for a moment got into third, but Bassier chops the nose off that cart and maintains that third place. Tyler Harris, Theo Kakati with the bright yellow left-hand sleeve there. What you can see, the purple helmet of Kakati chasing down the orange and blue Mumbai Falcons livery cart of Tyler Harris. You can see the team name on the back of his overalls here. Getting to the final stages of this heat. I think it's a done deal. We're going to see a massive mistake from Tyler Harris if he's to lose this lead. Kakati's going to be there to rob him if he does. I don't think he's going to, though. And it will be, indeed, Tyler Harris who takes the heat for DD2. Theo Kakati, Mark Bassier, Max Dexter, Morris Canopoulos, Adam Malik gets ahead and into sixth. Hamza Hashisho, Suleiman Sanfari, and Tony Hogg. I don't know what happened there, Henry, but Tony went from fifth, I think, fifth or sixth, down to ninth.
Yep.
On that final lap.
Ahead of Greg Watt, finishing in 10th, followed by Nicolo Cacciatore and Sam Walker. There's Watt, Cacciatore and Walker, so they had a good scrap as well. But best race of the day by some margin, won by Tyler Harris from Theo Kakati.
That was the best race of the season, wasn't it?
It was an excellent race. For the first lap, I think, Dexter and Kakati, they showed themselves an awful lot of respect there as well.
Yeah, it was good racecraft all round from everyone.
Good racecraft, but also, Tyler Harris did well to not, get needlessly involved. And when Harris appeared alongside Kakati and Dexter, they defended, but they didn't chop Harris off and cause any issues. A look at the. Oh, that photo of Suleiman Zanfari is... he doesn't look like that normally. That is... yes. Smile, Suleiman. Anyway. No. Tony Hogg, 9th. Greg Watt, Nicolo Cacciatore, and Sam Walker. Hamza Hashisho finishing in 7th position. Sadly, Kyle Blockley from running second or third and failing to finish. Well, that was a nice, exciting...
I check you've got no more sad motorsport stories to tell.
No, so Sam Walker, incredibly fast considering his age. Marcelino...
how old is he?
Well, I'm not quite sure, but he's only over 31. He doesn't look that old. I mean, with friends like that, Marcelino, who needs enemies? I'm sure Sam is very, very grateful for your support.
Thank you very much.
Our next race will be our juniors on circuit. All 30 of them will go there. I haven't got any more, sad. I've got plenty of sad motorsports. So there's Kyle Block. There's a sad story. For whatever reason, Kyle Blockley's kart did not see the end of that race after being so far up in the early stages.
You ride on the back of that. Is that Toyota? Some of the badge of the new Chinese cars are very similar. The Chinese trucks are very similar to the other ones. But I think
that is a
actually is a Toyota. The
Toyota.
Car in front of that cart is a Toyota.
the car in front is a Toyota. There's an early 90s advertising slow. Was it mid 90s?
They carried that on a bit later. I think that's definitely the 2000s.
It is. Oh, there we are. First 21st century cultural reference, pop culture reference of the day.
I think our only chance really of getting up the time is get Farrers back in here again.
Yeah. Although I do remember there's a British touring car clip of Murray Walker saying about the car in front as a Toyota. And
well, he was doing it in the glory days of super touring in the late 90s. So.
Yes. He was talking about Julian Bailey's Toyota at the time, I believe.
Julian Bailey.
There we are, part of the British Rat Pack, as it were. That Toyota is now being filled up again with recovery personnel. Off it goes.
I kind of abandoned that cart, like not actually on the into the parc fermé. Just
there's someone else to drag it back into the pit lane. We'll go back
different job roles.
Different
the
job
delivery,
roles.
the delivery driver there.
Yes.
And then the rescuing driver.
Yes.
Rescuing team have to put it back in from the side of the track.
Now watch how fast this guy goes the wrong way under the bridge. Fantastic. Gets his head down. Mind you, if you were a recovery vehicle on a race circuit, you'd put your foot down as well, wouldn't you?
It's giving it some, wasn't it?
Yes. You know, it's
where's he parked up then? Where's he live?
He is on the downhill section, on the outside of the downhill section. So he's got to try and go around and surely he's got to then reverse back in to his position.
So therefore he knows how to reverse a trailer, which is one on me, I can tell you.
Yes.
Whenever I try reversing a trailer, just jackknifed.
Or he's got there's an extra little way that he can get into his position off track to watch the racing. We'll have to have a look and see where he emerges from in the future, because I'm sure that that is not the last time we will see our friendly recovery personnel in their Toyota, as we have got, let's have a look, 4 minutes. 4 minutes before the juniors are up. Joe, we got as far as pop culture references. The car in front is a Toyota. And Nick thinks that was into the 2000s. I think that's mid-90s. I think it's mid-90s.
They ran it for a long time.
Yes, but I think that was probably 80s when that started.
Yeah, well, I think they were running that up until a few years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Audi's been Vorsprung durch Technik since...
For years,
many years.
25 years.
Since we all decided it was fine to have a German logo.
Well, I remember, being around sports car racing. The Audi R8 came in late 90s, through the 2000s, dominated Le Mans and endurance racing. And Vorsprung durch Technik was the tagline then.
Yeah, I mean, it was Vorsprung durch... it's not about you joggers who go round and round and round.
Oh, Vorsprung durch Technik, I think, came out with the Quattro.
Yes.
Which is back, you mean back to the 80s?
Yeah, the 80s.
Yes, with the rallying, yes. Yeah.
And do you know what it means?
Yes, but I'm not
it's
really...
progress through technology.
Yes. I knew that, but I haven't got headspace for it right now. Because I'm thinking about DD2 Final Drive.
Very good, yeah. That's a very good point. We'll find out all about DD2 Final Drive during the lunchtime show.
Absolutely do. Tony Hogg explains it in layman's terms, so that we could all understand just how we connect the engine on those DD2 karts
to the
rear axle, and it's not a simple process, is it? It's quite a bit
clever.
of kit, yeah. With it,
clever way of getting
just the torque,
a simple two-speed box.
So just to remind everybody, if you are just joining us, welcome along to round 4. This is race day one of round 4 of the UAE RMC, the UAE.
Doing it all again tomorrow, even though we haven't done it yet here today, but we're doing it tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got 2 full race days, 2 full championship point scoring days. Today, through the heats phase, which we are in the midst of now, through the pre-finals and finals. Again, tomorrow, we start with a clean sheet of paper and certainly a brand new set of Mojo D5s as well, or indeed, if you're on a Mini Max or a Micro Max, a Mojo C2 tyre, that is. So yes, 2 race days forming round 4. From here next month, following on, we go to the Yas Marina circuit, and it's quite a unique venture, really. We are going to be part... Have you already done that?
No, it can't be quite unique.
Oh, you keep being pedantic.
I decided to go full.
Yeah, it's yes, you really have.
It is.
It's a one-off, isn't it? And the opportunity, the opportunity to race on part of the Grand Prix circuit, where the 2025 Formula One World Championship was decided only a few weeks ago.
Yes, that's right.
That's that is a unique opportunity.
When we went around there last Sunday, where they were still cleaning up the bits of that accident, which happened on the run down to that hairpin.
To the hairpin. Yeah, it's the West hairpin, and we're going to use the old Grand Prix circuit, where the Grand Prix circuit used to go into a left-right chicane. That's turn 1 and turn 2, and then into the hairpin, which used to be the Grand Prix. Now they bypass that chicane and go into a left-hand hairpin for Formula One.
Can I have another quick Vorsprung durch technique moment?
Oh, you're still
Go
thinking
on.
about it?
Yeah.
Henry now 5 minutes behind.
What pop song does Vorsprung durch technique come into? They made it's in the lyrics of a song.
Is it?
Vorsprung durch techniques. It
I do know
forms
this,
part
actually.
of the
I know
lyrics
this one,
of a very well-known pop song.
I'll come back to you after the grid.
Which you can think about amongst yourselves after some go-karting, ladies and gentlemen. Here is your junior Rotax starting lineup with Mitan Jain and Arhan Qureshi row 1, Harrison Stevens and Via Chopra row 2, Ari Kallenberg and Derek Rivera on row 3.
Row 4 is Alfie Ward and Gabriele Baricori, Aaron Mason and Jensen Chalk share row 5. Row 6 is Pierre Abu Diwan and Ray Harbour.
Pierre Abu went down in 11th. That means he had a lap disallowed for track limits. Finley Smith, Johansa Sayanaki, Floris Schenkenberg, Sam Turner, Leo Aina, and Faris Haroun, your top 18.
Back from his broken arm. Savelli Kojai and Giuseppe Montanari share row 10. Thime Mapangaya and Jay Hidding, Aaron Ortak and Lewis Reed are on row 12.
From 2nd to 22nd, so obviously there were lap times deleted there. There is a look at the back of the field. Arhan Sethi in 26th position. Hope that Arhan is okay, and we are going to go racing. Please keep your comments coming in. What song are we talking about? You can join in, ladies and gentlemen, at home on the live chat. Vorsprung durch technique, the lyrics of which popular form part of a very, very popular song.
Right, let's get back to the work here of Junior. Oh, and that's a very messy grid. I'll be surprised if we let them go. No, we are indeed able to go back to Henry and his infamous pop song for Vorsprung durch technique.
I mean,
as the juniors are sent around for another lap.
It's not Kraftwerk or indeed any. It's you're thinking about it's a German group. No. And it's not about your Vorsprung durch technique, or your joggers that go round and round and round. Park life. Blur. Park life.
There you go, mate.
There you go.
Yes.
Phil Daniels.
Yeah.
Doon, da-doon, da-doon, doon, doon. There we are.
Yeah. Are you going to sing it in full?
Well, I could do, but which was mid-90s. Mid-90s.
Yes.
Yeah, 94.
You can't point anything out without a microphone in your hand.
But he did have a Mark 1, a gold bronze Mark 1 gear, Ford Granada gear fastback in the video.
They were very rare.
Yes.
A mate of mine had one of them.
Yes.
Here we go then, Junior Rotax for their first time racing this weekend at round 4 of the UAE RMC, and we have got a Mumbai Falcons clean out of the front row of the grid. We've got the Matthias Najem Motorsport forming the second row of the grid, and then we've got George Gibbons Motorsport and JNKD having to share row 3. But it's the orange and white and blue of Mumbai Falcons of Mitansh Jain and Arhan Qureshi. Jain taking up the baton of team leader in this class. However, he's got a lot of pressure from Arhan Qureshi because he wants to be team leader as well. Since Conor Clancy moved off to seniors, it's these two youngsters who are holding fort for Mumbai Falcons, and they're doing a very good job so far. Let's see if it can continue. This is a lot more orderly. I think our starter will like this. We're about to go racing towards turn 1. They come together, almost a copy of the seniors.
Yes.
Through turn 1 and into the hairpin at 2. It is the number 255 of Mitansh Jain who will lead into the left-hand hairpin and onto the bridge.
We're looking back in the middle of the pack. Now, of course, we're talking about championship situation. Via Chopra starting 4th. Looks like he's gained a position. Or is he... Which one of the M&M carts is in 3rd position? Well, Chopra is either 3rd or 4th at the moment. Jain continues to lead. We talk about where drivers lose championships and where, how championships gets decided. Well, consider this. Jaden Hidding, 3rd in the point standings, was 2nd fastest in qualifying because we were watching Jaden during qualifying. Track limits abuse, having times disallowed. Starts back in 20 seconds. So he goes from being right with his title rivals back onto the 11th row of the grid. And of course, he's losing out time here because can Jaden Hidding get back on terms Or will this be one of the things you look back and think, well, why didn't Jane Hidding challenge the title? Well, it was qualifying sessions like that that cost him, that made his job just that little bit harder. Looking down to see, well, there's been no incidents on the first couple of laps. So
there's been plenty of action, though.
And so Jaden's gained a few places, up to 15th position.
It's going to be when you find that happens in qualifying, the weekend then, or the day now becomes a damage limitation exercise.
Exactly.
And it's a claw back up. And if he can get up the grid and start in maybe the top 6 for the final, then it's job done and mission accomplished.
Yeah, but of course, he's losing points to Jain and Chopra in this race.
Yeah.
In the pre-final, he'll still be potentially losing more points because he's going to be starting a long way behind them, then potentially. Everything has a real knock-on effect, as Arhan Sethi, I believe, has retired from the race. Leading novice in 26th position is Damien Knorr.
And RN Qureshi, who started really well on the front row, has dropped down to 5th. And he's right now challenging Harrison Stevens in that 4th place. That's the leader, though, Mitansh Jain, who has taken up the cudgels of team leader in the Mobile Falcons Junior Rotax team. He's being chased by Via Chopra. Gabriele Baracordi not that far away, but things beginning to get uncharacteristically spaced out here at the front of the junior grid. There he is. There's the leader. There's second. Battle going on, a 3-card battle between Gabriele Baracordi, Harrison Stevens and Arhan Qureshi. That might be one that we'll pick up on, and here it is. Out of the final turn, the number 299 of Gabriele Baracordi has settled for 3rd place, but he's still under a massive amount of pressure from now Qureshi, who's gotten past Harrison Stevens.
And the JNKD liveried driver making a move there. That was Derek Rivera also getting involved. There is Baracordi in the 299 cart, defending from Arhan Qureshi. This is 3rd, 4th. 5th is Derek Rivera. 6th is Harrison Stevens. Jensen Chalk is closing in as well for the next Run by Falcons card.
Qureshi, you can see Qureshi, Henry.
He's not happy.
He's trying to tell Baracordi, stop defending me and just get on with it. I'm not going to try and overtake you. And look at what's happened. I don't know who that is.
That's a back marker. It's a motorscape card out of the race.
And Baracordi is defending Qureshi, and in so doing is allowing Derek Rivera, Harrison Stevens, Jensen Chalk and Alfie Ward to tag on the back of them.
Yes, indeed. It was Aaron Ortak who was out of the race at the hairpin there, the damaged motorscape cart, the Turkish driver. We've also, sadly, lost Arhan Sethi, and there is another, I think it's Haddad, Antonius Haddad. Oh, and there's Qureshi to the inside, and he elbows Baracordi wide. To be fair, though, he didn't force him wide. He stays on the inside and finally makes the move on Gabriele Baracordi.
Well, I've got to say, Henry, he was being held up ever so slightly, was Qureshi, especially through that section.
And they're the leaders clashing. Sorry, just flashing through our screen there. Sorry, that was Via Chopra bouncing over the front of Mitansh Jain and then allowing Jain to carry on. So I do apologise for interrupting there, Joe. As the two leaders flashed into our screen, I was going to say he was being held up a little bit. Yeah, these two are now nearly 5 seconds in front of Qureshi and Baracordi.
Don't ever worry about that, mate, when the leader's been clattered over. We're quite used to being talking over one another, to be honest. So this battle for the lead that we thought had settled down, it's going to be 2 laps remaining after this one, so 2.5 laps effectively from that point there. And Via Chopra, after that, coming together at what is turn 10, he is now gaining ground. Oh, look at that, all the way around the outside. And what has happened to Jain? That is surely a problem on pickup from the motor, because that engine just didn't pick up. Or you know what, if it was a car race, I'd say Mr. Gear.
Yeah, there was something very, very odd there about the trajectory. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. Does he just brake too early? I think that Jain believes that Chopra is right behind him and he's backing him up into the corner. I'm not sure if Mitansh Jain got his his positioning wrong a little bit there, and didn't realise that Chopra could just sweep round the outside of him.
Yeah, Chopra was there. He caught him napping, didn't he? Because he didn't need to try and be defended from down the inside, because he chose to go all the way around the outside. Now he's in the lead right where it counts, Henry, because it's going to be the last lap board that they see when they negotiate the final few corners of this lap here and come out onto the start-finish straight. There's the hairpin at 10, through the sweeps and the turns. It's quite a tight one, that, and then across the curb there, flat out of this corner here. One more lap remaining.
Yes, indeed. And Jai, it's simply a case of Mitanch not knowing exactly where his rival was, because that Mumbai Falcons kart looks A-OK to me. And now Mitanch, he's going to be spitting his feathers all to the inside. Mitanch really pushing the envelope there. And to be fair, he could see that Via Chopra was going to defend, and Mitanch didn't push it too far and backed out of the move.
And just look at that offline through the section off the bridge, and you have just dropped off the tail of the cart you're trying to overtake here. He pulled back towards him through the right-hand hairpin at 9 onto the back straight now, and it's this hairpin at the end of this straight here, and then really the chances and opportunities of overtaking have gone. There is no way that you can get through here. It's a one-line section of track out of the final turn then, and heat for Junior Rotax goes the way of Via Chopra for M&M. Mitanch Jain for Mumbai Falcons is second. Third is Aaron Qureshi. Jensen Chalk is fourth.
As we're looking at the rest of the field crossing the finish line, looking down there, Jaden Hidding takes the checkered flag in 21st position. So again, losing a lot more championship points provisionally to his rivals. An Indian 1, 2, 3 for Chopra, Jain, Qureshi, Jensen Chalk next, then Gabriel Barracordi, Alfie Ward finishing in 6th position.
Harrison Stevens was 7th. Next up was Derek Rivera, Ray Herber, Johansa Saniaki, Savelli Kojai, and Leo Anya in 12th.
Pierre Abudiwan, another driver that had times deleted after qualifying, down in 13th. Aaron Mason, Faris Haroon, his first race back from injury, gains 5 places ahead of Giuseppe Montanari, Sam Turner, and Finley Smith are up next.
19th was Ari Kallenberg with Flora Schenkenberg in 20th. Jaden Hidding 21st. Thimar, what's his full name?
Hang on a second. It is number 215.
Mapangada.
Is Thimaya Mapangada.
Mapangada, she's not on the screen there fully. Lewis Reed was 23rd. Damien Noor was 24th.
And then Kabir Kidwai, Romy Sabali, Murad Bayravmov, the Azerbaijani driver, and then the drivers that failed to finish. Aaron Ortak did make it. It was George Haddad, the motorscape kart that was removed from the race at the entrance to turn number 13, and sadly Arhan Sethi also failed to finish.
Yeah, failed to take the start actually with Sethi. Well, everybody, we have one more. Sorry, we haven't got one more heat. We've got one more heat before we go into our pre-finals, but we still got one heat remaining, and it's going to be for the class that is out next. So it's groups A and C, and then in the midst of the pre-finals, we've got Senior Max heat for groups A and B. So it's the first time we've seen Group A coming up next. It's the second time we've seen Group C. We've got a 10-lap race coming up. That's 13 kilometres around this Dubai Kartdrome. So they are coming next when we've got our grid that have been released. We'll have a look down that. But for now, we've got about 5 or 6 minutes where Nick and I can have a chat about...
We can talk the 70s or the 80s or the 90s.
Well, maybe talk about the 2010s for everybody in the paddock.
I can't remember them.
No, it just flies off the hard drive.
It's a cooler day today, isn't it? I mean,
it's very cool because
basically we've done history now being British. We're doing the weather.
Yes, it's it is a factor, and I don't think we're going to have any issues with tyres that are going to be abused because of heat. It's only the drivers that can abuse the Mojo D5s or the C2s. It's a lot cooler today, and we had, I think it was Arsene Guyan or Lauren 312 who mentioned it was 20 degrees. It was Arsene Guyan who mentioned 20 degrees. And I think you're spot on. It might even be a little bit cooler in the shade. When the sun does break through, the heat
picks up very quickly.
It's quite nice, quite warm,
quite pleasant. Bit of a breeze, as you can see from the various flags on the bridge there.
Uncharacteristic grey skies here across Motor City.
It was windier tomorrow, if that means tomorrow. It was windier. It was windier tomorrow. That's brilliant. It was windier yesterday, but still a little bit of a fresh breeze.
What's the weather forecast tomorrow, by the way? Let's have a look.
That's exciting, isn't it?
Yes. It's going to be slightly warmer.
Ooh.
As if that can be believed, because it says it's sunny at the moment today.
Well,
so my forecaster is
there's a
not
lot
very
of
good.
Yeah, well, it's just cloud, isn't it? It's not raining. That's the key point.
We've got
or
senior
snowing.
It certainly isn't. Hello to everyone in the UK and Europe.
They're not awake yet.
We were. Some people will be. No doubt.
7 minutes to 7
be
on a Saturday.
Logging on and
UK.
catching well, you could argue the important part of any race day is the all-important finals. And they're coming up. They're scheduled for about 1:45. At 1 o'clock, we go for a 45-minute lunch break where our marshals can get fed and watered. And then we're back at just before 1:45 to give you the B final for Senior Max, where we'll see more of the drivers we're about to see.
Now the Rescue Toyota's back with 2 cards on it.
The championship for Senior Max is new haircut for George Nasser.
Newly haircut?
Newly haircutted. That was what I was about to say, which I'm not sure is very good English at all.
He's taken his long tresses down.
He has. He's had his haircut, yeah.
Is he still wearing the 2 kilograms of chains?
Yes,
though?
yes.
Excellent.
So Oscar Lambert, who had a very good first heat, has done well for his championship. With Jerry Montgomery Swan not that far behind Nathan Kaplan coming into round 4, Rayan Damadasa, again, he will have improved his championship chances. There are 2 of karting's royalty there. The man on the right there is Ken Potter. He's our clerk of the course. And Ken, if you are anything to do with British karting, you will know Ken. You may have incurred the wrath of Mr.
Yes,
Potter.
that's about the thing. If you do British karting, you've probably been hauled in front of him at some point.
Yes. And if you haven't, you haven't been trying hard enough.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Paul Heath is the other, is the assistant clerk.
I don't know whether things were more lenient at the time. I don't think I was ever called in front of the stewards.
I was disqualified.
Well, I should have been from just not for doing anything wrong, for just terrible driving.
I was disqualified for contact driving after I was given as good as I got. I've got to say.
Right, and
still
what I love is that this is what is that 30, 40
it's a long
years
time ago.
And
Yeah.
The look in his eyes came over. I still can't believe I was disqualified from that heat in 1991.
No, disqualified from the final, having won it.
No.
Yes.
Did you get the trophy back?
And the clerk of the course who disqualified me was a very good friend of mine, like a mate of mine who we socialised together.
Well, I can trump all that.
Oh, hang on.
My very first race as a novice, I was black flagged because on the start of the last lap, I was battling for P4 and had my nose cone ripped off and didn't come in. I took the checkered flag, and above all else, I was hauled before Pete Klassen, the late great Pete Klassen,
wow.
the father of Paul Klassen.
Wow.
Who, yes, had
And
words with
did
me.
he gently remind you of the rules?
Gently reminded me that I should have come in at the start of the last lap, but I was battling for a podium.
I think you knew your nose had been ripped off.
I did know my nose had been
And
ripped
was
off.
it due to poor driving by you that it got ripped off, or do you feel it was another car that snatched it from the front of your machine?
If Nigel Kent in number 66 with the Jade cart hadn't have pulled...
Dimey!
hadn't have turned in on me...
two of the longest memoried, bitterest people next to you. Luckily, we all stopped now.
Yes, there's some racing going on, yes.
Let's get back to 2026.
Yes.
Wow, have I really said that? Nathan Kaplan for Mumbai Falcons starts alongside his teammate Connor Clancy. Connor will want to make up massively for his first heat score. Eloy Gonzalez starts on row 2 with Rayan Damadasa alongside Alexander Biji. Is next up is Ryan Qureshi.
Elliot Surtees, Kian Crayenball, Rayan Qureshi, Oscar Backhouse, Kai Hunter, Hamza Al-Fayez, your top 12.
Louis Hartman and Miles Roby are next up. Faisal Nashko and Manaf Al-Balushi with Naman Korea and Sanad Al-Hamawi.
But the driver that I'm looking out for is there in 23rd position, Amani Kanua. Getting a lot of support online is Amani. He was fast in qualifying, had 2 laps deleted. What can the George Gibbons Motorsport driver from South Africa do from 23rd position? Jeremy Montgomery Swan down in P20 as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, keep an eye out for him. Next up, Spencer Trehorn. Welcome to Spencer here with Origin Motorsports, and a welcome addition to the UAE RMC. And I think there's talks.
And we do talk to him at the lunchtime show.
And we talk to Spencer at the lunchtime show, and hopefully we'll see Spencer continuing the rest of the season.
If you're from Forest Edge, you might want to listen up to that interview. Here we go. 10 laps of senior Rotax Racing, 30 drivers
10 laps
in total.
10 laps is 13 kilometres. I didn't do that in my head. I've got it written down.
Well, shouldn't it be? Wouldn't it be 12.4 kilometres?
Yes. All right.
Yeah, because it's 12 and 4. 12.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
All right.
No, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And here on
That's not what it says here.
Corner,
Here we go then. Nathan Kaplan in the orange, white and blue livery of Mumbai Falcons with his teammate Connor Clancy alongside. Connor's going to have to watch what happened in the last heat for him. They come together, close the gap into turn 1, through the sweep of turn 1 and into the heavy braking area. Connor Clancy trying around the outside, and I think it happened, Henry.
And at the back of the field, 2 drivers come together, but the leaders are all through cleanly. It's a Mumbai Falcons 1, 2. That's Eloy Gonzalez in number 320 in second position. Kaplan still leads. Clancy in 4th position as the M&M cart of Alessandro Bigi, the notorious BIGI, getting involved up the inside as they go through the uphill chicane. Bigi is there in 3rd position. Clancy in 4th. Everybody trying to scramble past Nathan Kaplan.
And Clancy on the outside of that front row. It's not the place to be through turn 1. You get absolutely mullered down the inside into the hairpin at 2. Here they come then. 1 lap completed, 1 of 10 as the field streamed through. Nathan Kaplan, Eloy Gonzalez, and Alessandro Bigi, Connor Clancy, Rayan Qureshi. Kai Hunter is the driver that sneaked up to 6th place. Keep an eye out for the I think it's the green and red helmet of Hunter for the Kart Academy advisor, or Kart Advisor Academy, I should say.
Yes, and Hunter in his Team UK race suit. He's there is a driver out of the race. That's a George Gibbons race suit. I think that might be, Spencer Trehorn has not come around at the end of the last lap, sadly. So Trehorn may be out of the race. Have to say, Kaplan looking over his shoulder. He looks a little bit like the cork in the bottle at the time being.
He needs to keep a look over his shoulder because he's got a train of about 20 carts lining up behind him. Whether or not he's managing the pace here as they come out of the final turn, it's Mumbai Falcons leads, Motorscape in 2nd, Qureshi up to 3rd ahead of BG, Connor Clancy, Kai Hunter, Elliot Surtees for Origin up there as well, Menemene up to 8th, Falfayez, Damadasa down to 10th. What happened to him? Here we go for the lead.
And there is Eloy Gonzalez into top spot. And the carts at the side of the circuit, there's been a huge amount of carnage behind the lead group. We seem to have lost Kian Crayenball, has not come out. We've mentioned Trehorn also out of the race. Alicia Canessa's made a great start. She's up to 15th, new leader. It's Rayan Qureshi now into top spots.
Are they all taking turns at the front here? It seems to be. So it's Qureshi's turn now.
Yep.
Let's see who it is going into this next lap as they all concertina up together again. this bodes very, very well. This is just a heat, Henry. There's not even a trophy for this one.
And at the background, you'll see this is helping Amani Kanua, 23rd to 11th. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, 20th to 12th. Sadly, Oscar Backhouse is going the other way. He's dropping down the order. But Kanua is right behind Rian Damadasa, who was on the second row of the grid.
Kai Hunter up to 4th, now on the tail of the top 3 of Qureshi, Clancy and Gonzalez. Into the left-hand hairpin before the right-hander. That takes them onto the back straight, heading down the building line there. The outdoor track there, just saw the doors of that. Into the hairpin at turn 13. And then this is the final stages of this lap. Look at this, top 3. Mumbai Falcons, Motorscape and Kart Advisor Academy in the form of Kai Hunter trying to get on terms. The 2 leaders though, Henry, change position there as Clancy down the inside of Qureshi. Can he hang on to it onto the bridge?
Yes, he can, and this is now must-win stuff for Conor Clancy. He can't afford any mulligans anyway after missing the first couple of rounds of the season while he was still racing as a junior. There's the kartshop.me replay. Clancy to the inside. Qureshi wasn't defending, as you think, well, why would you defend on lap number 4? Clancy taking full advantage. And that looks like Eloy Gonzalez up into P2 now as well. So Qureshi back to P3.
Yeah, and behind these 3, Kai Hunter has got Alexander Bigi and Nathan Kaplan for company here as Conor Clancy gets to where he wants to be, gets his head down. 5 laps, half distance completed, pulls out a half a second. That's the biggest gap we've seen since the lights went out. Into second place, then Gonzalez Qureshi now has Kai Hunter back in position for a bit of company here, and not far behind Hunter is Kaplan and Beachy. Damadasa just off the tail of them. Where has Elliott Surtees gone? He's dropped out of the top 10 now and down to 11th. And Montgomery Swan is, where's Montgomery Swan gone? He's up to 8th, so he's on a charge.
The debt collector is ticking boxes and taking names as he heads up through the order. Hamza Al-Fayez 9th. Amani Kanua runs in 10th position. As you were going through the order there, Joe, there was some great chopping and changing for second place. Qureshi took it. Gonzalez took it back. Kai Hunter in 4th position. Now, speak to Kai. Kai, he's actually dropped back to 5th now. Kai, he's slimmed down a little bit over Christmas. He's, not struggling too much to make the weight of the class anymore. And it's certainly, there he goes to the inside and lets Nathan Kaplan know that I'm a multiple British champion, by the way.
Yeah, and former all-plate winner here in 2024, remember. And you can see that the Kart Advisor Academy with both Reese and Kai Hunter coming over from England on a consultancy level, they really are getting the Kart Advisor Academy back to the front of the field where they should be. Kai Hunter having a great old battle here with Gonzalez and Alessandro Bigi. But that's the battle for second with Rai Qureshi and Eloy Gonzalez now beginning to string out. Conor Clancy's checked out. He says, goodbye, boys.
Yep.
There's Kai Hunter, a lonely 4th place for him now as things begin to sort of break up and string out a little bit. We're into the 8th lap. So 8, 9, 10, 3 more laps to go. And I think Conor Clancy is, I'm going to say this, Henry, if the gods don't intervene, then Conor Clancy's got this in the bag. I know that sounds a bit obvious, but he really has. He gets in these lead positions, and he's just so consistent in his lap times.
And you don't, once he gets in the lead, you tend not to see him again, as this is what he needs. And of course, his title rivals, or most of his title rivals, aren't in this race. Yes, you've got Kaplan and Damadasa, Montgomery Swan as well, but in terms of Oscar Lambert, Zayn El Hobassani, they're not in this particular race. Amani Kanua now up to P9 from 23rd on the grid. He's got ahead of Jeremy Montgomery Swan. That's incredible stuff. They're both now challenging Hamza Al-Fayez, who is in turn trying to get past Rian Damadasa. There is Kanua with the white and turquoise blue race suit on. The South Africa, the sort of champions, the future race suit for Imani Kinua. Down through the bridge they go.
Penultimate lap as well, Henry, and things are as settled as we've seen in this heat. It's groups A and C, this one. We've already seen Group C. That's the group with Conor Clancy in, and he really needs this heat win because he had a torrid time, ended up from second on the grid to 30th and last, made his way back to, I think, 20th or something.
17th,
yeah.
On the line.
So,
I mean, haven't seen the final results.
Point slot, it's going to affect his grid position for the final. I don't think he's in threat of a B final, mind you.
No.
But this is going to help him massively. Ryan Qureshi has lost touch, I think. Ina Gonzalez still hanging on there. Kai Hunter, great to see Kai back on form with the Kart Advisor Academy as well. And if anything, that's Kai Hunter there, and it looks like he's very, very racy indeed, and perhaps positioning himself to maybe challenge. It's going to be a few corners though. That's all we've got left in this heat as we pick up Conor Clancy here for the run into the flag, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Around turn number 13 in the final complex, past one or two stricken karts at the side of the circuit. Clancy comes across the line and the checkered flag goes out. It's a win for Clancy. Qureshi second. Gonzalez completes the top three ahead of Hunter, Biji, Damadasa, Montgomery Swan, Cap'n the poleman down in 8th position, 10 seconds behind Conor Clancy. Elliot Surtees, a good driver, Elliot, finishing in 9th ahead of Mohamed Manene. Imani Kinua dropping to 11th there at the end, ahead of Enzo Tesluk, Faisal Nashko, Hamza Al Fayez, and the rest of the top 15.
What Nick means is we're about to have our lovely results board.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you can now see.
Yeah. Now let's see our winners. There he is.
There we are.
Conor Clancy. Damage limitation indeed. Maxed out with a win in his second heat. Ryan Qureshi was second. Eloy Gonzalez. Great to see Kai Hunter. And Kai is actually smiling like he is on the picture there in real life.
Yes.
Alessandro Bicci was 5th. 6th was Rayan Damadasa.
Montgomery Swan.
Crack and drive from 20th.
Yep, 20th to 7th. Cap'n, Surtees, Manene, and then from 23rd to 11th. And Imani Kinua, again, so much support from Kenya, from South Africa on the live chat as we look down the order.
Faisal Nashko in 13th, Hamza Al Fayez 14th, Patrick Cannon, Miles Roby, and then we've got Antonius Haddad and Alicia Kanesa.
Shivan Kartik, Andrew Obeid, Oscar Backhouse, Naman Kukreja, Yazan Al-Zajali, and Alexis Al-Zia. The top 24, Sanad Al-Hamawi, Manaf Al-Balushi, Louis Hartman, Spencer Trehorn failing to finish, as did Kian Cranball, and sadly, Ehsan Saeed also out of the race. Just a quick look at who we got. So we've got
supporting.
Okay, I apologise in advance if I get some of these names wrong. We've got Steph Mostef, Mihakiki Mao 367, Naomi Wirati, Mary Koyet, all supporting Imani Kinua. Kiwik B, well, I'm not sure if Kiwik B6S was his given name, but certainly that's what we're signing in as. Sami Wairati supporting. Well done, Imani Kinua, for getting the message out, and well done for Imani's family and friends back home in either South Africa and Kenya. Where are you watching? Because there's a lot of Kenyan flags going up, but Imani Kinua is from South Africa, so I'm imagining South Africa and Kenya are very popular destinations for karting live TV.
It's a good point. That's you're actually on the UAE RMC live stream.
Yes.
Karting Live TV is another area of YouTube where you can get live coverage from round 4 of the UAE RMC.
Yes.
But that's a good point. Tell us where you are in the world.
Yeah, where are you watching this from?
Yes.
You know, which is great to. And what time is it in South Africa and Kenya at the
Same
moment?
as GMT, isn't it?
It's the same. So, that's an early start.
Yes.
Early start. What, on a Saturday morning? Well, why not? What else are you going to do?
Exactly. Why wouldn't you don't want to be up early and having your breakfast wherever you are in the world, or your tea, or your dinner, or even a bit of a midnight snack if you are in Australasia?
In 7 minutes' time,
Joe will now name meals. Joe will now name meals for you to watch the race towards.
We haven't had supper yet. Is anyone having high tea or supper?
Our friend and colleague Bruce Jones does Bruce call dinner supper? We call it, from the north of England, we call it tea.
Yep.
We have our tea.
Mm-hmm.
Lunch in the north is dinner,
Yep.
but it's lunch everywhere else.
Yes.
But Bruce is the only person I know who calls dinner evening.
Here. Bruce is quite posh.
He is very posh. Yes. Former editor of Autosport magazine, by the way.
Okay, here we go. So Joseph Kanua is Josfat Kanua is Amani is a dual citizen between Kenya and South Africa, born to Kenyan parents. Well, thank you very much. And that's great to know. So a dual citizen, Kenyan parents living in South Africa.
I've got Matt Nib Isaacs joining
Nibbers.
us.
Hello, Nibbers.
And so what time is it back up? 7:13. You're up early, mate.
Oh, well done, Matt.
Morning, Joe and Henry. Coming for a very wet and cold Shennington.
Oh, bless.
Oh, well, it's cold here, Matt. It's cold here. It's dropped to 20 degrees,
Yeah,
21 degrees.
nightmare.
Clouded over.
Oh, terrible.
Sun breaks through.
What a disaster.
And we're getting news. So in South Africa, it's 9:15 in the morning, and in Kenya, it's 10:15.
Is it really?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So,
Don't forget their southern hemispheres. They've changed around. We've gone back and they've stayed where they are or gone forward.
What time is it here, by the way?
it is
11:13.
11:13.
It's 11:13. There we
Nooms 77. Good morning.
Cold that Harry doesn't know what time it is.
Cold and time's just a constant.
It's a construct, yeah.
Cold and drizzly Derbyshire for Nooms 77. Great to have you along. If you find yourself needing to know anything that we're not telling you, if you've got any questions that we'll try and answer. If we can't, we'll find somebody who can. Keep the questions coming.
This is the first day of our residence at the Dubai Kartdrome. If we were like a lounge band, we have a residence, wouldn't we? We play several weekends at the same place, or even Coldplay.
I've got my all-inclusive wristband.
I haven't got anything on mine.
Can I
signed on?
Can I just say there's one driver here that it should be here but isn't, and that is Super Marian Djokic from Montenegro, who turned up here expecting to drive. He had a contract with the team, and him and his dad turned up here from Montenegro, and there was no go-kart. I have to say that there are people in the paddock that tried everything they could to try and get some equipment for Marian Djokic, who is a Micromax driver.
That is a shame.
And unfortunately, they are not here racing. So I'm very sorry that Marian Djokic isn't here. He will be back. Super Marian Djokic will be back in Abu Dhabi. He's already signed with JNKD for that event, and I'm very, very disappointed.
JNKD are doing very, very well.
Well, yeah.
They are
one of the top teams in this series.
Well, certainly, yeah. We even saw JNKD sponsorship on some of the full-size Porsches, didn't we?
Yeah. They're very embedded in the motorsport scene.
Yeah,
from one karting legend in the form of Matt Nib Isaacs and in Nib Sport,
Sport,
to another absolute
International.
karting legend, Paul Ozan.
Hello, Paul.
Oh, hello.
We're missing out on 5 degrees of 5 degrees of Stoke.
Oh.
So, 5 degrees. It's a bit cold, Paul.
Paul Ozan.
Ozan Racing needs to be part of this, mate. You need to get your customers together, Paul, and bring out a team.
Paul, great guy. I used to commentate on him in the Daniel Ricciardo series.
I used to race against him.
Oh,
well, he used to be much quicker than me, to be honest.
Yeah,
Just to try and catch him. Never managed it.
There's somebody that's been
Great
in and around this
Paul.
sport for many, many, many moons.
And he's still cascading the knowledge and the experience down to young drivers, bringing young drivers into the sport. And I'm sure we'll see him around the paddocks in the UK going forward. into 2026. Hopefully your programs and your customers are coming together, Paul. We'll see you out there on the gold carts.
Yeah, is he the importer for gold cart? No, yes, into the UK, Paul Ozan.
Was Nick going to say something? He picked up the microphone and looked like he was on the edge. We're about to get into
certainly
our
on
first...
the edge, but...
Well, you've always been on the edge. About to get into our pre-finals. The heats aren't... The heats are concluded for all of our classes, apart from seniors. So we've still got one more senior heat, and that will be for groups A and B. That comes up much later. We've got pre-finals for Micromax, Minimax, and DD2 before that. So we've got Micromax coming up next, and that's the world of young Chopra and O'Hanlon, isn't it?
Yes, indeed it is. 22 Micromax drivers set to go out. I did notice that on the driver photos, we've had Sullivan Zanfari's driver photo. Great driver photo. Yep. When the Micromax grid comes up, have a look at Arthur Bowers.
Arthur is a character. We
Arthur
covered
Bowers
him in Bambinos when he was running in the kart championship. He's a character's the right word for it.
Yes,
have a lively lad, isn't he?
Have a look at Arthur's photo.
I can't remember him.
You'll recognise it. Looks like butter wouldn't melt.
Did I do the interview in Bambinos?
Very possibly, but have a little look at Arthur's photo. It's great.
It is a typical Arthur pose.
It is fantastic. We need more Arthur. More Arthur in the paddock.
Is Arthur making fun of the process? Is Arthur making fun of the process?
No, he's just
having fun.
I've seen whenever he has a picture taken, like because he's on a podium or something. It's a kind of pose he does.
He's very pleased.
Now, once again, I think we're not going to get. There's an issue with the time when we don't get the grid in these first ones until too late.
Oh dear.
So you have to read the grid.
Okay, here we go.
You haven't got the grid either.
No.
Let's have a look. Well, it's going to be on circuit. There is Liam O'Hanlon, who won the heat race from Samar Chopra. The rest of the field.
I've got it.
Here we go.
Chopra on the pole. It was Chopra who beat O'Hanlon.
Sorry, Chopra. Yes.
Samar Chopra with Liam O'Hanlon, Saif Al Khalifa, and Via Ponna with Alexander Freinstein and Enzo Falzerano. That's your top three rows. Evans Foreigners and Jensen Kelly with Arthur Bowers.
There's the pose. Great pose, Arthur.
Cameron Harvey is alongside Amar Tabatza and Adam Al-Shaikh with Abdulaziz Al-Sarif alongside Tadeusz Prochaska, Rud Rapatap, Shekawat and Sebastian Storer share a weight. Row 9 is Felix Souza Jebjerg and Haris Khrushchev from Cyprus alongside. Tayeb Haroun and Rio Pocock with Zhu Konyi and Kilian Kudu Mbida rounding off the field.
Kudu Mbida, here we go.
Here we go then. It's Samar Chopra for M&M alongside George Gibbons Motorsports. Liam O'Hanlon, who gets hung out to dry by Saif Al Khalifa as they all crowd into that hairpin at row 2. O'Hanlon down to third, Khalifa up to second, I think, Henry, as they head out onto the bridge for the first time.
Yeah, a little bit of wheel bagging going on coming out of turn number 2 amongst the midfield runners. Everybody, though, sorts themselves out with Chopra leading, Al Khalifa, P2. O'Hanlon there in third. Then it is Freinstein, the Motorscape driver, looking for his third consecutive podium in the main event. Up the hill we go through turn number 10 into 11, 12, down the back straight towards turn number 13. Hard on the brakes. Samar Chopra continues to lead. O'Hanlon to the inside on Al Khalifa. Good move for the championship leader.
Liam realised he could see Samar Chopra disappearing, and he knew that his mission statement was, I can't let him get any further away. I'm going to have to make the move. And it's quite rare to see a move made there, isn't it?
Yeah,
out of the turn 13 hairpin and into the next 14, which is another hairpin, effectively leading into the S's. Across the bridge for the second time, Henry.
Yes, it is possible, but you need the driver in front of you to take their usual racing line and not remotely defend. And you need to have a great run out of the hairpin to even make that move viable, let alone successful. as we look as the field plunge underneath the crossover and up the hill again.
O'Hanlon is catching.
Yes.
O'Hanlon is catching Chopra now that he's broken free. Saif Al Khalifa in third. Alexander Feinstein bringing up in fourth. Not that far behind as Vaya Ponna, but into the third turn 13 hairpin they go. And that gap that Samar Chopra had to the rest of this field has nigh on disappeared as Liam O'Hanlon comes out of the final turn. He'll gain ground and he's bringing the field with him.
Yes, he is. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 carts across the line, all separated by less than 2.5 seconds. And O'Hanlon is in a position now where he can start to force Samar Chopra into defending. And when Chopra begins to defend, he'll simply slow everybody down that little bit more. Now that is that's silver lining. Doesn't come without a cloud for Liam O'Hanlon, because of course the slower that Chopra gets, the closer that Al Khalifa, Freienstein, etc., get to O'Hanlon. So O'Hanlon won't just be thinking about attacking, he'll have to think about defence as well as attack.
Now remember what happened in the heat was we had Chopra that was just being challenged towards the end of that heat. However, that was only over 6 laps. This pre-final is an extra 3 laps on top of that, 9 laps. As we complete 3 laps, we've got plenty of time for anything to develop here. And all the time, as quick as the M&M driver in the form of Samar Chopra is, Liam O'Hanlon is just chipping away, but you cannot forget about Saif Al Khalifa for Excel, who's right there on O'Hanlon's bumper as well. And when O'Hanlon starts to challenge, he's going to go with O'Hanlon, isn't he, is Al Khalifa?
Yeah, and we've got 6 drivers now in the lead group before a big gap back to Enzo Falzerano, Adam Al-Sheikh, Ivans Vronins and Jensen Kelly, who run next. Cameron Harvey in the number 11 kart is tagged on to the back of the field, the lead group. Harvey in the Synergy machine, Forbes Nichols team. And here is Chopra, O'Hanlon and Al Khalifa.
I've just noticed something there. It looked like Chopra began to defend into turn 14 because O'Hanlon was on a completely different line. Look at the difference this has made. Chopra down the inside, he gets a little bit sideways on the brakes there. O'Hanlon's there to take advantage of any mistake that might come his way. If Chopra gets anything wrong, already defensive lines being taken, not just by Chopra, but down in 4th and 5th places as well. O'Hanlon right on his bumper. Chopra looks over his right shoulder through the hairpin. This is an absolutely flat out sprint now through the sweeps and under the bridge. They'll pop out from the bridge and into the braking area for the chicane, a potential overtaking place, but not in a Micromax, as that is an extremely fast entry. O'Hanlon, is he lining him up, Henry, for a look down the inside into the 13 and 14 hairpins?
Well, he's definitely going to have a look because we're still only on lap 5 out of 9. We're going to start lap 6 now. That's not the final lap, as it would have been in the heat race. We're at 2/3 distance here in the pre-final. O'Hanlon, critically, has got enough of a gap back to Al Khalifa, so that he can afford to make a move on Chopra without worrying about Al Khalifa sticking his nose up and costing Liam O'Hanlon a position as they cross the bridge and go downhill through turns 4, then 5, then around the long left-hander at turn 6, through turn 7 here.
And it's getting busy because Chopra is having to defend. He was defending subtly. Now he's having to defend very strongly. And what that is going to do is going to slow these 2 leaders up. And there we have it. We've now got Al Khalifa, Freienstein and Ponna joining in. And it potentially, any one of those 5 carts could take the win here. As once again, Chopra, he defends from O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon needs to be very quick out onto this start-finish straight, and he is. He's got a good toe down the straight. It's a sweeping right-hander through turn 1, and it's the braking area where it'll happen if it's going to happen, but not this time. Oh, and O'Hanlon side by side into the left-hander over the bridge. They have to string out again, but this is getting very, very heated.
Yes, indeed, because Al Khalifa was right there with O'Hanlon. If Liam's not careful, he might find himself losing a position as opposed to gaining one. Let's have a look. Felix Souza Jebjerg, 15th at the moment. That will keep his Danish fan club on the live chat happy. The main 5 drivers, though, head up the hill through turn number 11, around turn 12, and down the back straight now.
Yeah, it's settled down, hasn't it? It's settled down, but we've still got 2 laps after this one. It'll be 7 laps completed, 9 to complete, so it's still all to play for. And if anything, O'Hanlon having to deal with the pressure from Saif Al Khalifa. The thing about these Micromax karts around the Dubai Kartdrome is everywhere is got a very fast entry into the corners. Even the slow bits for a Micromax has got a very fast entry, very little braking needed, and only braking in certain parts. As we see these karts now down the hill towards the left-hand hairpin, that will bring them out onto what is a flat-out section here through the left-hand sweeps and under the bridge. And things as settled as we've seen, maybe. Samar Chopra leading, Liam O'Hanlon second, Saif Al Khalifa now getting back on terms with the 2 in front of him. But still, Henry, not really positioning anybody in a position to maybe challenge one another.
Yeah, with Freudenstein and Ponner now beginning to drop off the back of this group, at least O'Hanlon only has to worry about Saif Al Khalifa potentially doing the up and under on him if he gets close enough to have another go at race leader Samar Chopra, although Chopra over the last few laps has really sort of eased his way out of immediate danger. We're coming up on a slower kart now. I'm trying to see who that might be. I think that might be the novice driver, Kilian Nkudu Mbida. Sadly, Arthur Bowers has dropped out of the top 10 and has fallen back to 20th.
The novice driver, very, very heads-up driving, got well out the way, waved them through, didn't want to be involved. And here we have O'Hanlon now being challenged properly by Saif Al Khalifa. This is allowing Chopra to break away, I should say, from this battle for second place, which we're going to focus on here, going into this final lap. Final few corners, in fact, as the checkered flag beckons. It's going to be Samar Chopra with 100% effort here. This is the battle for second, out across the line. Checkered flag will fly for Samar Chopra. 9 laps completed for them. And O'Hanlon, what was the gap? The gap was 63 thousandths of a second as Saif Al Khalifa moved alongside Henry. And that, for me, was some great racecraft from all of those drivers.
Yeah, and Saif Al Khalifa is having the strongest performance that I've seen him have in this championship. Looking down the order, as opposed to the likes of Adam Al-Sheikh, who's down in 7th position. Cameron Harvey, a very quiet but very strong race, couldn't quite stay with the top 5 as the laps wound down, but still coming home in a very, very creditable 6th position. As you look at your results, it's Chopra, O'Hanlon, Al Khalifa, Freudenstein, Ponner and Harvey.
From 7th place down over, Adam Al-Sheikh, Evans Voronins, Enzo Falzarano, Rud Rabatab Shekawat, Abdulaziz Al-Saraf and Jensen Kelly in 12th.
Outside the top 12, great drive. Adam Chu from China, the novice driver, up to P13, ahead of Amar Tabatsa, Felix Jebjerg, Harris Krisohu, Rio Pocock, and then Kilian Kudu Mbidi.
Mbidi moving up from the back of the grid there. Thab Haroun, and then 2 laps off. I think we lost Tharab Haroun.
Yep.
Arthur Bowers, we lost with 2 laps. After 2 laps, 6 laps was what Tadeusz Prochaska could, and then Sebastian Storer, who didn't take the start, unfortunately. Hopefully, Sebastian can sort out whatever it was that caused
ailed
that.
him, yes.
Yes. So that is the Micromax pre-final sorted. It's going to be Samar Chopra on the pole position with Liam O'Hanlon alongside. Saif Al Khalifa and Alexander Freudenstein are going to probably form the second row. I say probably, of course, because all of these results are provisional. They've got to get through tech yet, and they've got to, get all the boxes ticked through that. So provisionally, that's going to be our grid for the all-important final. Race day 1 of round 4 of the UAE RMC. We've got a full day of racing to go, well, half a day of racing to go yet. And then tomorrow we do it all again with exactly the same race format. Yeah, you can turn that off, actually, Henry. Save the planet, I think, turning the light off. So, Mini-Max, if you thought that, you know what always astounds me is the way that those youngsters in Micromax and what we're about to see in Mini-Max, the age range of Micromax is 8 years old till 11 years old. And Mini-Max, we're about to see, that's for 10 years old to 13 years old. And it's as if they've been driving for like 30 years. The amount of the standard of racecraft that we see is absolutely phenomenal. And I'm going to say it again. I say this in pretty much every kart commentary I do. If the drivers at the top of the sport, and yes, you know who you are, all you Formula One boys, could look at how these youngsters allow themselves to be overtaken, be overtaken, to compromise. Sometimes you have to compromise in racing. When the corner has been, when someone comes down your outside, or around your outside, you have to compromise to allow that to happen so you can fight another day. It doesn't seem to happen in sort of the top echelons of this sport, does it?
No, it's kind of been overtaken by... the instant I get overtaken, I'm on the radio to my engineer to say that I was forced off the track, or so-and-so was brake testing me, or so-and-so, was dangerous. No one, ever turns around and goes, "Oh, that was fair enough. That was a good move," and just get on with it. They always seem to have a thing. Oh, he's a bit dangerous there, or that wasn't really on, or he cut across me, or have he didn't leave me any room. Oh. It's
the excuses go on and on, don't they? Really,
and they're the excuses for knowing that the stewards
I blame
are listening.
social media.
What, mid-race social media?
No, just because that's what everyone says. He did. I blame social media.
I blame social media as well. Why not? Let's have a look. Now, there is a said recovery vehicle with, that's a JNK Deaker. That's Arthur Bowers' kart. Arthur has already left, exit stage left, as we're now looking at...
Hang on a second. Nick, can you give Matt the microphone? Matt Norman here, who's our chief steward.
Yes.
I think I've given him the right title. Hello, Matt.
Hi, good afternoon.
You've just been listening to our
the Racing Driver Book of Excuses.
Yes, and racing standards, I think, is what we're talking about.
The flag comes out and make the excuse up. Yes, we've had quite a few today, but generally the stand has been pretty good. The track limits obviously is the challenge for the drivers, and I think when we get to the final, I think they'll start to sort themselves out.
What I find, and I knew this straight away because I've driven the higher karts here. This is one of those tracks where exceeding track limits rewards lap time.
Yeah,
and that's what you guys are up against, isn't it?
Well, we can see it very clearly. We've got the positioning of the cameras now, and you can see there is a big advantage can be gained by some of those drivers who are just really going too far over the limit.
The final corner here really does reward lap time when you can just keep that momentum out of that tight corner. Is that one of the areas where you're focusing on to penalise track limits at the final turn?
So far, that has been the key area we've been focusing on, because that's where the penalties have been applied. The other area really is also is coming off the top of the bridge, which again can create another potential overtaking opportunity. So yeah, we're monitoring all the areas.
All right, yeah, I know, and there are quite a few, aren't they? So final turn, and just coming onto the bridge where we see them. That what happens on our camera is they go out of sight of the camera because they go behind the barrier and then they reappear on the curb.
The other area is going onto the back straight where someone goes in very hard and then creates another opportunity, but people are running too wide there to get that extra top speed to then make that overtaking under braking.
You've been around the top echelons of this sport, Matt, for a long time. You were part of creating the ASN out here in the UAE. You heard what I said about, those youngsters in Micromax and Minimax. Those F1 boys and girls could learn a thing or two about racecraft. Nick there mentioned social media. What's your opinion on why we're seeing driving standards sort of the demise of driving standards, in my opinion. There seems to be no compromise. People, in motorsport, you've got to learn how to overtake, but you've also got to learn how to be overtaken. And that doesn't seem to be a thing in the textbook these days.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because there's a lot of pressure that the young drivers are under, and yes, they want to perform, and it's finding that delicate balance between a proper overtake, not abusing track limits, and then really getting your racecraft to them. I think some of the drivers that are now doing it correctly have now mastered that, and I think they should. Other drivers can then learn a lot from the more experienced drivers. So it's work in progress.
Yeah, I think that work in progress will be a constant, quite frankly.
I think as the numbers get bigger and bigger, we need to be more vigilant.
Right.
We need to be adopting as many policies as we can to make it as fair as possible for every driver, because parity is absolutely crucial for sporting and technical regulations to make it to the sport to where we want it to be now.
And consistency, isn't it? It's like when you watch a football match. If your team gets a foul given against them and the same thing happens and there's no foul, it really riles the crowd. And I think that's the case in any sport, consistency in the refereeing and the adjudication.
And I think what we've done now, particularly with the UAE RMC, is introduce a lot of new procedures, policies, different adaptations to where we can now administer the sport and also educate the drivers at the same time in a quick and fair manner that's equal to every driver.
Brilliant. Yeah, and that's all we can ask for, really, and long may it continue.
Let's hope so.
It's growing and growing, isn't it? It's we're hopefully part by the series exposing itself to the globally. We've got a lot of people coming in from the UK who are involved in karting in the UK. This is a great way of spending your winter by putting a team out.
I think now with the level of driving, the numbers of driving, and the quality is there, we just now need to make sure that we are on top of everything and to ensure that all the drivers have a fair and clear understanding of the regulations and the rules to make the racing good, because the racing can be excellent.
Yes. Well, thank you, Matt. I'll let you get back to work
and
dealing with, pretty much everything you've just described there. Thank you, Matt.
If Matt comes back in, I do want to have, we can think about this, Matt, come back in later. What's the best excuse you've heard from a driver in the stewards' room of why you've had that? Have a think about that. So as we look at the grid for our Minimax pre-final.
Oliver Butchard for the Synergy team is on the pole with J&KD's Benjamin Kracikovic. LBJ Stubbs for Sam Pollitt Racing alongside Charlie Page. Ivan Jankovic is alongside Francesco Lignoli. Then we've got Kurt Ivanov, Veiko Payami, Paul Schutzman, William Mazzali, Mikhail Mitrokin, and Max Payton in 12th.
Gleb Bukov and Rafael Zagati are next up. Austin Gray, Adam Fleury, Arhan Aysan, and Mikhail Tvirdokliabov ahead of Zuhair Turkey and Vivan Chowan.
So here we go then. We have got, I think that might be a wave round. It's a very spread out. We look like we're racing though. We've got the green light on the timing screens and we're racing through turn 1 into turn 2, and it's Butchard first into turn 2. We've got a cart off on the outside of the corner, but he continues, and it's very much Butchard leaning across the bridge for this first time.
Well, it was the number 117 cart. That was Rafaela Zagati. That was one of the two carts involved. Zagati gets back underway before the other driver, who I think was Vivan Chowan. So one of our novices, Vivan Chowan, potentially out of the race, cart number 165. Let's see if he has come around. Up at the front, Butchard led the heat race from start to finish. He's leading the pre-final. Karachkovic is right there behind him. Stubbs in P3. Now, Karachkovic, once he got past Stubbs, here comes Benjamin Karachkovic to the inside of Oliver Butchard. Will Butchard let him go? Butchard doesn't have a choice.
He doesn't have a choice because that move was made before they came out of turn 1, and that was all about momentum. We've just been talking about that with Matthew Norman, our chief steward here, and it was all about momentum out of the final turn there. And Kracikovic in the lead now, but Butchard's not done with him yet, and here comes LBJ Stubbs on that pink and white cart from Sam Pollitt Racing. It's a 3-card battle for the lead under the bridge.
Yeah, Lissignoli following on in 4th position. But the top three, Nose Tail, Karachkovic, Butchard, and Albie J. Stubbs up the hill now onto the back straight, past the indoor kart circuit. And Butchard's got a good run. Butchard looking to the inside. Perfect textbook manoeuvre into the hairpin at the end of the back straight. Now Butchard covers the inside line, backs the lead group up a little bit, and suddenly Page in fourth, Mazzali, Payamaki, Janickiewicz and William Mazzali are all that's a little bit closer. Karachkovic back to the inside again.
And that was an outbreak there, the way that Butchard took him at the hairpin at turn 13. Karachkovic using the brakes, and now we've got to move for second with Albie J. Stubbs getting by Butchard. Butchard's been absolutely mullered there, and he's lost 2 places there. I think that was Charlie Page following Albie J. through, and Butchard's down to fourth. He's going to need to get his composure. He's going to need to just settle himself down, and that was because he was completely out of sync with what was going on track. That allowed Albie J. Stubbs there in the pink cart, and Charlie Page in the blue and white cart. Charlie Page with Excel, remember, and Charlie Page now will very soon have Butchard coming back at him.
Yeah, indeed. Page, he had a poor qualifying session to Charlie Page. He's been very good in race trim, as it were. Austin Gray, likewise, running P5 at the moment, but has improved an awful lot since qualifying in the number 177 car. Ivan Janickiewicz runs in 6th position. Lisignoli is 7th. Schutzman, Payamaki and Mitrokin round out the top 10. And Vivan Chowan did get going again after that earlier turn 1 incident with Rafael Zagati. They are running down in 19th and 20th position. So all 20 drivers started this race still running.
GNKD leading, and it's their driver, Benjamin Krachkovic, who leads with a healthy lead of 0.6 of a second. Albie J. Stubbs and now Charlie Page and Oliver Butchard beginning to concertina back up, and if these 3 drivers can keep their heads and maybe work together, that gap of 0.6 now out to 0.7 of a second to the leader. That gap, if they work together, that gap can close. But it's going to need cooperation and working together. 3 cadet karts, which these are effectively are, the 950mm chassis, the Mojo C2. 3 karts can go faster than 1. Don't ask me how. I need an aerodynamicist to explain that. But they can. The science of the airflow across the karts make these karts go through the air quicker, and we will see the gap coming down. Interestingly, we only need 2 to do that, and Albie J. Stubbs is working now with Charlie Page. Oliver Butchard trying to get involved as well.
Yes, indeed. Although Butchard realising it's a lot harder to then fight your way back into a leading position once you've been overtaken. If you don't get the move back done straight away, you sort of fall into the same speed that your rivals are running. And Butchard on that Synergy kart coming out of turn number 3 across the bridge into turn 4. Then here's turn 5 down the hill. Turn 6, sharp entry, wide exit. Let the kart float out of the corner around the downhill sweeper and underneath the bridge before you get back onto the brakes to go up through the uphill S's at turns 9 and 10.
The science I described is coming into play because Albie J. Stubbs has closed the gap. It was 0.3 the last time they crossed the line. Into the hairpin at 13. Into the hairpin at 14 now, and then through the S's. Very tricky, very technical. Final turn here, all important. And the 4 karts, the first 4, Krachkovic, Stubbs, Page, Butchard, absolutely equidistant between one another as they continue on. They've just passed half distance with 6 laps completed now, 4 laps remaining as they head out onto the bridge. And if anything, Albie J. Stubbs in that pink cart is pulling away from 3rd place Charlie Page, who now has to deal with Oliver Butchard, who's gotten by.
Yep.
So Butchard has gotten by. We thought that was coming. He's made that happen just off camera. And now off he goes back towards Albie J. Stubbs to get that 2nd place he thinks is his rightful in fact, Butchart thinks the lead is his rightful ownership.
Exactly, yes. Karachkovic is chipping away at LBJ Stubbs' point lead. Charlie Page doesn't want to be losing ground too much either, and this is a good drive from Austin Gray to keep himself in contention. Want to say a quick something about Paul Schutzman running in P9 at the moment. Tough day yesterday for Paul. Was involved in, just managed to get himself involved in several incidents, not necessarily with other drivers, but, he clipped a couple of barriers and, damaged a few bits on the kart. The JNKD team having to go to work to repair that chassis a couple of times during the course of the day. And Paul was getting a little bit down about things during the afternoon, just trying to figure out where he was going wrong, because he said, look, it's just me. I'm just hitting the barriers. But no, so he's obviously thought about it, and he's he's adjusting his lines without losing a lot of speed, and he's popped up into 9th place.
And he was a race winner at Alpha Sam.
He was, yes.
He was absolutely the most delighted race winner I think I've ever met in my career, and it was great to see. So him getting into that top 10 is great to see. He's just dropped a place though. Ivanov has gotten by him, so Schutzman still fighting. As these four at the front are, I can assure you, are absolutely flat chat. There is no managing of tyres. These drivers are absolutely maximising every turn, every braking point. And at the moment, Krachkovic leading, LBJ Stubbs, Oliver Butchart on that bright green helmet you can see there. The blue and white kart there is Charlie Page. These four now heading towards that checkered flag, the end of the penultimate lap when they cross the line after this one. So we've got half a lap remaining though, and it's perhaps the most technical part of any kart track in the world is where they're about to go into. First they've got the hairpin here at turn 13, then they come out of this one into what is a virtual hairpin there, and then straight into an S's. You have to clobber the curb there on the left hand bit, and then it's the last lap board that they will see here. There it is.
Whilst at the same time being mindful of track limits on the exit of the final corner. So, less than a lap to go. Butchart in third, trying to challenge Stubbs in second, who in turn is trying to just make anything happen against race leader Benjamin Karachkovic, although it looks as though Karachkovic has done enough to, not consider defending during this last half a lap, because Stubbs can have his hands full with Butchart and Page.
Into the final stages of this pre-final then, we are forming the grid. The points going forward are championship points also, and it looks like JNKD's Benjamin Krachkovic has only got the S's to go through the final turn. He comes, the checkered flag beckons, he looks over his shoulder, not quite there is LBJ Stubbs, who comes through in second. Third is Oliver Butchart. Fourth is Charlie Page. The rest of the field come through then to take the checkered flag and conclude the Minimax pre-final. I get a feeling, Henry, that if those four drivers were chasing down in the final, we might have seen perhaps a different attitude. Maybe. You know what? I'm kind of contradicting myself there, because you could feel that all four of those drivers at the front of this field were absolutely flat out.
Yeah, and that's going to be a concern for Stubbs, Butchart and Page, because Benjamin Karachkovic, after a not great qualifying session, made the move on Stubbs in the heat race to take second, and closed in on Butchart in this race. He passed Butchart, was able to keep everybody, Stubbs, Butchart, Page, at bay. Now, of course, Benjamin is going to be starting quite high up for the main event, which makes everyone else's job even harder.
Outside of the top four then, it was Austin Gray who finished fifth. Ivan Jankovic was sixth. In seventh, Francesco Lignoli. Vico Payamaki was in eighth. Paul Schutzman did eventually get past Kurt Ivanov and finished ninth. Ivanov, of course, 10th. Mikhail Mitrokin was 11th, and Adam Fleury, the French driver for McAdam, in 12th. 13th was Zuhai Turkey. William Mazzali was 14th. Gleb Obikov was 15th. Max Payton in 16th. Mikhail Tverd Klobelweb. How am I saying that? Tverdokhlebov.
Tverdokhlebov.
Aaron Esan was 18th. 19th place was the kart of Rafael Zagati, and Vivian Chouhan was in 20th. 20 kart fields for Minimax, and that was how they finished. We move swiftly on, and it's our gearbox class of DD2s. Now then, if the heat was anything to go by, the pre-final is got to be absolutely on the mark.
This could be game on, ladies and gentlemen, between Max Dexter, Theo Kakati, Tyler Harris, even someone like Maurice Knyoppers. What about Tony Hogg? Kyle Blockley will be looking to make amends from his earlier DNF, and that's without mentioning Mark Bassier, Hamza Hashisho, or even Adam Malik. So 8 or 9 potential winners from the field of 13 here in DD2 and DD2 Masters.
Now, Henry, the winner of the UAE RMC qualifies in all of our classes for the World Finals.
For the Grand Finals,
and
correct.
you were part of that, you are part of that team.
I am
that
part
bring
of
us the World Finals.
That Rotax firmament, yes.
The announcement for the 2026 World Finals was shortly after. And it is going to
Portimao, Portugal for the 4th time, I would like to say. 2012, 2015, 2017, 2022, 2026, the 5th time. It's almost like a home from home.
Similar to this place, insofar as it's not far from the Portimao.
It is right across the road.
It's across the road, not quite as across the road to the Dubai Autodrome as the Dubai Kartdrome is, but once again, a hub of motorsport activity in that part of Portugal.
Exactly, on the hills of the Algarve. You stand on the outside of turn 1 of the kart circuit, and you look down sort of the valley, and just behind and just below the kart track, you can see the grandstands at the outside of turn number 1 of the Portimao race circuit, which in itself is a hugely undulating track.
One of the most undulating tracks you've ever seen.
Fantastic circuit.
And of course, there's the Algarve, the Portimao Algarve Resort. Which has a lot of what you would call in the United States condominiums and apartments,
condos
and self-contained
living quarters.
Great, and if you can get in there on site, but you are only a short drive away from the Algarve coastline.
Praia de Rocha, I believe, is the
beautiful part of the world. The grilled sardines.
Yes.
If anything, if that doesn't spur you on to try your hardest for
Portuguese pastries. Oh my word!
Portuguese anything really.
Yeah, the Portuguese know how to do like a sweet custard tart, if anything, if nothing else.
Absolutely.
Fair play to them.
So that's where the World Finals are going to be.
Yes.
Do you know the dates off the top of your head, Henry?
It is the end of November, the 20-something to about the 28th of November.
So that's way off, everybody. The World Finals for 2026 being announced to be heading to Portimao, and the UAE RMC will be represented by the UAE team. And to be part of that, you have to, of course, qualify. And by qualifying, you have to
win.
You have to win this championship.
Your domestic championship, yes. Win your national series to go off and race internationally. As we continue to wait, we've got a few minutes to go before our next race. Our next race starting at 11:58, so we've got about 3 minutes to go. Please let us know where you're watching from. And yes, we already know that we're missing out of some very, very poor weather in the UK. It is not exactly toasty warm here. It's a cool, a reasonable 20 to 21 degrees here in Motor City, Dubai, as we wait for the next race to come out. You could see the cranes and the high-rises here. I haven't been to Motor City for 2 years, and I think the 2022, 2023 I was here, and since then, the amount of not just buildings, but the amount of apartment blocks around the circuit have shot up, and as you drive into Motor City, there is an inordinate amount of cranes and high. There must be at least, and I'm not joking, there must be at least a dozen.
30,000.
No, a
Apparently
dozen.
there's more cranes in Dubai
than anywhere else in the world.
Anywhere else would, apart from China.
Oh, really? Okay, I was because there are at least a dozen buildings being constructed.
Oh, if you look at everywhere you look in Dubai, there are just cranes everywhere. I mean, obviously there's a huge amount of building at the Autodrome itself. They're doing some residential building. And of course they've got they're just about to start the new kart track, which is still a couple of years away. New kart circuit, which is a complete, isn't just a track anymore, it's a whole hub of entertainment. It's going to have the highest climbing wall in the region.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
that's
place to eat. It could actually abut itself onto the main circuit as well.
Really? Okay. Oh, does that does that mean that this track is going to be converted into something?
This track will no longer exist.
Okay, right.
When the new track's open, because obviously this is what's coming as prime real estate now.
Yes, and of course when you look behind you, look at everything, all the buildings behind you are up, all that real estate, and then there's this nice bit of flat, tarmac, manicured land, go-karts on it. Oh, the realtor's wet dream, I think it was.
Well, Dubai, was it the Dubai real estate programs, everything,
Yep, indeed. So
there's an awful lot of things being built everywhere.
Yes, it's absolutely incredible, I have to say, driving around here. There's still, you think, economy? What economy? Because there is...
This economy's fine.
Yeah, this economy is absolutely fine. So... we look at, of course, Motor City was developed by Union Properties. You can see on the banner there across the start-finish line. Here we go then, a 12-lap race. It's Tyler Harris and Theo Cacati on row number 1. Mark Bassier and Max Dexter on row number 2. Maurice Knoppers and Adam Malik go from row number 3. Hamza Hashisho and Tony Hogg are up next. Greg Watt, Sam Walker, Sullivan Zanfari and Kyle Blockley, who failed to finish the opening race. Nicolo Cacciatore starting at the back of the field because he is a novice, and you have to, if you're a novice, you have to start at the back of the heats and the pre-finals, but you do earn your starting position for the final itself. Are we going to see a rematch of the same style of race that we saw in the heats? Harris and Cacati share the front row of the grid. One looking at a championship, one just looking for a trophy to add to the collection before they go back to the United States to continue their education. Harris has the pole. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Down towards turn number 1 we go. Through turn number 1 and now up across the bridge. Harris has made a good start, and as they come across the bridge and down the other side, it will be the Mumbai Falcons, number 484 of Tyler Harris, who has the advantage. We wait for them to come underneath the bridge. It is Cacati right there in second place. Is Theo Cacati going to make the move? Where is Cacati? No, he's dropped to third position, in fact, has Theo Cacati on that Danilo Rossi chassis. Just in front of Max Dexter in fourth. So up into P2 is Mark Bassier. So it's two of the main championship contenders. Harris and Bassier running first and second. Out of the final corner, Cacati right behind Bassier as they cross the line to start lap number 2. Hamza Hashisho always had a problem, has not come round. Now, Did Hamza Hashisho take the start? I don't think he did. Hamza Hashisho not out on circuit. That isn't great news for one of the title contenders. Nicolo Cacciatore has picked up a couple of positions, so has Kyle Blockley. It's Harris, Bassier, Kakati, Dexter, P4, Knoppers is 5th, Adam Malik up into P6. Then it is Zanfari from the back of the field, Hogg, Blockley, Cacciatore, Watt and Walker. 12 drivers remain, led by number 484, championship leader, the Mumbai Falcons driver, Tyler Harris. Into turn number 2, battle is on for second. Well, not much of a battle at the moment because Dexter is thinking to himself, okay, I'm going to push. And Theo Kakati's going to say to himself, okay, I trust you, Max. Let's go and try and catch the race leader. Down the hill they go at the bottom end of the circuit, under the bridge. That is where George Nassar had a horrendous accident at the start of 2023, which ended his season coming down the hill and seeing an empty cart parked during practice, an empty cart parked in the middle of the track under the bridge, and Nassar lucky to escape with minor injuries. But that did finish his season back in 2023. Harris, 1.3 seconds in front of Kakati. There you can see Maurice Knoppers being passed by Suleiman Zanfari. Zanfari up into P5 for the Motorscape team. Kakati versus Dexter. Race leader Tyler Harris goes through turn 10 and 11, around turn 12. Down the back straight, he leads by 1.1 seconds at the moment. 12 karts started this race. 12 karts still in this race. And Suleiman Zanfari is the driver on the move. Up into P5. He's now got 1.1 seconds to try and catch up to Mark Bassier, who runs in 4th position. But Harris doing a sterling job of outscoring his title rivals. That's the name of the game for Tyler Harris. Yes, wins are great. Wins, fantastic. They pay the big points. However, at this stage of the season, Harris is looking at those drivers who he's not in a championship fight with, Kakati and Dexter and Zanfari, for example, and he's thinking, okay, I don't really want to worry about them. I need to worry about Bassier, Knoppers, Malik and Hashisho. And so far in the heat race and this race, Harris has outscored them all. Can he take the win? It looks pretty good for Tyler at the moment. We're not at half distance yet. The gap is less than a second. However, that in DD2 terms is enough to keep him, is enough to keep him at arm's length. He doesn't have to worry about defending. He's not under any pressure. As Dexter chases Kakati down the hill, they both continue their pursuit of race leader Tyler Harris. Down the back straight we go now. Once again, half distance. This time round when we complete 6 of 12 laps and start lap number 7. Here we go. There is the half distance marker. And I have to say that Kakati and Dexter have closed in by a little bit. No need to sound the alarm bells just yet for Tyler Harris. But before long, Harris is going to have to start modifying his line. He's going to have to start defending ever so slightly because Kakati and Dexter are there. And as we saw in the first race, if either of those two drivers catch you, they are going straight through. There's no sitting and waiting. They are going to turn this into a knockdown, drag-out slugfest. And that is what Harris is going to hope to try and avoid. However, doesn't look very hopeful at the moment. It looks as though Harris will be caught. In fact, he has been caught by Kakati and Dexter. And now he is going to have to defend from Kakati and Dexter. However, even if they both go past him, he would still be outscoring his title rivals. So what does Tyler Harris do? Does he defend, risk getting involved in an incident? And he doesn't have a choice, because straight through goes Kakati. Harris comes back at him. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. Here comes Theo Kakati. Just comes off turn number 2. Doesn't follow the main trajectory of the track, the racing line, just stays on the inside, plants it on the apex. Harris is back in front, however. Up the hill, this is more like it. It took him a few laps to get warmed up, but now they are into their groove once again. Watch the number 455 Mumbai Falcons card of Mark Bassier, currently in P4, but about to close in. Likewise, in P5, Suleiman Zanfari. The Motorscape team closing in as well. We could have a 5-car battle for the lead before too long if we're not careful. And with the way that Harris is defending, I think that 5-car battle is going to be sooner rather than later. In fact, already all 5 of our leaders are now nose to tail. Knyopas all on his own in 6th. Malik all on his own in 7th. And then a long way back, it's Cacciatore, Watt, Walker and Kyle Blockley. Blockley and Tony Hogg, I think, have had a problem. They're off out at the side of the circuit. Tony Hogg just dragging his cart off the track on the entry to the bridge. Harris continues to lead the way from Kakati, Dexter, Bassier and Zanfari. Complete another lap. And Kakati makes the move on the race lead. Kakati just easing his way to the inside there on Tyler Harris to take advantage and take the race lead. Harris, let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. It was a late decision, a late lunge from Kakati, forces Harris wide. That costs Tyler, it cost him 3 places because Mark Bassier goes through. So Bassier is now up to 3rd. And look at Bassier going around the outside of Max Dexter, going into the S's. That's a fantastic move from Mark Bassier. And now Harris is going to have his attention pricked because Bassier is going to be taking points off Harris's title advantage. Out of turn number 12. Lap number 10 in the books out of 12. And there is Suleiman Zanfari now passing Tyler Harris. So Zanfari is now up into P4. Harris down to 5th, only temporarily though, as Harris fights back. Maurice Knyopas is right there now as well. So the top 6 separated by less than 2 seconds. Kakati is gone and away up at the front. It's now Bassier, Dexter, Harris, Zanfari and Knyopas in this group. 2, 4, 5 drivers all squabbling over P2 on the road.
We knew it was going to be a cracker, and it has delivered as we thought. Theo Kakati has done what he thought he needed to do, and that's break away from this absolute fist fight of a kart race in 2nd place. So Bassier in 2nd across the line from Dexter, Tyler Harris, Safari, Knyopas. That's how quick it is. There's no room down the inside on this, the final lap of the race. Into the hairpin, onto the bridge. Time and opportunities running out there. Defensive driving by Dexter there, Henry.
Yep, indeed. When they come back into view, we shall see who has got the advantage for P2. It is Dexter getting forced back now. So is that Bassier up in the 2nd place? I think Harris might have grabbed 3rd. Kakati, great driving, patient, forceful when he needed to be, and fast all the time. Kakati comes through the final complex of corners. Max Dex has been shoved right back in a Telios Racing entry. There goes Dexter. Kakati across the line. Bassier and the rest of the field, Dexter losing ground in the final lap, back to P6. And after all that battling, Kakati comes away with a 2-second advantage.
Wow, absolute frantic racing. Kakati takes the win, then Basia a fighting second, Tyler Harris third, Lopez was fourth, Zanfari was in fifth, Max Dexter sixth, seventh was Adam Malek, Nicola Cacciatore was eighth, then we have Greg Watt, Sam Walker, Kyle Blockley, Tony Hogg in 12th, and the field rounded off by Hashisho. That's the DD2 pre-final. It's, if the heat and the pre-final, Henry, has anything to go off, oh my goodness, the final, if a driver like Kakati, or whether it's Tyler Harris, or any of them really, Mark Bassier, if they can break away, then, you know, that's going to help, because the rest of them are just squabbling over every inch of real estate here.
Yeah, and you can't count out someone like Tony Hogg, who will be on fresher tyres as well.
What happened to Tony Hogg there?
I'm not sure if it was there was a cart off going under the bridge, so I think Tony may have had a mechanical issue down at the back end of the circuit.
So we head off to our we head into our, I'm not going to say final heat, I'm going to say last heat, because that'll be, you know, in the midst of pre-finals and finals. We are into the last heat of the day, and this is for Senior Max, who were all lining up there in the collecting area, getting their fuel tanks reallocated and all getting ready. It's groups A and B. We've already seen the conclusion of the heat phase for everybody in Group C. So this is the second and final heat here for everyone in Groups A and B. We have then got the Junior Max pre-final to conclude our pre-finals. We then go to a lunch break scheduled for about 1 o'clock, so we're about 45 minutes or so away from that. And then we kick off this afternoon's final stages of today's race day number 1 of round 4 of the UAE RMC, with the Senior Max B final, with more than 40 drivers entering. We have the chance of a B final. So, like I say, round 4 of the championship, with getting towards the last of the half stages. So just into the, having a look at the calendar. We're here at the Dubai Kartdrome. This is day 1 of round 4. And we do it all again tomorrow. So if you've had a stinker of a day, well, wipe the slate clean and start again tomorrow. It's the 4th round. We've already been to Al Ain to kick the series off back in October. We then went to Al Fassan, just outside of Abu Dhabi. Back to Al Ain for the 2-day event in December. We leave the Dubai Kartdrome after this weekend, and we head off next month for the 14th and 15th of February for, again, round 5, which is, again, 2 days of racing on the Yas Marina circuit, the Yas Marina North circuit, which takes part on the what is effectively the Formula 1 circuit. And from there, back here for a 1-day event at Dubai Kartdrome. We then go to Al Fassan at the end of March, and then the season is rounded off with a 2-day event for round 8 back at the home of the UAE RMC, the Al Ain Raceway. I've got a couple of public announcements to make. A Ford registration number 17589. That's a Ford registration 17589, and a GIAC registration plate 46508. That's 46508. If they're your vehicles, can you reposition them, as they are causing an obstruction in the car park? There you go. We're a public service as well as a global live stream bringing you the UAE RMC. here at the Dubai Kartdrome. The weather is picking up a little bit. It was a bit cool this morning. It was about 20 degrees. It's picked up to about 22, 23. The sun has broken through the cloud cover, and the track temperature is going to be reaching temperatures of over 30 degrees, I think, as the tarmac tends to soak up the heat from the sun's rays. We're about just under 10 minutes away from the start of the last heat of the day, it being for Senior Max. The championship positions for Senior Max. Well, this championship's been all about the battle between George Nasser for the Matthias Nugent Motorsport team, Oscar Lambert, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, he's in third place, Nathan Kaplan not that far away in fourth, and Rayan Damadasa is in fifth. Zain Almasani is in sixth place. The points situation, 424 points is George Nasser. Oscar Lambert has 346, with Jeremy Montgomery Swan on 330. Not far behind is Nathan Kaplan on 326. And then we've got 312 for Rayan Damadasa. Zain El Hamasani has 267 still. So still with just reaching the halfway stage, Henry, still all to play for championship-wise. And I'm pretty sure as a driver, you're not really thinking about championship. You're just thinking about the job in hand.
Well, I mean, you know, the good thing is with a field so competitive, for someone like Conor Clancy, is that, you know, drivers are taking points off each other all the time. There's a dozen or so drivers at the front of the field in every single round. That there's no... I mean, George Nasser, he's won... Let's have a look. He's had race wins. He's won one final, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's won 7 or 8, eight races. So Nasser's won more races than anybody else.
Remember that nightmare final he had at Alpha San?
Yes.
I know you weren't there.
I wasn't there, but I saw the highlights.
I
saw the highlights.
Absolutely, yes. And that. I mean, you get dropped score here, don't you?
You do, yes.
One dropped score?
No, there's a few actually. There's a couple.
Clarify.
You can. I think you drop your worst. Oh, I'll check. But it's your worst X amount of finals, your worst X amount of heats or pre-finals.
Well, so that's a final that George Nasser will drop.
Oh, absolutely,
he only
absolutely.
scored 5 points.
We'll go through there. How many? I think is it worst 5 drop scores? You can drop 5 scores through the course of the season. I will double check with the regulations. I'll go and speak to the G.
Yes.
Who shall know?
We'll clarify that in the lunch break.
Yes,
because I think Henry. All right, we're just getting towards the halfway stage of the championship. I think it's going to become more and more crucial as we go forward through Yas Marina, back at Dubai, Al Fassan, and then back at Al Ain. It's going to be
think about it
more crucial.
In terms of individual rounds, we have had. This is the 5th. Round
point scoring day.
The 5th point scoring day of and at the end of today there will be 7 point scoring race days remaining.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Actually.
Yeah, I mean we're not even. This will be the 5th point scoring day. The 6th points. So at the end of the day tomorrow, we are halfway through the championship,
which is 6 point scoring rounds
down.
Yeah, 6 to go.
Yeah.
Some of them, for instance, some of them when we return to the Dubai Kartdrome on the 8th of March, it's kind of like an all or nothing day. It's a one-day event where you've got to get it right on the day. This 2-day event, you've got to get it right, but you've got a lot of track time.
Yes.
You've got a lot of track time to hone and tune and set up, and it'll be a little bit more of a throw the tools in the air and see how they land kind of day, depending on the weather. 8th of March, it's very likely to be slightly hotter.
Yes, indeed.
Only slightly, though. I think highs of 20 or 29 for that period of time here.
Okay, yep.
It only starts to get really hot when we go back to Al Ain, when it starts getting towards the 40 degrees.
Yes.
And you know what? We forget about the human element, don't we? We talk about the karts, we talk about the tyre wear. But there's also the physicality on the drivers when we get towards the heat that we saw in round 1.
I mean, yeah, and even worse than that, the heat that we saw the week before round 1 at the Rotax Invitational.
Yes,
that
was
was
that's the one I'm thinking of.
brutal.
So it was 42 degrees.
It was 42
when we went
degrees,
back for round 1. It was hardly noticeable, but it was 38.
Yes, and it made a difference. You know, you didn't feel quite as sapped of all your energy the minute that you walked out of
outside for 10 minutes.
Oh,
brutal. You knew you needed water.
Absolutely. It was that was. You know, there's too many people saying, "Oh, this was too hot here," but we are looking at how many, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10 cranes in one camera shot. As we look, we're waiting for Heat 3, Group A versus Group B for senior Rotax, and that will be starting in 3 minutes' time. At the end of that heat race, we'll have the last of our pre-finals, which will be the junior Rotax pre-final, and then we'll have our lunch break and be into the main events themselves.
Right, we are, Henry, I've
done an awful lot of walking this morning.
2 minutes.
Welcome
running
back,
around
Nick.
various parts of the track. Oh, you're filthy. Am I filthy?
Not in a good way.
Yes, we just did a little bit of maintenance on the systems.
Yes.
Ah, yes. That's
glamorous world of motorsport, Henry.
It is glamorous, isn't it? It's all about the oil and the mess.
Here we.
It's glamorous for Henry, though, because he just kind of serenely floats above it all.
Yes. The only advantage of having zero common sense is that you're never asked.
Technical nous as well, by the way.
Zero common sense and zero technical nous is you're never asked to do anything remotely that requires brain power or thought.
And you know what?
I can lift a box. Not a problem at all. I can lug and carry, but and talk. That's about it.
I haven't seen you lift a box.
I haven't seen him lift anything.
Mr. Sethi, when does it start?
3
minutes time, Mr.
2 minutes
Sethi.
time.
2 minutes time, Mr. Sethi.
Yeah, you haven't got to listen to us waffle on about Tales of War and Henry lifting boxes or indeed anything.
Or that, yeah.
Coffee cups.
A coffee cup.
He can lift a coffee cup and someone else fills it.
Yes, I fill it.
Yes.
Oh yes,
he can lift his hand with a biscuit to his mouth. He hasn't paid
don't worry,
for it,
guys, because our catering core is on the way, so we'll have coffee, as much coffee as you want.
Yes,
So
I did pour my own coffee earlier.
I did see that.
Wow, he poured his own. Wow,
I didn't get around to putting milk or sugar into it. I drank a cup of black coffee.
You couldn't work out how to get the gaffer tape sealing the sugar bag.
Right. And don't forget that Henry Baudet is a functioning human being.
I am, yes. I have made it this far in life. Somehow,
he's going to Macau
on
his own next week.
I wouldn't go that far. He may never return.
I think that's a dangerous place to say.
Have you been to Macau? What are you in Macau for, Henry?
I'm in Macau for the Rotax International Trophy Asia.
Right. Okay.
Yes,
and is it your first visit to Macau?
It is my first visit to Macau.
Now, we think that this track is embedded into the locale. Macau, even more so.
Yes, I may not return.
More about Macau later on, because we've got our grid. It's the last of the heats for the senior Rotax classes. It's groups A and B. And on the pole position, Mumbai Falcons heads the front row of the grid again. It's in the form of Nathan Kaplan and Oscar Lambert. Elo Gonzalez from Motorscape is in third. Zain El Hamasani is alongside. Then we've got Alessandro Bigi and George Nasser on row 3. Row 4 looks like this.
It'll be a good start for...
Elliot Surtees,
yes.
Well up there. Andrea Remy alongside. Ryan Qureshi, Jules Dormont, Kai Hunter, who took a penalty from that heat.
Okay.
Yes, he's quite livid. More of that later. Rain Caruth is alongside him.
Louis Hartmann from Denmark, Abdullah Al-Qaita, Faisal Nashko, Max Dexter, Naman Kukrasia, and Tamim Hasiba. Our next following Patrick Cannon, Eni Asachi, Enzo Tesluk getting some support online, Philippe Dinu, Amani Kanua, and Sami Al-Assad. Well, the Amani Kanua fan club are back out hopefully the Spencer Trahorn fan club are back out. He starts 25th alongside Anam El Bassani, Alexis Elzia, Musad Al Bassam, Antonius Haddad, and Zara Karua.
That rounds off a 30-kart field that are just coming around the final turn to head towards the lights. The lights will go out and we will be racing. Nathan Capman on the inside will have the primary line through turn 1 and also into the braking area for 2. He proves to be the case. Around his outside goes his teammate. Will he have enough for turn 3? We'll see if Oscar Lambert has held on to that as they head across the bridge and into turn 4 for the first time. And it is a Mumbai Falcons leading, but that's not a Mumbai Falcons in second place. That's a Motorscape card.
Yeah, Eloy Gonzalez trying to go around the outside. Capon defending. Lambert trying to capitalise. Eloy Gonzalez is thinking to himself, I don't need to be the filling in this Mumbai Falcons sandwich. Behind him, El Hobassani running in 4th position, followed by Bishi in P5. So the two M&M karts. I have to say, Mateus de Gem Motorsport, they have been certainly the most improved team, I believe, of this new season. Only their second full season in the sport, Mateus de Gem, and already they're competing at the head of the field in every single class they're in.
Into turn 2 for the second time, then already into turn 3 and out across the bridge. It's Nathan Capman, Eloy Gonzalez, Oscar Lambert, Zain El Homassani. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts. Is it 5 karts?
Yeah, because Kai Hunter is in 5th. Great start.
There is Kai Hunter with Elliot Surtees hanging on to Kai's shirt tails. Or is he? Elliot Surtees just a little bit back. It's the green helmet of Kai Hunter that we can see there, just coming onto the back of El Homassani and wanting to join in with the lead party here. They're on lap 2, so plenty of time. It's a 10-lap race this time for this heat. As we head through the hairpin and into the twists and turns of the S's that finish the lap.
New leader, Eloy Gonzalez, ducks to the inside of Nathan Capon going into turn number 14 and holds on to it. Capon trying to come back, Gonzalez defending a little bit. Oh, and there is Oscar Lambert just sort of elbowing, trying to elbow Zain El Homassani out of the way. Kai Hunter capitalises, picks up 2 for the price of 1.
2 places by positioning himself right on the tail of Zain El Homassani, and he was able to get by Oscar Lambert by doing so. Now he's in the top 3. Now he's got a bit of a free rein to maybe gather himself up and maybe chase after Nathan Capon. It's going to come back to Kai Hunter if these two at the front here can start squabbling, please. Kai Hunter will be very, very delighted with that.
Well, the battle, so the fact that Lambert and El Homassani tripped over each other, they slowed themselves down. Yes, it gave Kai Hunter 2 positions. It also cost Kai Hunter a lot of track position. Now, to coin a phrase used by the late, great Murray Walker, and I'm sure used by an awful lot more motorsports commentator, Kai Hunter now has the bit between his teeth.
And it's one thing, Henry, another Murray Walker quote, it's one thing catching the car in front, it's another thing overtaking it. And if Kai Hunter can actually catch Nathan Capon, he's then got to think about and get the textbook how to overtake at the Dubai Kartdrome. Remember, Kai Hunter experience, he might be across from England in the UAE RMC, but he's got a lot of experience here at the Dubai Kartdrome, not his first time here, winner of the All-Play event here in 2024. So he knows how to win here. So the question is Oscar Lambert going to try squabbling with him and spoil this? George Nasser, is he going to try and get by the 2 in front of him? However, at the moment, these 2 at the front look unbeatable.
Well, championship leader George Nasser up into P5. Rayan Qureshi running in 6th. Zain El Homassani has slipped to 7th. And Elliot Surtees, look at that black and white Origin motorsport kart. He's just a tiny little bit of drift from the main lead group of 7, but he is a long way in front of a very impressive drive from Louis Hartmann. Oh, the lead is gone.
What happened there? That was just complete oversteer. The kart just slewed. The kartshop.me replay into the chicane. Did he club it? No, he clipped the tyre.
Clipped the tyre.
He clipped the tyre. That may have bent an axle, punctured a wheel, or worse, but that has destroyed his race.
And I wonder if he's going to turn around and say, were those barriers slightly in a slightly different position than what he was expecting? Haven't seen any of the carts go off, but that is a recurring theme here. There is Alessandro Bigi off at the side of the circuit, out of the race. Sadly, Max Dexter has also had a problem. Now, Eloy Gonzalez, does he continue or is he out of the race?
Well, he's dropped down to 11th, Henry.
Behind Amani Kanua.
And he stayed in 11th, so he hasn't punctured the wheel, he hasn't bent his axle. He's continuing, but he's lost a lot of places, obviously.
Yeah, Amani Kanua, again, another storming drive from 23rd up into the top 9 now for Amani.
Half distance, Henry, and Kai Hunter's gap to the leader, Nathan Kaplan, is 0.6 of a second. Let's see where it is across the line. 6 laps completed. It stayed exactly the same at 0.6, almost 0.7 now. So Kai Hunter doing all he can to maybe close the gap, but he's got a big ask there, because the Mumbai Falcons team know how to prepare a kart for the Dubai Kartdrome, don't they?
Now, I was going to say, Kai Hunter's already got one good result in his back pocket, so he may not push as hard as we. But then, of course, he hasn't, does he?
No, he got penalised for track limits, would you believe?
Track limits penalty, which that would have lightened his mood considerably.
It did considerably.
Yeah, Oscar Lambert now looking at Zain El Hamasani for 5th position as they went underneath the bridge. Andrea Remy, who had such a fantastic performance on a podium, I believe, at round 2 for Andrea Remy. He is down in 27th position, out of the race. Amani Kanua now closing in on Louis Hartmann for 8th position. And remind you, that's from 23rd on the grid. I have to say, Kai Hunter, he's not making too much progress advancing on Kaplan. He's coming under pressure. George Nassar.
Yeah, he's under pressure, Henry. The gap is almost 9/10, so he's got nothing in the toolkit in that karting advisor academy kart there to maybe close the gap. And now, very shortly, he's going to be under immense pressure going into the final 2 laps of this heat. Championship leader George Nassar from the Matthias Najem Motorsport team is now on the rear bumper of Kai Hunter. He looks over his shoulder. He can see the orange helmet. Nassar down the inside. Textbook move. Hunter may have left the door open. The Kartshop.me replay will show this.
Look at the run that Nassar gets down the back straight. I mean, there's slipstream and then there's waft.
And then that's just on the brakes, isn't it? On the brakes, down the inside. Makes the position stick there. Kai Hunter was wanting to come back, leaving the door wide through the hairpin onto the bridge, and that's going to pay dearly. That has cost Kai Hunter dearly, as Ryan Qureshi was the driver who got through. It was a complete compromised position he was found himself in, and it's cost him dearly.
Yes, and we'll see Nassar. And at one point, Nassar wasn't even in the lead group. He was there's a lead group of 6, and Nassar was 7th. So his race pace, once he gets going from George Nassar, is very quick indeed. Let's have a look down the back straight. You can just see he pulls away by half a kart length down the back straight, which is not a long back straight, but very good getting out of the corners is George Nassar.
You can see that kart punch out of the corners,
yeah,
can't
absolutely.
you? And that's what you need here at the Dubai Kartdrome. You need a lot of punch. There's a lot of hairpins to punch out of. So if you can get your car to perform at that level, then it's going to benefit you from it. And that's where you're going to get the lap time.
Adam Elbassani cracks the top 10. Oh, and there's a look to the inside of the championship leader. Qureshi in the middle of the circuit. Nassar somehow avoids catastrophe.
And even more so, Kai Hunter avoided catastrophe. Just look at this. The Kartshop.me replay shows down the inside, coming together. Nassar very lucky to stay on the track, and Hunter as well. Kai Hunter got tagged as well. So whether or not we've got bent axles will remain to be seen. At the moment, Nathan Kaplan is oblivious of all of that drama and action occurring on the last lap as he sees the welcome sight of the checkered flag and takes the last heat. It is George Nassar in second. Hunter, it is indeed, who hangs on to that third and improves on his 4th place from his previous heat, which of course it wasn't. Zain El Hamasani through in 4th as the rest of the field come through. It is, as ever, a dramatic heat.
See it again.
Let's see it again. The Kartdrome replay.
Kai won't have had a drop down nose for that.
Or did he hit?
Well,
No,
he
I
hit really
thought,
hard.
I
Watch
thought
it
it was
again.
the
I think
side
his,
on.
I think his
Okay.
nose thing. Watch
That
it
would
all
be a
happen
tragedy.
again.
Let's have a look.
Oh,
Kartdrome replay.
I just ignore this because I just made a mistake.
So we're going to have to do all that again in the edit.
I'll come in again.
Okay.
And, wonder about because you're now getting to replay something else. I press the wrong button.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll carry on. Here's a Kartdrome replay of the start-finish line,
Yeah,
which was
lovely.
Which is lovely. It's looking resplendent, as always.
Well,
even,
we can
even
use
the gardening. That's well kept.
Topiary.
Topiary, is that right?
Topiary.
Yes.
The Kartdrome replay is we can use the medium of painting pictures with words, Henry.
Yes, yes. Kai Hunter will, I'm sure, explain to us during the lunch break exactly how much damage he had.
Well, I am not
Technicolor.
sure he went in nose first because I saw his rear axle bound over the.
I mean, you talk about, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the replay once. You can, go back and see it again at other points. Let's have a look. Talk about racing driver reactions. Okay, so there is the initial incident, and Kai Hunter a fraction of a second.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Nick. You
a
might be right.
fraction of a second to react.
Yeah, he did, and he reacted by getting his nose out of there.
Yep.
However, as he went around the inside the right-hand wheel of his cart made the contact. There's a move that wasn't really on.
Well, no, yeah, he had a go, he had a thought about it, and then, as Nassar comes to take the racing line, I mean, it's instant. It's almost a driving, we talk about instinct, that takes over.
Well, you saw, actually, can we see that again, Nick? Because you see Kai get ready by bracing. You actually see Kai going to brace himself for the impact, and as he turns left, he braces himself for the impact.
And I mean, it sounds stupid. I mean, I'm going to ask lots of questions for Nick Damon here now, but I mean, is there any chance once we see it again, can we see it at full speed? To give the viewer another quick, a view of how fast you have to react when things go wrong in front of you. Let's have a look. Now, this is at slightly slow speed, but again, you can see Hunter, shoulders up, move, so that was at half speed. Well, that's a slow speed. Slow motion replay.
Switch my cell phone. Slow motion replay for that one, for the Kartdrome replay. So if you just look at this, the Kartdrome replay shows down the inside, coming together. Nassar very lucky to stay on the track, and Hunter as well. Kai Hunter got tagged as well. So whether or not we've got bent axles will remain to be seen. At the moment, Nathan Kaplan is, which was no fault of his own, in the second heat. I've got a public announcement today.
Oh, okay, listen up to this.
It's a Ford, registration number 17589, and
it's an Abu Dhabi plate.
It's an Abu Dhabi 17589, and then
a GAC.
A GAC GAC vehicle, Dubai plate 46508. So that's Ford Abu Dhabi plate 17589 and GAC Dubai plate 46508. Can you reposition your vehicles in the car park?
Now, GAC, what does that stand for? Is it General Automotive China?
Probably.
Possibly.
There are so many cars you don't see anywhere else in the world here.
Yeah,
well,
no,
these in China, obviously. We don't see them in Europe.
Yeah, no, they're not allowed.
Some of them look very good.
Others don't.
And some of them not so much.
Yeah, some of them do look
some
very nice.
You're going, wow, that's impressive.
If you
others
do,
you're going, who do you copy for that one?
Yeah, if you do come to the UAE for the first time, you will see, I mean, number one, the roads are very busy.
They are indeed.
And number two, the roads are very busy, filled with car manufacturer brands that you don't see in Europe. There are lots of reasons why they're not for sale in Europe.
Because we saw the replay 9 times, we never saw the result.
Oh, okay, let's have a look at the result then. Here we go. Nathan Kaplan takes the win. George Nassar, second place. Kai Hunter, either with a nose cone penalty, if not a nose cone penalty, a future dry cleaning bill for his race suit. He finishes third. Zain El Hamasani is fourth. Oscar Lambert, and what a great result. Elliot Surtees, Origin Motorsport. Returning. Well done.
Well, good to see them back in the UAE RMC. 7th, Lewis Hartman. Amani Kanua.
23rd to 8th.
Damage limited or damage retrieval, I think.
Yep.
With that 8th place. Adam El Bassioni with Ryan Qureshi in 10th. Eloy Gonzalez. Unfortunate that he just clipped that tyre on the inside, isn't it? And from the lead as well. Absolute tragedy for Eloy. Faisal Nashko was 12th. 13th, Henry?
Was Rayan Keirus, followed by Abdullah Al-Keita, Jules Dumont, Enzo Tesluk, Naman Kukrasia, Spencer Trehorn. A retirement plus an 18th place finish for Spencer. Does that get him out of the B final, or will he be in the B final?
Character building day. Antonius Haddad was 19th. Eni Asachi was 20th. Patrick Cannon 21st. Then we've got Alexis Alzea, Zami El Assad, Philip Dinu, and then rounding off a 30-cart field, Musad Al Bassam, Zara Keru, Andrea Remy, Max Dexter. What happened to Max out after 5 laps? Tameen Hasiba also a non-finisher, and then a non-starter was the Alessandro Bigi.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that Alessandro Bigi did take the start. Maybe he didn't, but I mean, there's some big names. Remy, Bigi, and Dexter will be in trouble.
We're in the B final.
Potentially in the B final, and if not, they'll be right down towards the back of the field in the main event amongst the automatic qualifiers. Aaron Ortek getting plenty of support online, our Turkish driver, as Amani Kanua once again getting plenty of support. That's absolutely fantastic. I'm just wondering, for this, we talk about sponsors. I mean, you know, if there's a guest house or some sort of holiday resort that the Kanua family know of in South Africa or Kenya that, you know, would be great to advertise, because most of Kenya's watching. So why not advertise something? What's good in Nairobi these days? I wonder. You know,
what's hot in Nairobi?
What's hot in Nairobi? Every day, the afternoons, particularly warm.
Yes, they're very warm, yeah.
Just to reassure everyone, we're only 3 minutes away from our next race.
Oh, thank God for that.
Which is the Junior Max pre-final. Get a little. Yep, talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna turn the air conditioning back on here. Junior Rotax pre-final. This is where we talk about how a single slight error can have huge consequences. Jaden Hidding, 2 laps.
Yes.
Deleted in qualifying for track limits. Takes him from 2nd to 22nd on the grid. Takes him from being right with the 2 drivers he is desperately trying to catch in the points via Chopra and Mitan Jain to 20 positions behind them. Chopra and Jain go on to finish 1st and 2nd in their heat race, dropping even more points by only finishing 21st. So there were 2 very small errors, for track limits, the final corner in qualifying, 1 large, potentially continual for the rest of the day consequence of that. Earlier on, we'll have this discussion off air before we discuss it, but we're asking our Chief Steward Matthew Norman for his best racing driver excuse.
Yes, of which he's heard many.
Yes. He has told me about it, but we will discuss it and potentially talk about it this afternoon. My particular favourite racing driver excuse was by Formula One driver Rennie Arnoux, he was asking why was he so slow. This is James Hunt mentioned this. Rennie Arnoux saying, why was he so slow all of a sudden? And he said, well, the non-turbo cars are so slow, I just can't drive, I can't drive them because the cars are slow, therefore I am slow.
Do you want to hear another Rennie Arnoux quote?
Yes, go on then.
No, I want the grid read out.
Grid for the junior Rotax pre-final then. It's Veer Chopra on the pole position from Mintaj Jain from Mumbai Falcons alongside Aaron Qureshi with Gabriel Barakori on row 2. Alfie Ward and Derek Rivera are on row 3.
Johannes Seyanake and Saveli Kogai, Leo Aina, Jensen Chalk, Pierre Abudiwan and Harrison Stevens.
Moving on, Ray Herbert and Sam Turner. We've got Finley Smith and Harry Kallenberg alongside each other on row 8. Thimai Mapanganga is, Mapanganda is on row 9 with Aaron Mason. On row 10, we've got Faris Arun and Giuseppe Montiari with Floris Schenkenberg and Jaden Hidding, Lewis Reed and Murad Bayravov.
Aaron Ortak can explain to support our Turkish driver George Haddad, Arhan Sethi, Kabir Kidwai, Damien Knorr and Romy Sabali, Ostrikering.
On the nosy, Henry wins the prize. You know what the prize is?
I don't know.
Sam's going to make you a cup of coffee.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Mrs. Bradley.
Hello, Mrs. Bradley.
Here we go then. Veer Chopra and Mitansh Jain are bringing this field of juniors around the final few turns. They'll come through the final turn and head towards the lights. The red lights will go out and they will know they are racing towards turn 1. Here we go. That looks a good grid. Off we go then. The M&M driver on the primary line on the inside dashes to the left, comes back to the right into turn 2, into the heavy braking area for the hairpin. It'll be hairpin left at turn 3 to bring them out over the bridge for the first time.
Yep, Veer Chopra holding on to the lead. Mitansh Jain and his Mumbai Falcons teammate Arhan Qureshi run second and third. Now, Gabriele Baracordi for the George Gibbons Motorsport team, quick in qualifying, wasn't very quick at the start of the heat race and was a bit of a cork in the bottle and held up a lot of people. Has his team been able to adjust the setup of that car so that it comes on nice and early and allows Gabriel to sort of battle for the positions at the front of the field, because he did fall back. Alfie Ward is the 5th place car, the leading JNKD driver in this race, ahead of it's Derek Rivera, I apologise. Yeah. Then it's Jensen Chalk, and we got a battle of the race, the 2 title contenders, side by side.
Side by track, they may have incurred the wrath of the stewards there, because we've got everybody first. A little gaggle of, and there's lots of contact. Not quite sure how to pick the bones out of that one. 3 wide into the down to the hairpin left, and now it's a drag race through the curves.
Jensen Chalk's going to lead this race. Watch Jensen.
We're wheel banging. That's a good shout. We're wheel banging our way towards the chicane. We are 2-3 wide in the midfield there, but it's the M&M driver that continues to lead. And I don't know how he's still leading via Chopra, but he is.
He is indeed. Jensen Chalk is up into P2, and I thought Jensen was going to take the lead of the race because Jain and Chopra were battling tooth and nail. Well, if there's going to be a half-lap kartshop.me replay, it's going to be that half-lap, because it all started kicking off at turn number 2 when Jain and Chopra forced each other very, very wide. And then that created sort of a domino effect. It was here 1 lap ago that, it all started kicking off, and it didn't stop kicking off until they got to the chicane at the underneath the bridge.
They do know it's 12 laps, don't they? They do know that this is it's 12 laps, guys. But you know what? There is a massive importance, and perhaps exacerbated here at the Dubai Kartdrome because of the tightness of the track.
I think I know exactly what's happened here. What has happened is that they all said you could never win a race on the first lap, you can always lose it. And the drivers go, yes, we know. That was lap 2.
Well, that was a good point.
Yeah, that was lap 2.
3 kart breakaway, and I think that was a little bit of a subtle defensive line.
Oh, here comes Jensen.
14. It's Henry Shout on Jensen Chalk now in second, or is he
No,
still?
he's in the lead.
He's in the lead. How he got that, I do not know, but that's way off the track for the erstwhile leader. Early leader via Chopra, who crossed the line, Henry, in 4th.
Jensen Chalk, he took the lead going into turn number 14 in exactly the same place that he won the Micromax O plate here 3 years ago. Exact same corner, exact same move. Jensen will now clear off of that, I am certain. He is not worried about points, he's not worried about championships. He is here for one reason only, to win and to have a nice week in the build-up to next weekend's event, where he also wants to win.
Yeah, all-important final coming up. And we're bringing you with the update next week, all live here on Karting Live TV. So don't stay tuned for the week, but come back next weekend where we've got more karting from the Dubai Kartdrome. We're not quite finished here for round 4 of the UAE RMC.
Stay tuned for a week. It's fine.
Have a look at all the previous UAE.
Absolutely. Yeah, the UAE RMC has been very, very dramatic from the start of the season back in September all the way through to right now, where we've got Jensen Chalk, who is in the lead, and that's Mitanj Jain, I think.
And Arhan Qureshi battling the second. The two teammates battling the second. It's a Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3. Is it the 249 of Qureshi currently in P2, or is it the 255? It is the 255 of Mitanj Jain in P2. Qureshi now defending from Alfie Ward.
Alfie Ward not finding anywhere by Qureshi because Arhan Qureshi is driving very, very defensively, not giving Alfie Ward any options whatsoever. And there's Alfie Ward, who's gone, thank you very much, leave the door open, I'm through it.
Yeah, now you notice that Jensen and Alfie have got very similar race suits. They both, in the UK, they both drive for the MLC motorsport team. So Ward and Chalk, teammates in the UK, not out here in the UAE. Obviously different team, but then they'll go back to the UK and be teammates once again, I would assume. And Alfie Ward, this is his second junior race, and again is taken to it like a duck to water. Pierre Abu Diwan is up into P5, Rivera 6, Baracordi, Sereniake. Now, where is Via Chopra? Hidding has dropped to 29th, so that mistake in qualifying has cost Jaden Hidding even more. Via Chopra is down in 22nd.
Wow, that is an absolute travesty for him. A driver I want to mention, Sam Turner, for the Karting Advisor Academy. Sam Turner up inside the top 10. That's a cracking little drive from that youngster. As he continues on, that is 6 laps completed. We're at half distance. And Jensen Chalk being caught now by Mitanj Jain. Jensen Chalk has got Mitanj Jain very much on his rear bumpers. Now, they're both drivers from Mumbai Falcons. Jensen Chalk's just come into the Mumbai Falcons team, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's driven for the Mumbai Falcons before, but this year, this is his debut for the team this year. You know, Jensen, he normally comes out and does 1 or 2 races during the winter over here, and traditionally always with the Mumbai Falcons outfit, because there's a connection, the Lee Murray connection between Mumbai Falcons and MLC Motorsport. And although I thought he was going to clear off, but Mitanj Jain has had other ideas. Yes. Now, here's something. This is non-championship contender versus championship contender, and that is very smart driving from Jensen Chalk indeed.
Mitanj Jain, though, he is thinking, hang on a minute, mate, this is my backyard that you have come to as a guest.
Yes.
I have picked up the baton for the Mumbai Falcons team. Connor Clancy's moved off.
Yep.
They're effectively erstwhile number 1, has moved into seniors. I want to establish myself as the number 1 in juniors, and Mitanj Jain is showing form that says, you know what, you deserve that badge at the moment, because that is a great drive to get back to the head of this junior field and look like he's looked very composed in doing so.
Oh, now the cynic amongst me, the cynic within me, not the cynic amongst me, no, that's, I haven't got a dual personality. The cynic within me says that Mitanj Jain, after a very, very rambunctious opening half to this race, might be thinking to himself, I want to get as far ahead of some of my rivals as possible, just in case one of the moves at the start of the race may, you know, come across the desk of the stewards.
That's an interesting element.
There is that thought. That's the cynic within me.
Yes, I don't think that's being cynical. I think there was all sorts of things kicking off there. I don't know how the clerks and the stewards are going to sort that one out. There was so much happening, pretty much in various chunks all the way down this field. But that's Thankfully, that's not our job, Henry. We've got the easy job of just telling everybody in the world what's happening here at the Dubai Kartdrome. And right now, it's Mitansh Jain and Jensen Chalk with a gap of just under 3/10 between them at the front of this field. Behind them, Alfie Ward and Haran Qureshi are likewise squabbling for that 3rd and 4th place.
Yes, indeed. And behind, there's a big gap back to 5th position. Pierre Aboudiwan battling with Derek Rivera. Then it comes Gabriele Baracordi and Johansa Seyananake with Faris Haroun, the Emirati Express, up to P9. Great result for Faris so far, if he can hang on.
Faris Haroun coming back off a broken arm.
Yes.
And we get a chat with Faris. Not today, yeah, Faris Haroun. Glad to have him back. In fact, he kicks off the Paddock Show, coming very soon, in fact. And it's great to see. I put the question mark over how fit his broken arm would be in recovery. And he was kind of like, yeah, we're going to see, aren't we? Well, I'm sure he'd be delighted that he's inside the top 10. Going into the penultimate lap.
I was speaking to his father, Mohammed Haroun, this morning, Dr. Mohammed Haroun this morning. Not Faris's medical doctor, but Faris's medical doctor gave him the all clear and said, go get him. The doctor might even show up today to cheer on Faris. Because
that'd be nice.
That'd be nice, yeah, because it's been an intense recovery period for Faris.
So was Faris's father a doctor as well?
Professor.
A professor.
Yes.
Here we go then, Henry, getting to the final stages of this pre-final for Junior Max. We're onto the back straight then. Mitansh Jain, I should say, is looking very, very composed at the front of this field. His Mumbai Falcons teammate is Jensen Chalk, over from the UK to gather some data for next week's all-plate event, no doubt, as we head towards the last lap. Last lap both shows now, and I think Mitansh Jain, here on his home track, remember, is kind of going to be a very, very hard one to overtake here.
Well, I'm conscious that I might be doing the curse of the commentator here, but I'll say it anyway. If you want to look up what is a perfect rear gunner, Jensen Chalk has been it. Did he defend the lead? No. He didn't just let Mitansh go, but Mitansh made the move. Jensen didn't defend, and Jensen has sat in, tucked in, followed, but not attacked his team leader throughout the rest of this race. He's looking over his shoulder, though, which tells me that he might be considering a move. That's the corner that Jensen is a specialist at.
He's good at that one.
But no, he continues his role as perfect rear gunner. Mitansh Jain, that will help Mitansh hugely in the points. Not just because he's won the race, but because I'm looking to see where Via Chopra is, his nearest rival, or the championship leader, and the answer is he's down in 17th position.
Rest of the field then stream through with the checkered flag. We'll have a look at the result before we head off for the lunch break, with the field now completing this pre-final. It was Mitansh Jain that took the win, Jensen Chalk in second, Alfie Ward takes third, Haran Qureshi in fourth place, Derek Rivera through in fifth, sixth place with Pierre Aboudiwan, within seventh place Gabriele Baracordi, Johansa Seyananake, Faris Haroun, a proud ninth for that youngster. Sam Turner, great result for him to get inside the top 10. Leo Anna is in 11th with Giuseppe Montanari in 12th. We've then got Floris Schenkenberg, Harris Stevens, Ari Kallenberg, Finley Smith, Via Chopra, disappointed to be down there in 17th. 19th was Damien Nort with Kaba Kidwai. Tamay Mapangada with Aaron Sethi, Romy Sabali, Murad Baramov, Savili Kojai, George Haddad, Ray Harbour, Aaron Mason, Jaden Hidding, and Aaron Otak were retirements from this one.
Mason and Hidding both out of the race. That's third and fourth in the point standings.
We head towards the race starts over the road and we get drowned out. We head towards the lunch break. Stay on board though, because we've got our first of two paddock shows this weekend. We head now to the paddock show. We'll be back just before 1 o'clock and have a nice lunch. Sorry, yes, back. What am I talking about? You confuse me, Nick, with the start of the race over the road. We'll be back just before 1:45. Yes.
Local
so see
time.
you then. Enjoy local time,
Local
of course.
time.
Enjoy the Paddock Show.
Well, hello and welcome to the legendary Dubai Kartdrome, right in the centre of Motor City, Dubai. My name's Nick Damon, and I'm joined by my various Karting Live TV friends. And my biggest friend is a man who's been here many times before. Why? Oh dear. Henry, the Kartdrome, a completely unique experience and a unique challenge.
It is. It's half Suzuka with the bridge, half Monaco with all the buildings around you. It's very, very physical, very demanding. No room for error. It's a real round the houses, to coin one of Joe Bradley's phrases, at the second sector of the lap. We're going to see very exciting racing. Biggest entry of the year so far. Lots of returning drivers. So 2 days of racing. Can't wait to get started.
But what I'd like you to do is get started by taking that damn Joe Bradley down and around the pits and talking to the great and the good in the paddock at Dubai.
I'll do my best to find him and see what we can come up with.
This gentleman here is David Bright. He is the head of karting at the Dubai Kartdrome. David, that sounds quite a responsible job, but I want to talk to you this weekend about the visit, one of two visits to the Dubai Kartdrome of the UAE RMC. And I mean, what does it mean for the Dubai Kartdrome to have such a prestigious series like this?
Well, we like to position ourselves as the home of UAE karting, so it's great to have such a series like the Rotax Max here at Dubai Kartdrome, taking part in a double header, in fact, this weekend. Yeah. And it's a great way for all the drivers to warm up for the main event next week, which is the Dubai O-Plate, powered by Rotax.
Yes.
It's great. I think they have 132 entries this weekend across all the various Rotax categories. And if you just look at the paddock, how full it is. Every year the Rotax Max Challenge are coming to Dubai Kartdrome, and the paddock is getting bigger and bigger. I've got no space for my cars because it's all full of tents, which is a good thing for the scene.
Well, I was going to ask you, where are you parking people then if they want to come here to watch?
Well, if they want to come here to watch, we've got plenty of free parking outside the venue. We've got security guards there. You just have to say you're coming for the Rotax Max Championship. Actually, I've just given away the key code, haven't I?
Yes.
But there's a couple of car parks which are being communicated to the teams and the parents. And if they do want to park inside here, there is a little bit of an entry fee. But if you park outside, there's a 2-minute walk. All
of the teams that have been taking part in the UAE RMC, they're housed here. They've all got units here. This is their home track.
Exactly. So we like to position ourselves, I said earlier, as the home of the UAE karting. We have the Rotax main dealer, we have the KR main dealer, the Biro main dealer, the Tony Kart main dealer. We have all the main teams are based right here in front of you. And that's why 7 days a week the teams are on track, putting the laps in, honing their skills and setting up karts.
And Rotax has been a part of the Dubai Kartdrome, I would imagine, for quite a few years now in this region.
Yeah, I mean, Rotax was the first series at Dubai Kartdrome in 2005, and we've been partners ever since.
Yeah, you've done some karting, you've done some racing, as we all have. Do you ever get a chance to drive your own track?
I didn't drive go-kart since I stopped racing in 2005, but 3 years ago I lost a bit of weight, and I do the regular SWS Ironman series on a Wednesday night. So I do that just to keep fit, but I'm still a bit big lad, but it's a good way of keeping fun.
Yeah, isn't it? Thanks for talking to us, David. I know you've got a very busy day. David Bright, everybody.
Thank you. See you soon.
Back at round 3 at Al Ain, there was a young man who made his debut in the commentary booth. Faris Haroun here joined us in the booth, and quite frankly, you were far too good at it, and we think we don't really need Henry. However, the bad news for us is your broken arm has healed and you're back in the kart. That's bad news for us, Faris.
You know, of course, and if I'm not doing a race, maybe I'm not going to do it, I'll always be glad to come and help again.
Well, you were really, really great, and the insight you were able to give us about being in the saddle of these karts was absolutely brilliant. But tell us, you're back out for round 4 here at the Dubai Kartdrome. I would imagine you were very, very happy to be in the kart rather than behind the microphone.
Yeah, of course, because, you know, when you're watching, you learn a lot more than you think. You get to see everyone's mistakes, you know. You get to see where they're fast, where they're slow, who's fast, who's not, you know.
You've been doing some practicing. How is the wrist? How is the arm? Okay?
Yeah, it's all good, you know. When I first started karting again last week, it hurt, but then gradually the more you do, the better it becomes.
And this track here at the Dubai Kartdrome is a very physical, twisty, turny. You're going to need that arm to be a top peak.
Yeah, that's why I was training at Al Farsan when I first came back. and I had to do like long sessions, so that could help me for Dubai. And also I'm pretty good at Dubai because last year I got second in the O plate. So hoping to, for round 4, I'm just hoping to finish the race, you know. It's basically practice for O plate.
So this is really, we talk about testing and we test the kart and the engines. This is a test on that arm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's to see if I can handle it, you know.
Yeah. So we're not really expecting anything, we're just going to see what happens.
You know, of course, a driver, whenever they go into the race, in their mindset, they have to give a full push and like hope for a win. But for me, everyone's telling me just finish the race safely. Yeah, because also I'm out of this championship. I've missed a lot of rounds now. So Dubai O plate is really my main focus.
Okay. Now, you said you were second in the O plate last year here at the Dubai Kartdrome. What's the key to a good lap at the Dubai Kartdrome?
So mainly in quali, a lot of people like to use track limits. So if you keep it in the lines, a lot of people get penalties. And, you know, it's really important in the chicane. You got to do the chicane good. And also you need a pretty good engine. Dubai, you need a very good mid, so you can gain in the tunnel. The tunnel is a very important spot.
And so far, have we got everything that was on that list?
So first session, P7, so it's not bad. And second session, we're just trying new things. I only did a lap because, you know, my arm, I hit my arm pretty hard. But then, you know, I wanted to keep it safe coming to the pits. And the last session was pretty good. Only 1.5 tenths away from P1. We finished P8, but yeah, in the beginning we were stuck at like P2, but then we dropped down. We need more consistency.
Well, you know, you've just coming back off a broken arm. I mean, we're delighted to see you back in the kart where you should be, Faris. You're a lot of years away from needing to be behind the microphone. So I'm going to shake your hand and wish you all the very best of luck. And don't push too hard, because take it slowly. I'm saying that to a young racing driver as if he's going to take it slowly.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
No such thing as taking it slowly.
See what I mean? Pointless.
Well, last time out at Al Ain Raceway, the DD2 class was boosted by the reappearance of Theo Kakati. Theo, a win last time out. You're back here at the Dubai Kartdrome, possibly for the farewell tour of the season, I think, before you go back to college in the United States?
Unfortunately, yes. I've enjoyed my time here in the UAE and competing in the UAE Championship. We did our first race, our debut back, and our debut in DD2 as well, and that went spectacularly well. A little problem in the final, but we still managed to get it done. So looking very excited to racing here at this track. It's a very tight and twisty track, a lot more physical compared to Al Ain.
Yep.
But I think we're going to put on a great show, and a little bit more competitive drivers as well at the front now. So let's just see how it's going to go.
Because it's the biggest DD2 grid of the year by some margin. Max Dexter, the double defending champion, has come back as well. There's yourself, along with a lot of the championship regulars, Suleiman Zunfari as well. You mentioned the physical nature of this circuit. So what's going to be harder to overcome, the circuit or the rivals?
I mean, we're going to have to see. I mean, we're in practice right now, and it's very close between us. So I don't think it's going to be as easy as I was in Al Ain. I had a lot of lucky races where I was able to pull a gap and pull away. But on this track, tight, twisty, physical, it's all going to come together, and I think it's going to be a close race here. And I'm happy that Karting Live TV is going to be able to cover it all.
Because, I mean, this is a very different type of circuit. You've got Al Ain, Al Fassan, Yas, and then here. It's almost a bit like a street circuit, isn't it? There's a lot of buildings, there's a lot of residential area, businesses around the place. You know, there's not much room for error if you go off, is there?
Absolutely not, especially not even if you go off, but if you're going through a corner. A lot of tight barriers on the corner here, and it's kind of cool. You're driving and you'll see just random people, if you're paying attention off the track, you know, on your cool down lap, of course. When you're racing, you're concentrated, but you just see people watching, and it gives you that, you know, street aspect to it, and especially that last part of the track, so technical and so fast, and you're just like skimming the barriers every single time.
Because it's a circuit of two halves. The first half of the circuit, obviously you've got the bridge, you've got some fast-flowing sections out the back, and then the last section, as you said, is very tight, very twisted. When it comes to setting up the kart, do you sacrifice one half of the circuit for the other? Or can you get a setup that works on both halves of the circuit?
To be honest, setting up the kart, you just ideally want to make sure that whatever you're doing, you're making sure you can get out the corner as quick as possible. On this track, there's actually a bridge, so you would expect to have more right corners, but because of that bridge, it's about like an equal amount of left and right. So yeah, it's going to be interesting as long as we've just set it up to get out the corner and maintain tire durability, and that's just it. That's what it comes down to. But the DR car is handling very well. It's very fast, very comfortable and easy to drive here, so there's not much we've done to it, to be honest. It's just put it on and it's going.
I mean, there's a championship fight going on, behind you, like Tyler Harris, Adam Malek, Mark Bassier, what have you. Yourself, you're here, Max is here, not a title contender, but you can still take points off all those championships. Does that worry you at all about being around the people that are fighting for a championship?
Of course, when they're going at it, you don't want to get in the way. You don't want to be that guy. But end of the day, I'm here to win, so I'm not going to be thinking about their championship when we're on the track. So everyone also is here for the next race. There's Dubai Oplay after this, so they're all in the same boat.
You mentioned you were able to start at the front at Al Ain and stay away. Is that going to be possible here, to get a gap, or is it going to be a real bun fight from the start to the finish?
I can definitely see probably around 6 or 7 drivers fighting for the lead. So it's going to be, I think it's not going to be able to pull away unless second place is white lining it. So I think it's going to be a good fight, and hopefully there'll be some cool Karting Live TV angles to capture it all, and I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, Theo Akati, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
So we're here in DD2 world, and I've got Tony Hogg, recently out of retirement. It was a conversation we had at Al Ain, Tony, that we kind of didn't really understand how these things connected their final drive to the rear axle. Because as if karting isn't as complex enough, here we are in DD2 with a complexity of 2 ratio of gears to choose from. Yeah. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm all about the technicals because I'm a geek. If you wouldn't mind, how do these things drive? How does the motor connect to the rear axle?
So fundamentally, you can see obviously there's no chain drive on these things. To the purist, some people don't like it and other people do like it. But essentially, the drive to the rear wheels is via the axle, which passes directly through the engine. And then the way that you get power and drive is this thing here acts similarly to a slip clutch, I guess, and that has a male and female hexagonal fitting.
So that's that chrome mechanism, that chrome looks like a work of art.
Yeah, so that has you can see there are a number of ratchets that you need to do up with the right torque, and then when you open that, if you open it to the end, you'll see there's a hex nut female fitting that side, and the male fitting is on the engine side.
Now that we've got one of those things over here, Tony, Nick will come across with the camera. We'll swivel the motor around as if that's just fresh off a...
It's not long. So essentially the silver element that we saw on the engine there fits over this hex nut, and then once it's clamped down, there's 4 or 5 plastic rings which basically act as the torsioner as well. So you'll all of the drive and everything goes basically through this hex nut, male and female.
And we talk about the 2 gears that you guys have to play with, which is left-hand paddle for first gear, right-hand paddle for second gear. That all occurs in this gearbox area.
That's right, yeah. And it's all on the sealed side of the engine. You can't see it if you open the engine to change a gasket, for example, but there's balance gears inside, and all the magic happens inside the engine. Yeah.
Is it fixed ratios, or do you guys play around with ratios?
There will be a set ratio which you're allowed to use, but they can go from 32 to 37. Typically in this region we go 33 to 36. We don't usually use a 37 gear.
Dubai Kartdrome, I've kind of affectionately called it a round the houses race without the houses. It's very tight, very twisty, and also the barriers are not that far away. But I've asked you guys before, how many gear changes are you making? This track here, unique and quite a presence on the calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I reckon you're somewhere in the region of 24, 25 shifts, maybe a lap.
And is that so? Is the majority of the track in second gear or first gear?
Well, it's about 50-50 to be honest. Yeah, here because you've got the slow corners, you're shifting up off the exits. And the straights aren't that long. You do get into second in both, but it's momentarily.
Is this track, Tony, all about punching out of the corners and not necessarily about getting into them right
I think for me, you need an engine set up with good bottom. You do need to get off the slow corners, the twisty bits. But of course, as with all tracks, you need to set your kart up for the last corner, because down the straight there is where you lose and gain the most.
Yeah. And you're still loving it?
Unfortunately.
That's why you're here.
Unfortunately, yeah. I'm still trying to wean myself and give it up, but it's very difficult. I enjoy it so much.
It is. And we enjoy having you here, Tony. Thanks for that insight. We'll talk about the technicals throughout the broadcast, I would think. Thanks, Tony.
Well, this week we're going to do a guided tour of the Kart Advisor Academy setup. Team manager Sofia Necci is here as well. Now, your father Paolo, he set this up, KAA. This year, you've got some extra help. Reese Hunter is here as well with Kai Hunter to sort of help develop the drivers and a bit of the knowledge about Rotax. First of all, let's talk us through your team this weekend here at the Dubai Kartdrome.
Okay, well, this weekend we have 7 drivers.
Okay.
We have basically 1 in each category besides micro. So we have the Mini right there, who unfortunately actually flipped last session, but he's doing good. And then we have Sami and Murad for juniors.
Mm-hmm.
Good improvement this week. And then we have Kai in senior together with Enea. I think they're currently driving right now.
Yep.
And then we have Kyle Blockley for DD2 Masters.
Kyle Blockley in DD2 Masters. Kyle's got the Gladiator on the back of his crash helmet. He's also got a very, very good logo that everyone should live by, I think. One life, live it. I think that's a really good, that's a really good, moniker for everybody to have. We'll have a look around there. There is the Gladiator itself. So what's it like having Kyle in the team to start with, from the oldest to the youngest?
I mean, he's the oldest, but it doesn't feel like he's the oldest necessarily.
No, he's a child at heart, really.
Yeah, he's a child. So it's nice because the last time I raced, I was in DD2.
Yes.
So in some way, even though he's the oldest one, I feel like I'm one of the ones that can be the most helpful to him, because that's the last experience I had in karting.
No problems. Well, let's have a little look around the inside of the KAA thing. There you've got some additional drivers here from Peregrine Racing, this weekend.
Yeah, so this isn't technically exactly one of our drivers, but we know the mechanic really well, and we just had him stay with us because why not? Just the environment. Yeah, he's just staying with us.
And of course, the development of the team, I suppose you've got your recent Kai Hunter coming over from the UK to sort of give you their sort of knowledge and to sort of help bring the team together. What have they brought in terms of the level of preparation? Because this looks like a very European style setup now, with each car having its own specific bay, mats, mechanics. Has that been a help to you this year?
Yeah. I think for a while, especially here, the mechanics like to, let's say, work together a lot, which is a good thing. But European style is way more individual. Let's say everyone wants to have their own station, their own toolbox and everything. So I think they have more responsibility than they used to have when we first started the team. And then obviously they have way more knowledge over, let's say, the tuning, the fine tuning of every detail, whether it's setup, carbs, exhaust, everything.
And of course, now you're the only female team manager here in the UAE. Does that, being in this part of the world, does that sort of mean that, is that sort of, how would I say this? Do you feel as though an extra bit of responsibility, or you're a bit more of a figurehead to show that women in this part of the world can, achieve great things in terms of the seniority of motorsport?
I mean, disclaimer, I'm not really team manager. I mean, I am. Currently, when my dad isn't here, we split the team manager roles. I am more of the coach, but a lot of the prep that goes behind the scenes before I will do that. But no, to be honest, I've been in this sector my whole life. Honestly, the pressure is more about the fact that my dad owns the team and the fact that I'm only 18. Has nothing really to do with.
No, that's fair enough. Well, let's have a little look down at some of the workstations. What goes on between the sessions? What do you try and achieve between the sessions, between the drivers, getting people to sort of get into that sort of European style data, feedback, coaching, what have you? Let's have a little wander down here. So, first of all, who have we got here then? Who have we got? We got Sam.
Yeah. So this is Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Hello.
What's life like working under under the thumb of Sophia?
It's pretty nice.
Yeah?
I mean, she's doing a lot of things. She helps us out a lot.
Yeah.
You know, she keeps stuff on track, and she's also a really nice companion.
Oh.
Yeah.
But again, now being a team manager or standing team manager, being responsible, telling drivers where they need to be at any given moment, is that part of your job description?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I try to help whoever, I would say the team managing isn't exactly managing the setup or the driver. It's more about, is there an issue? I need to find like a solution for it, whatever it might be. So obviously we help him a lot the same way we help everyone a lot with everything.
Okay, so 7 drivers, every class covered apart from Micromax. What are we hoping for this weekend? What time are you hoping for?
Okay. Well, no. Last time he did really well, and we could have really achieved the P like in the top 5.
Yep.
So, I mean, now we have the O plate next week as well. So I would just say a lot of progress. I'd love to see him do what he wants and what I want. I would say like top 5.
And do you find that having this setup now have you found that it helps the drivers? It helps organisation, keeps things running smoothly, having sort of this style?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, every time before a race, we kind of study exactly where the go-kart should be placed, you know? So whether the juniors are together, but for example, here stands a senior, because...
Who's on track at the moment, by the way?
He's Enea. But the Enea is usually followed by the mechanic of Sami.
Okay.
So by standing next to each other, if they ever need to, share thoughts over what should be changed, then they can do that.
And it does make a difference being either here and here, or say from here to the other side of the awning. It just saves a couple of tenths of a second, saves a couple of seconds, doesn't it?
I mean, maybe not on track, but
no. But in terms of the organisation, making sure that everything.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're a bit unlucky every time that we're here instead of there. So today I had to go a bit up and down, but
a little walk to the dummy grid.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just more. We just need to be more organised than usual.
Good for your step count.
Yeah, that's true.
There we go. Okay, well, thank you very much, Sophia Necci. That is the Kart Advisor Academy, becoming more and more European every single round. One of the teams making a big return to the paddock this weekend is Origin Motorsport. Origin started last year, but you've got Spencer Trehorn. It's your debut this weekend in the UAE, isn't it? How are you finding it to start with?
Yeah, so to be fair, at the start of the day yesterday, we were pretty slow because it's first time on the track. But we're gradually getting quicker throughout the day. We're sort of towards the pace now, we're about to bang on new for the second time. So yeah, we're 5 tenths off right now, and hopefully we can go quicker. We were on old and everyone went new last time.
I mean, because there's 45 or 46 in seniors, so the battle for even making it to the main event is going to be intense. What do you make of the circuit, of the atmosphere around the Dubai Kartdrome?
Yeah, it is a very good track, to be fair. It's very hot, so that brings up the atmosphere loads, to be fair. And to be fair, I don't have much else, so I don't know.
Now, you're here this weekend. You're going to be here next weekend as well for the O Plate. This is a real one-off chance to just get away from the UK and to experience racing in a different culture, isn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%. Hopefully, we could be up there for the O Plate and put a challenge into all the other drivers. But it brings what comes. Crashes can happen. Anything can happen at the end of the day. No,
exactly. Now, in the UK, you're from a racing family. Your older brother Brodie raced as well. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So this is something that you've grown up with. Where do you normally race in the UK? Home circuits?
Home circuit's probably Forest Edge, but championships the NKC.
The National Kart Cup, yeah, as a championship that Karting Live TV know well. So comparing this to Forest Edge, how would you compare Dubai Kartdrome to the Rob Dodd School of Karting?
A lot better. Like too much. It's like living in a hotel and then living in the slums.
This being the hotel, I'm taking it. Hello, Rob, by the way. I'm sure Forest Edge is a lovely place, but this is a different culture altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It's the best, probably favourite track so far.
Okay, now, goals and aims this weekend, realistically?
Goals, hopefully top 10. We've got it, probably got it there. And then aims is just to finish the A final without getting roofed.
Because learning the track and as well, setting it for next weekend.
Oh yeah, we should be hopefully we're on pace for next weekend, considering we're racing this weekend as well.
Okay, great. Well, Spencer Trahorn, new to Dubai, new to the UAE, like living in a hotel, he says, compared to the UK.
Welcome back to the UAE RMC from the Dubai Kartdrome. We're about to, we've just finished our lovely lunch break and we're about to get going with the first of our finals. Firstly, it's the B final for Senior Max, the only B final we've got. And then we've got the cadet classes, the Micro Max, Mini Max classes. DD2 follows up and then rounding off the afternoon with Junior Max and Senior Max. If you are just joining us, welcome along. You've kind of hit us on the main part, really. That microphone isn't on, Nick. I can't hear you. And neither can the PA. So, while Nick sorts out his...
I thought you turned me on as well.
No, I would never try that.
You can't turn me on, that's the problem.
Never try that. What were we going to say?
Sad now. No, I was just saying, if you are in Europe, this is the ideal time to join because it's like mid-morning rather than very early.
If I have done this with sports coverage from other places with different time zones,
like over the road, for example.
And you feel it's like reading a book and coming in halfway through and opening it up halfway through and starting there. You've got to read the first part of the book, which is
right. Rewind.
And I would urge you to start watching from the very beginning because we have had some phenomenal races. A standout race was the heat for the DD2 class. I mean, that has got to be a contender for our Carton Life TV race of the month. It's got to be. That was phenomenal racing. And the second DD2, all right, Theo Kakati went away in the lead, but behind him, the racing was equally as frantic and as dramatic.
Do we have a third member of the commentary team?
Oh, I think he's going to have a
hopefully he's managed to imbibe enough nicotine to last the 2 hours.
I mean, just slight amount of refreshment, a bit of fresh air, you never know. Well, now I bring the not-so-fresh air in here.
So basically not fresh air.
Yeah.
Would you like me to cool the place down a little bit?
Yeah, we have quite a binary air conditioning system
it's
where you can be in the Arctic or the equator.
Yes.
And the reason why I have the job of putting it on is that I'm the only one who can reach it. Because in our cupboard here, I'm the only one who can reach the switch.
Yes. But news from the Paddock.
Henry's been prowling, haven't you?
Well, I've been wandering.
Meandering.
Well, I'm not about in life, I'm on about today.
Meandering around the Paddock.
He wandered lonely as a cloud.
Yes, and found that under the cloud was someone smoking a cigarette. But Hamza Hashisho, rib injuries, has been... back and forth to the medical centre. There's a hospital just down the road, which he's had an injection, which hopefully will ease the pain to the point where he could compete in the final.
He's cracked a rib.
But we don't know. He don't know. He didn't have an accident, but just during the end of qualifying, suddenly on the slowdown lap, sharp pain in rib, and we shall see what happens.
I broke my rib doing my ARCS test.
Really?
Yeah, Wilt Miller, they went in of that last corner before they cleaned up. When he went a bit wide. It was
right, okay, here we go.
Here is everybody.
And this is the first of, this is the B final.
I don't know, we haven't got it yet because it's not on your screen. So we're going to get top 6 will qualify. Now it's down to you people because you're the commentators.
Excellent.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, we've got the B finalists out for Senior Max. And it is the number 308 who leads people round. Who leads everybody around. We've got our very short field.
Now let's have a little look. The 308, that would be Antonius Haddad. There's obviously the keen spectators are being a little bit too keen because they're blocking the signal there. So let's have a look.
I've sent the team Rottweiler
6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think 15. So 30 qualified automatically with an entry of 45. That would put 15 in this race. I think that would be correct. Well, that's a very, very spaced out start, but we are going. The lights are out. We are off and racing, and it's Antonius Haddad leading the field, and we'll try and get our timing system to play ball to tell you who is in what position. Top 6 go through. Haddad is one of them at the moment.
Yeah, so 30 senior Max have already qualified. This is to find the final 6 that will qualify through to the year final. And already we see 2 karts breaking away from the field.
Now that's a Motorscape kart in second.
It is,
and it's
312.
Manaf Al-Balushi, the Omani driver. Manaf Al-Balushi going through at turn number 13 there. There's an Origin Motorsport kart in 4th position. I would imagine that would be Spencer Trehorn, who had a DNF and an 18th place finish, as I recall, in the heat races. Here we go. 8 laps. This is lap number 2. 15 contenders. Haddad, Al-Balushi, Trehorn, your top 3. Tamim Hasiba from Qatar, P4, Andrew Obeid, and Naman Kukrasia, your top 6 at the moment. They're the current qualifiers. On the outside looking in, Yazan Al-Zajali, Shivan Kartik, Sanad Al-Hamawi, Musad Al-Bassam, Aishan Saeed, Alexis Alzia, Sami Al-Assad, Philip Dinu, and Zara Karour.
So the focus is for that 6th place. That's the first, or the final qualifier, if you like. So that's the vulnerable place to be, isn't it, in 6th place?
The bubble.
And that absolutely on the bubble. The number 314, or is that 341? That's Spencer Trehorn, 341 of the black and white Origin Motorsport livery. Spencer in 3rd place, so that's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th there. The white helmet at the back of that train. So that's Spencer. Just coming through there is the leader. That is the number 3 weight. That's Antonius Haddad. He's leading. The 341, that is Spencer Trehorn in 3rd. So that's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th behind him. That's the vulnerable position to be in.
Yeah, it's the next white crasher. But there we go.
There
CRG race suits. That is Andrew Obeid, the CRG driver, who is on the bubble. Now, where did the term the bubble originate from in motorsports? I got the answer. Do you know this?
I do not.
You do not know this. In the Indy 500, the 33rd and final qualifier on bump day was on the bubble. That was the late great Tom Carnegie,
right.
The voice of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
He coined that phrase.
He coined the phrase "on the bubble."
Well, you're following in some profound footsteps there, Henri.
Yes. As we look down there, so Obeid is on the bubble, but he's got a nice cushion of clean air behind him because the gap back to Shivan Kartik in kart number 332, another of the Mumbai Falcons drivers, is exactly a second. There is the 374, Naman Kukrasia, currently running ahead of Tamim Hasibi. As you see, there's 7. Now there's the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th place battle going through. But here is 4th, 5th, and 6th across the line. Tamim Hasiba in the 330, the Qatari driver.
And that is half distance, Henry. Just to remind everybody, the B final, 8 laps, of which we've had 4 on the 5th lap now. So we're time running out. If you want it, and we're really looking at Shivan Kartik, who is the driver behind that white helmeted kart there. That's the driver. That's the last of the qualifiers. So it's the bright orange kart, ready orange kart there, just coming under the bridge now. That's the driver that his day ends here.
Yes.
If he can't move forward, and at the moment it's not looking very promising.
And of course, provided, of course, there are no technical scrutineering issues. There's no nose cone penalties, track limits penalties. You want to keep, even if you're in P7, if you're the first driver on the outside looking in, you want to keep pushing as hard as you can, just to make sure that you're within 5 seconds of everybody in the top 6. So that if there is a 5-second penalty for a nose cone, if there is a 5-second penalty for track limits, or an insert bit of contact driving, that you are in a position to capitalise. It appears as though Kartik is the only driver. There's Kukrasia looking to the inside of Trehorn. That's not necessary. I mean, the difference between finishing 3rd or 4th in the B final is starting 33rd or 34th in the main event. It does not make a massive difference.
Would you believe, Henry, mentioning that 5-second gap, that from 7th place to 14th place is within the 5 seconds?
Yeah, so, but it's the question of how far is 7th behind 1st. And the answer, 7th, the answer is, well, Shivan Kartik, he's 3.5 seconds behind the race leader. So that's good news for Shivan. Anybody in the top 6 who gets a penalty of 5 seconds or more, Shivan will pass them, providing, of course, Shivan is okay in post-race tech inspection. But this is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, and that will be making Andrew Obeid a little bit more nervous. Shivan Kartik doesn't want to leave it to chance. He wants to get into the main event by rights. And as Trehorn just controls things as best he can.
He's been gesticulating to Neyman Correa, who's just behind him, and I'm not sure whether he's kind of saying just settle.
Well,
we're gonna finish this. However, if you pass the cart in front, you will go up the grid for your A final, albeit from 30th down to 36th or 31st to 36th, and there we see there change for the lead into 31st position for the A final has gone Belushi.
And now we have got a battle for the final transfer spot. Trehorn holding up Kukrasia, Hasiba, Obeid. Oh, Belushi. Well, Belushi and Haddad, they're going to try and make it a 6-cart battle for the race. They're slowing each other down. This is, it's great to watch. It's not great realistically in terms of, how to run one of these races. And there's Antonius Haddad, and here comes Trehorn.
They're all
3
together.
wide.
They're all together, Henry. That's 1st down to 7th now.
You don't need to be doing this.
Who's going to qualify? Let's have a look. There's 3 wide across the line. It's Haddad, Belushi, Trehorn, Correa, Hasiba, and Andrew Obeid hung on to that 6th and final qualifying position.
Well, I'll tell you what. Okay, with 3 laps to go, Sanad Al-Hamawi was he was 8th position. He was 6.5 seconds behind the race leader. Okay, he finishes the race 2.6 seconds behind the race leader. So all 6 of those drivers there, well, with the exception of potentially Trehorn and Hasiba and Obeid.
What happened is Antonius Haddad and Manaf Belushi started to squabble between themselves. Let's have a look at who came further down. Spencer Trehorn, Neyman Kukrasia, Tammy Hasiba, and Andrew Obeid. These 6 qualifiers. Beyond that, Shivan Kartik. We had Sanad Al-Hamawi, Musad Al-Bassam, Yazin Al-Zad Jali, Ahsan Saeed, Alexis Alzir, Sami Al-Assad, Philip Dinu, and Zaha Kira was the final finisher there out of all of our B finalists. 6 finalists go through. Their day is not done. And those 6 finalists we'll see back out for the Senior Max final, which is scheduled for about 20 minutes to 4, 15:40 hours to be exact.
Well, we will know that if Shivan Kartik, Sanad Al-Hamawi, or anybody else comes out for the main event, that one of the top 6 incurred the wrath of a scrutineering or the race directors during the course of that race.
Johnny Whopper Rugby says, morning, Henry.
Hello.
From cold, wet and windy Northern Ireland.
Yeah, hello, Johnny. I keeps asking me when am I going back to Nuts Corner? As soon as they'll let me.
Not until the summer, Henry.
As soon as they let me. As soon as somebody put. I'm not banned from Northern Ireland. I'm not banned, but I mean, as soon as
the restraining order.
That was the wrong mic. Are you banned from Northern Ireland?
I'm not banned from Northern Ireland. As soon as there's an event that they can hire me for, I'd love to go back and see the Eastwood family, pay my respects to John.
So Johnny Whopper Rugby, where's the name come from?
Johnny Whopper, I'm not quite sure.
All right.
I mean, it's imagination, I'm imagining.
Johnny Whopper Rugby.
But no, it'd be great. It'd be great to go back to Nuts Corner. The Irish Kart Grand Prix, hint, hint, hint.
Yes, indeed. Henry promoting himself.
I'd say right now that
he's
Henry
available.
Baudet is available for a number of weekends this year. He's touting for business as we speak. Interestingly, we've also found out that he is swayed by the highest bidder. If you are the highest bidder, previous agreements may just disappear.
Yes, no previous agreements. I haven't made any. I haven't made agreements yet. But I mean,
do you actually have 52 free weeks? Or have you got?
No. I've got plenty of. I've got plenty of stuff lined up this year.
You haven't signed any contracts.
How many things you committed to? That you said yes, I'm doing it.
21.
Oh well. That's not. I got the impression you would like play in the field with everybody.
I've got 21 events locked in, and there's several things that there's still balls in the air, shall we say?
Are you locked in events in the US of A?
I've got a couple. Yes. I've got
World
a few.
finals are locked in at Portimao.
Yeah, I've got a good 20 plus weekends. But there's a few other. If everything falls into place,
have you locked in the British champs apart from one round?
We'll see about that.
Well, definitely not one round.
We're definitely not going to one venue. There's lots of things that are going on. I've got to think obviously about my own bank balance, family commitments back in the UK, and the fact that it's the start of the season.
And the fact that they never hold events you can do at Landau.
And also the fact that for some reason, you start every season you start at 0 points. So I seem to have started at 12 points on my driving licence.
Oh no, really?
Yes. So at the moment I'm taxiing around the UK.
When did that happen?
Some point last year.
When's your 6-month ban run out?
Pardon?
When's your
year 3?
Pardon? It shouldn't be too long. Shouldn't be too long.
Was it a 6-month ban?
Pardon? I got a 6-month ban last year. Yeah.
Speeding.
Yeah.
Ticket.
Or
accumulation.
An accumulation of slight misdemeanours.
They didn't offer you a speed awareness course, or you done loads of them?
No, we've done those. We're past the point of that.
Basically, you were aware of the speed you were going, but not bothered.
The lovely people at the Driver Vehicle Licensing Agency in Swansea currently are in possession of my driving license
for 2 more months.
For a little while. But
this is amazing because every time we meet Henry, we find something else out about him, and this is the first time we've been with him.
He's a man of many layers.
Yes, not all of them legal.
Right, here is the really important bit for this Micromax final grid. Liam O'Hanlon is on the pole position. South Al Khalifa is alongside Alexander Feinstein and Vayapona line up on row 2. Row 3 is Cameron Harvey and Adam Al-Sheikh. On row 4 is Evans Foreigners and Enzo Falzerano, Oussama Chopra and Rudetap Shekhawat on row 5. Row 6, Abdulaziz Al-Sarif and Jensen Kelly. Row 7 is Zhu Kuan-Yi with Amar Tabatsa, Felix Souza, Jeb Jurgen Harris, Chris Chow. Rio Pocock and Kilian Kudu Mabida are on row 9, with row 10 looking like Tayab Faroun. Arthur Bowers over from the UK, Tadeusz Prochaska and Sebastian Storer round off 22 Micromax cadets. Here we go. This is going to be intense, everybody. Championship leader Liam O'Hanlon, he's on the pole. He'll want to lead. He's bringing the field around. I'm interested to see why Samar Chopra is so far down.
Must be a post-race penalty after one of the heats or the pre-finals. They're into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing here at the Dubai Kartdrome through turn number 1. The field fan out. O'Hanlon has the advantage. Look at Samar Chopra getting to the inside, forcing a few of the drivers wide, going through turn number 2. He knows he's got to make progress early on, and Freienstein is up to P2.
There were so many drivers going so wide, they almost ended up in the Autodrome. They went so far off track, but everybody's back on track now. We've got a race for the lead with 2 carts, a very lonely 3rd place, and then the rest of the pack kind of stringing out to get around this first lap through the chicane. O'Hanlon's got company though, and it is the company of Alexander Freienstein, would you believe? The number 77 from Motorscape is right there on his bumper. Now, Freienstein started on the 2nd row, and I suspect he was the cart right behind O'Hanlon through that first few sequence of turns here in this Kartdrome lap.
And Freienstein, well, he's had 2 podiums in a row, I believe. Yep, 2 podiums in a row. Hasn't had that first win yet. Samar Chopra already up to P4. There's Ivans Voronins. Best performance we've seen from Ivans so far. Chopra 4th. Harvey is running in 5th. Then it's Ponna, Al Khalifa, Falzarano, Adam Al-Sheikh, Shekawat. As further down the order, Tayab Haroon and Sebastian Storer. Tayab has gone out on the opening lap. Sebastian Storer doesn't appear to have taken the start.
Keep an eye out for Samar Chopra. There's a huge gap between himself, where he is in 4th place, to Evans Voronins. Voronins is very, very lonely. From the very outset, he's been there all alone in that 3rd place. He's on the blue and white cart from XL. Samar Chopra is on the M&M cart, which is a black and white with red trim. Keep an eye out for that. The pack is just coming through turn 13 now. But it's Chopra who's gaining ground from that lowly grid position, brought upon him by we don't know what, but we suspect maybe a penalty or a technical infringement or something that's dropped him down the grid for this final. But he's coming, Henry, and it's not going to be long before he gets onto the back end of Voronin's bumper and then maybe starts a challenge.
Yeah, and you can, there's Cameron Harvey's nose cone has got a huge divot caved into the front of it, as I noticed that. So that doesn't bode well for his ability to pass the post-race nose cone bracket test. But there is Freienstein, German and Singaporean parentage.
Remember, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but it's 12 laps this final, 15 kilometres for this youngster. So 12 laps for these drivers, which is the longest race they'll do today. They'll do exactly the same tomorrow at this time of day. But right now, young Freienstein, he knows he's got a lot of time on his hands. But I think, Henry, that Liam O'Hanlon, there's a reason why that young man is leading this championship, and that's because he's the driver to beat in this class. He's absolutely been so consistently quick this season. He's going to be very, very hard to catch, let alone overtake.
At the moment, at the moment,
for Feinstein.
I think what I'm picking up on is that and you're right, is that O'Hanlon is the most complete. A lot of the drivers in Micromax are quick. A lot of the drivers can overtake. A lot of the drivers can defend. A lot of the drivers can manage a race situation, but not all the drivers can do all those things
do you know
at once, and O'Hanlon can.
What impresses me about O'Hanlon, as we've got a change there
Samar
for
Chopra.
that third, Chopra was coming. That's him on the red, white and black cart now, ahead of the blue and white XL cart. He's ahead of Evans Voronins. And now the question is, and I'll finish my Liam O'Hanlon thought in a second, and now the question is, can Chopra catch Freienstein? The gap is a second. Get back to Liam O'Hanlon. What impressed me about Liam is when he gets overtaken, he doesn't freak out. He stays composed and he works it out as to how he's going to get back on terms. I've never seen him make a silly mistake in desperation of trying to get the place back.
No.
If he has to settle for second, he will.
Yes, he won't be very happy about it, but he will settle for second because they've got their eyes on a big prize at the end of the season. Behind these four, I'm going to make a prediction on lap 5 out of 12. Arthur Bowers is going to finish in 5th position from 18th on the grid.
That's a cracking drive from young Arthur, and across here from the... Is this his first appearance in the UAE?
Yes, it is. Yep. Young Arthur, diminutive, pint-sized Arthur Bowers in cart number 98 for the JNKD team. Started 18th. He's already gained 10 places, and with Falzarano, Al Khalifa, and potentially a wounded Cameron Harvey in front of him, that looks like just the way that the race is progressing and the mood that Arthur appears to be in, because, again, I spoke to his family and he's still such a young driver. Oh, there's somebody off the side of the circuit. He said his mum goes, some races you think, oh, is he awake? He's had a nap. He's not with it. And then other drivers, he'll switch himself. He's still that young that, if he needs a nap, he won't have a great race.
Well, keep an eye on Arthur Bowers, because Samar Chopra has just chopped his way through to second. Here comes Freienstein back at him, but he's got to relinquish that second place position as Chopra was gaining and gaining and gaining. When we last talked about this, there was a full second the gap here. The cartshop.me replay shows beautiful move into turn 12 out of 11. Got the cart across to the right-hand side, had the inside line for 12, and led onto the back straight. Freienstein, Alex Freienstein, staying with him though. Now the gap to Liam O'Hanlon is 1.1 seconds. Now that Chopper is through, is he going to start bringing that down? And Henry, we are only at half distance.
I think you'll see Chopra will start making inroads into that gap. He caught Freienstein, not because he was that much quicker than O'Hanlon, it's because Freienstein was dropping off the pace. So in the space of a lap and a half, Freienstein went from sitting on the rear bumper of Liam O'Hanlon to being a second and a half off the pace. So maybe the setup on that Motorscape kart is going away from Alex Freienstein, although he still is on course for what I believe will be a third consecutive podium finish. We've still got 20 karts running. Vaibhav Ponna has retired. As you head down the hill up towards the tunnel, as you were, you will see a kart on the side of the circuit. That is Vaibhav Ponna's machine. In fact, I'll be coming through the next shot right about now. There it is.
That's a sad sight to see for anybody. I tell you what's an exciting sight to see is the way that this gap is coming down. Samar Chopra has reduced the gap from 1.1 seconds to half a second. Now, there's an element of Liam O'Hanlon, I think, just managing his tyres to the finish and to the flag. Liam is going to wake up very soon because he's going to hear the engine. You can actually hear the engine of the kart behind you getting ever so closer. And Samar Chopra is absolutely on fire here. The Matthias Najem Motorsport team have given him a kart that he can overtake, and he's got the pace to catch the leader. Whether he can get past the leader, we're going to find out.
And now this is the worrying thing from O'Hanlon, because O'Hanlon, he's not been on autopilot. That wouldn't be fair. But he's relaxed to a point. He hasn't had any pressure. He looked over his shoulder, saw that he dropped Freienstein, and has thought to himself, okay, I could just sort of get into a rhythm. And now suddenly he's going to. And now he looks over his shoulder, realizes, hang on, weren't you starting outside the top 10? Now he defends, but of course it's difficult to go from being in a rhythm to suddenly so absolutely on stalks again and at your height. Yeah.
And that was a mistake that he was pushed into by Samar Chopra. And the thing is, it's about stifling that momentum that Samar Chopra has. Samar Chopra has momentum. He's got that momentum. And what Liam O'Hanlon needs to do is now stifle that momentum that won't carry Chopra through. And he's kind of doing that right now, because Chopra's momentum has been stopped now. And he's having to sit behind Liam because Liam's defending. And as I say that, down the inside, but the inside line is Liam O'Hanlon's into turn 2. And out across the bridge, Chopra's got the line, has he? No, he hasn't. Cross the front bows of Samar Chopra goes Liam O'Hanlon. And let's not discount Alexander Freienstein, who comes back at them as well. And it's clear that these two now, defensive driving from O'Hanlon, is bringing Freienstein back into it.
I remember the first time that I met Alex Freienstein. His mum came up to me just to say, oh, look, you won't be calling my son's name very much because we're at the back, but it's not Freienstein, it's Freienstein. I was like, no problem, I'm sure I will be calling his name. And fast forward 11 months, we're calling his name an awful lot, as he is the third wheel in this three-pronged podium battle. And I tell you who isn't out of it yet is Ivans Voronins, as we start lap number 10 out of 12.
And it's wheel banging going into turn 1 with down the inside. Samar Chopra used a tin opener to get down the inside of Liam O'Hanlon. He's still leading by the time we get to the bridge. O'Hanlon trying everything he knows in the textbook. Freienstein there in third as well. Chopra leads. He's going to have to defend from Liam O'Hanlon, who's trying to squeeze his way through, trying to force the issue down the inside through the curve of the left-hand sweeps towards turn 9 now, which is the chicane. Freienstein on the right-hand side of the track. He's not going to be able to do anything about it. If anything, Freienstein's been stifled. Chopra defending.
Yeah, Freienstein had the best run out of everybody up the hill, but just couldn't make a move because there was go-karts in front of him. O'Hanlon signalling. Chopra is going to defend, though. Here comes Voronins into P4. They're going to get the one-lap to go board this time around.
And Freienstein has just whacked O'Hanlon inadvertently, I've got to say. You saw O'Hanlon, and it was because he was being stifled through the S's. Here we go, into turn 1, into turn 2. O'Hanlon has the lead. He forces the issue wide. Chopra comes back. It's side by side through turn 2. Out across the bridge, 3 wide. Freienstein into the lead. Freienstein into the lead across the bridge. And still in the lead when we come out of there and head downhill towards turn 6.
That's it for Alex Freienstein. It's his race to lose now. He watched Chopra and O'Hanlon run each other wide. He had a great run over the bridge. O'Hanlon now trying desperately to hang on to the 3rd place on the podium. It's going to be a first win for Alexander Freienstein for Motorscape, the former Birrell Art Middle East team. He looks over his shoulder. Chopra is not going to catch him. 3 corners to go. New winner incoming in Micromax.
This is fantastic news for Alexander Freienstein, who takes the checkered flag and the win here at the Dubai Kartdrome to take day 1 of round 4 of the UAE RMC. And congratulations to everyone at Motorscape, Mark Rose and everybody within the team working with young Alex to get this achievement is an absolute outstanding piece. All right, yes, it came down to some very, very, very exciting racing between Sama Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon, who led the majority of this race. In 4th place, Ivan Svorinins was in there amongst it right at the very end. And look at that, from 18th on the grid. Keep an eye out for Arthur Bowers going forward in the UAE RMC. If Arthur is staying with us in this series, he's going to be a contender for podiums and race wins. There's no question about that. 6th place was Saif Al Khalifa. In 7th, we've got Cameron Harvey with Enzo Falzerano next, Adam Al Sheikh, Amar Tabatsa, Ruud Rapetap, Shekawat was 11th, 12th is Jensen Kelly. In 13th place, we've got Tadeusz Prochaska. We've got Zhu Kuan-Yi in 14th, Abdulaziz Al-Sarif, Haris Christchau in 16th, Felix Sousa Jebjerg in 17th. In 18th was Rio Pocock for Origin. And then we've got Kilian Nakudu, Mabida, and then Tereb Haroun was our last finisher. We lost Vihab Ponna on lap 4. Wow. If that is anything to go by, what we've got in store for the rest of the afternoon. We've got Minimax coming next, and we know how exciting that lot can be. But for now, we're going to talk and reflect on that Micromax final with Liam O'Hanlon from the pole position, seemingly had everything under control, but then through the field came Sama Chopra, and it was Sama Chopra's challenge on Liam O'Hanlon for the win, for that first step of the podium that enabled Alexander Freienstein to pick up the crumbs, really, and take advantage of those two. And it all happened on the iconic Dubai Kartdrome bridge. The overpass here at Dubai is a unique feature in global karting. And as the karts came 3 wide towards what is turn number 4 over the bridge, there is absolutely no room for error on that part of the track. The walls of the bridge are right there on the track edge, and those 3 youngsters showed quite an example of bravery to keep their foot very well and truly buried on the throttle. Into the braking area for 4, and then into the hairpin at turn 5. It was plunging downhill after that, and then Freienstein had the rest of the lap where he led the field round to a very worthy checkered flag, and indeed a very worthy opportunity. He will get the chance to tell us all about that when Henry rounds up the drivers. We might even get a chance to talk to our 2nd and 3rd place drivers, Sama Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon. Liam O'Hanlon, I know Liam will not be that happy with finishing in 3rd, having led the race for so long, but to be honest, at half stage, leading the championship as he is, he'll be very keen on those points when he reflects back in a few weeks' time. Well, we've just got some karts to recover. We've got the drivers to round up in Parc Fermé, and we look forward to Henry chatting to them. We look to our next race before we head down there to Henry. It'll be the Minimax final. It'll be an extra lap on top of that one, 13 laps, 16-kilometre race for the Minimax category. That's the 10 to 13-year-old class. It's Mojo C2 tyre that the cadet classes use. It's 115 kilograms that the karts and driver run to. That's the minimum weight for this class. And Nick Damon going to pick his mic up, or is he working on something? He's watching for Henry. He's going to wave his finger at me any moment now to say, let's go down to Henry Baudet.
That's not a bad way to start the finals off here at the Dubai Kartdrome. Top 3 finish here provisionally. Obviously, you must say that before our race director goes through any post-race issues. But we'll start off with our newest winner here in Micromax, Alex Freienstein. Tell us a little bit about that last couple of corners.
So in turn 3, Liam and Samar were defending, and then I went the normal racing line, and then I went in.
And again, you got the switchback. At what point did you realise, okay, I've done enough, I've got it?
Ever since I overtook them.
As soon as you made the move, you could see the move happening. Did you plan on something like that happening at all?
Yeah.
You planned it. And what would you like to say now that you are a race winner?
Thank you to my team.
Okay, thank you, Alex Freienstein. We'll move Alex over here. Well, Samar, from the 5th row of the grid, you know, to even be in with a chance of fighting for the win, you must be quite pleased with how you drove?
Yes, I am very pleased from P9 to P2.
I mean, it was, okay, so yourself and Liam battling hard, you know, you drove each other in hard into turn 2, and then turn number 3, did you think that Alex was right behind you, or were you just focused on that one position?
I focused on that one position.
Okay, so coming out, finishing P2 on the road, happy with that?
Not really, because I lost the lead of the race on the last lap.
Okay, well, never mind. And we'll come over to thank you very much. Well done anyway, though, Samar. And, of course, we'll have Liam. You had a comfortable lead at one point, and then Samar caught you. There was a great battle. Talk us through your race from your point of view.
I mean, I knew that I have a gap, and then they caught up, and the last couple laps he got in front of me, and then I did him on the last lap, but then Alex did the switch back at turn 4.
I mean, I know obviously you're not smiling at the moment. It was a great race to watch. In terms of the bigger picture, which I know that you look at all the time, a good points day though.
Yeah, really good points today, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done. So there is your provisional top 3 in Micromax. Our newest winner, Alexander Freienstein, Samar Chopra, and points leader Liam O'Hanlon.
Thank you, Henry. And yeah, big congratulations to our podium drivers there, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Alexander Freienstein taking the win. Samar Chopra, what a drive from young Samar to come up through the field and be able to challenge and really interfere with the lead of the race and eventually the actual result of the race. In fact, commiserations, I think, at this stage for young Liam O'Hanlon, but on reflection at the end of the season, I'm sure we reflect back and think 3rd wasn't too bad.
Well, if he gets enough points,
it was a frantic race.
If he wins the championship, he gets enough points for that, and then gets the ticket. He's not going to care, is he? Really?
And guess what, Nick? We've got this all to do again tomorrow, so he's got a chance of taking the win.
Looks like we've got is this the next final?
Yeah, it is. Minimax final coming up next. We've got our grid already forming in the collecting area. On the pole position then, Benjamin Krachkovic for J&KD will line up alongside Sam Pollock Racing's LBJ Stubbs. On the second row is Synergy Racing's Oliver Butchard with XL's Charlie Page alongside. We've got Austin Gray for J&KD on row 3 with Ivan Jankovic for Axel. On the fourth row is Vaiko Payamaki, Francesco Leone. Paul Schutzman is alongside Kurt Evanoff. Mikhail Mitrokin is alongside Adam Fleury on row 6. Max Payton and Zahir Turkey are on row 7. Row 8 is Gleb Oblikov and Mikhail Tervoplivov, with Aaron Esan and Rafael Zagati on row 9. Row 10 is, and rounding off the 20-cart field, William Mazzali and Vivan Chuan. That's our Minimax field, been released already from the collecting area. They'll blast around the track, getting some heat into those tyres. We'll see the drivers really forcefully driving their karts and sometimes weaving. Not even sure if that's allowed, but sometimes weaving. And a little bit too much energy on the brakes going into that one. But the forming up of the grid is taking place. Benjamin Krachakovic with LBJ Stubbs alongside us. Krachakovic, who will manage the speed through this last section. You'll see. So that's LBJ Stubbs in the blue and white cart on the right-hand side of the screen, and the blue, black and white cart is the J&KD livery of Benjamin Krachakovic. Here they come. Looking nicely formed. If the speed is to the liking of the starter, the lights will go out and we are racing. Krachakovic on the inside. Stubbs goes around the outside, loses out though as the Synergy driver in the form of Oliver Butchard, and there's an off there. The number 177 Austin Gray gets it all sideways and is pushed around, and he will fall back down the field as the leaders are already through and gone. The XL driver in the form of Charlie Page is now in second, Butchard third, and once again we see the outside of the front row being absolutely left for dead for LBJ Stubbs there. The Kartdrome.me replay, and I think this is where we see...
Well, there's... Oh, and that's the number 169 getting driven over by the 111, but...
Vaiko Payamaki.
I have to say that there was a cart that seemed to be shoveling the rest through that first corner. I couldn't quite see the number on it, but certainly I don't think that Payamaki or the number 111 of Adam Fleury were the two drivers that were responsible.
LBJ Stubbs has gone through from the front row of the grid. He's come through in 14th. He was caught up in that melee and has absolutely been... His race, his final's been wrecked, quite frankly. He's down in 14th. Not quite sure what the situation was there, but that just looked absolute chaos. What I can tell you is Benjamin Krachakovic is leading, but XL's Charlie Page is right there on his bumper, and not too far away from those two is Oliver Butchard. The bright green helmet will come into play there, and Butchard is about to make that a 3-card battle for the lead, I'd say.
Yes, indeed, as we've got Krachakovic, Page, Butchard, the gap back to 4th, 5th and 6th positions as we cross the line. Now, of course, when I do the post-race interviews, of course, those are provisional. All the results that we see on screen, the results that I recall, the top 3 that we speak to are provisional. No nose-cone penalties, no underweight penalties, but of course it's possible on-track issues that follow.
I can't tell you the amount of times the result sheet on the Monday for the Le Mans 24 Hours is different to the podium ceremony that we witnessed on Sunday afternoon. We've got to go through post-race tech, as Henry's described. So provisionally, that was our podium. We'll see who's on the podium for the trophy presentation when we get going later on. And stay with us after the racing's finished. We'll have another showing of the Paddock show, and then Henry will be taking us through our trophy presentation, which will take us into tea time, really. Back to the race. Krachakovic going to be a hard man to beat on the J&KD team as he crosses the line now. He's got 0.3 of a second over Charlie Page and Oliver Butchard. I've got to say, Oliver, I'm a little bit disappointed you haven't been able to close that gap, because that's what I thought you were about to do.
I'm disappointed.
You are kidding.
He can't wow me with his magic tricks. But behind the top three, there is a 5-second gap back to Ivan Janicevich, Paul Schutzman, Austin Gray, Francesco Lisignoli, Mikhail Mitrokin, Max Payton, and into 10th position, Albie J. Stubbs make that 9th position. And Stubbs has got Mitrokin right in front of him. So for Albie's sake, he hope there's still plenty more positions to gain.
Yeah, rest of the field behind these three. Hard to take our eyes off. It looks very controlled at this stage, didn't it? But then again, so did Liam O'Hanlon in the Micromax race at this stage of the race. They have completed 4 laps. So we are about a third distance now. So Kraczkowicz looking over his shoulder. He sees Charlie Page is there.
Ooh.
Oh, and Charlie Page, where did he come from? Absolute dive down the inside, and he's come back at him. He's got pace through the left-hand sweep. The XL kart showing a massive amount of pace there to get him ahead of Kraczkowicz, and we have a race lead change. Would you believe that? I did not see that coming.
Well, Kraczkowicz is going back to the inside of Page to retake the lead. Here comes Page down the back stretch. Kraczkowicz defends. Page has gone through. That first move from Charlie Page, I'll let you into a secret now. Charlie had no intention of overtaking Benjamin Kraczkowicz at that particular corner. What he wanted to do was literally get Kraczkowicz offline so that he could then set about him down at the bottom end of the circuit.
Probably.
Because if you noticed, as Page, he dove to the inside here, but then backed out of the move. He didn't force Kraczkowicz wide. Kraczkowicz had gone offline of his own free will. This is absolutely fantastic.
And Butchard getting involved as well. Well, that was a lovely switch back there from Charlie Page, who let Kraczkowicz just get on his inside into turn 6. He knew he would have the switch back, and here we've got Kraczkowicz literally crawling all over the rear bumper of Charlie Page. Where's he going to make his move? Page will dart across to the right and defend. He has indeed, only subtly though, Henry.
I mean, Oliver Butchard doesn't quite know what to do. Does he get his notepad out and start making notes? Does he buy some popcorn and watch? Does he get his phone out and, get a reel going for the social medias? Or does he get his head down and try and overtake these two?
Oh, it's a slipstreamer across the line into turn 1. It's side by side into turn 2, and Oliver Butchard down the inside, and Charlie Page goes from first to third. Kraczkowicz back into the lead. Butchard's gone through with him. Now then, Charlie, you need to compose yourself because you've got massive pace, mate, and you can come back at these two.
But Kraczkowicz also has a fair bit of pace under his wing, and of course Oliver Butchard, Sam Stansbury on the tools, Mark Baines calling the shots from pit lane for Oliver Butchard. It's 1, 2, 3. It is JNKD. It is Synergy in association with Mark Baines Motorsport, and it is Excel Motorsports. The top 3. Behind them, Austin Gray has passed Ivan Janicevich for 4th position.
Can you believe it, Henry? We have just clicked by half distance.
And Albie J. Stubbs is 7th.
And what a great drive back through the field from 14th now up to 7th. We'll keep an eye on him because he could come back into play. He's got three very quick drivers to get by before he has any chance of catching these two. And I think it's a bit of a big ask,
and I think
to be honest.
He's just passed the first of them. I think he just got past Francesco Lisignoli going on to the bridge. Look out for the sort of the pink and blue Sam Pollitt racing machine.
At 3 laps, this race looked pretty much like this, with Kraczkowicz in the lead of this race. It was a different order. Butchard was behind Page. Now Butchard is ahead of Page. But if Oliver can get his head down, work together, Charlie works together with Oliver, they can catch the leader.
Yes, indeed. But it does need that Charlie and Oliver to work together. Kraczkowicz, he's probably thinking to himself, right, I don't need to be anywhere near these two drivers behind me, because if they do get within, half a chance, they'll make it a full chance. As we look back to see, there's Stubbs already up into P6. He's closing. He's closer to Karachkovic now than he was at the end of lap 2. He's up into P6. He's just over 5 seconds, and Page has got back ahead of Butchard for second. I think that is probably the best move for both those drivers at the same time. I think Page is quick enough to get up to Karachkovic.
I think he's done it before, Henry.
And I think he can bring Butchard with him in the toe.
Well, what will happen is, not necessarily in the toe, he will get back onto the bumper of Karachkovic as he did before. Then Karachkovic has got to defend. Then Butchard will come back into it because they'll start. We've already completed lap 9. We've still got 4 laps to go.
Yep.
So there's plenty of time for Page, and indeed plenty of time for LBJ Stubbs to narrow that gap back down to that 5th place kart.
Ivan Janicevich in P5. There is a gap of about 1.8 seconds between Janicevich and Stubbs, although still from 14th to 6th. I mean, considering he started second, that's not going to be...
from 2nd to 14th and then
6th,
back
yes.
up,
All RBJ Stubbs will be thinking of 2nd to 6th. You know, he won't think about the recovery.
Yes.
That's what
that's true.
That's what drivers are like.
Yeah, that's true.
Albie, you've got to be really pleased with how you got back to 6th position. No, I started 2nd.
Yes. And he was mullered, really, wasn't he? He was mugged around the outside. It's not the place to start, I've got to say. If you're on the outside row here at the Dubai Kartdrome, you have to have your wits about you.
And of course, this is where you talk about championship points and things like that. It was at this track that Zayn El Hamasani a couple of years ago decided, I don't want to start 2nd, I want to start 3rd. Dropped back behind the 2nd place driver, cost himself 2 championship points. How many points behind in the championship was he at the end of the season? 2. It makes a difference.
Wow,
it's incredible.
11 laps completed when we get around this half a lap, and Charlie Page is narrowing the gap. It's still at a second last time by. I think it's about the same. So Benjamin Karachkovic has really switched it on. He's kept the pace up. He's not managing any tyres. He's absolutely going for it. It's flat out racing from these Minimax drivers as they come out of the hairpin at 13, through the very tight hairpin at 14, and through the S's here and across the line. Let's see what the gap is, Henry. It was 1.1. It is 1.1. Karachkovic maintaining that gap.
And I think you could see how hard Page is driving that kart. The kart literally dancing around underneath him, but Karachkovic has done just about enough. I think now we're at the stage where the only person that can prevent Benjamin Karachkovic from winning this race is Benjamin Karachkovic. Page and Butchard, 2nd and 3rd. Still, I think back to that move that Charlie Page tried. And the first lunge from nowhere, as soon as he saw that Karachkovic had sort of seen him and had gone wide, Page backed out of the move. He thought, right, now I've got you where I want you because you're offline and I'm going to attack you where it's not quite as risky. And then came that great back and forth battle between the two of them, Butchard getting involved as well. But I think this is pretty much all she wrote.
This looks settled. Into the final lap then of this Minimax final here, day 1 of round 4 of the UAE RMC at the Dubai Kartdrome. Bringing you all of tomorrow as well. We're going to do all of this again tomorrow for all of these drivers. We'll get another point-scoring race day down the hill through the sweeping left-hander and under the bridge here. The Dubai Kartdrome, renowned for its overpass and its bridge. Here we've got Benjamin Karachkovic is in the lead of this race and about to convert the lead of this race into the win of this race here at round 4. The JNKD driver has been not unbothered, I would say, Henry. He's had a lot of competition to contend with, and he acknowledges the checkered flag there and crosses the with the rest of the field coming through. Charlie Page and Oliver Butchard are the drivers that you're going to see on the podium.
Yes, indeed. But in terms of the championship, LBJ Stubbs, points leader coming into the day, is a four-way fight for the championship between Karachkovic, Page, Gray and Stubbs. Stubbs finishing the worst of them all. So the title chase in Minimax gets even closer and closer. Karachkovic, Page and Butchard, your provisional top 3.
Great stuff from Minimax. We will get Henry to head down there and grab a word with our provisional podium. There's the result, though. Benjamin Krachkovic takes the win from Charlie Page. Oliver Butchard will join them on the podium. Austin Gray takes 4th. Ivan Jančićević is 5th. Albie J. Stubbs from 2nd to 6th, from 2nd to 14th to 6th. He won't be happy, but that's not a bad drive. Francesco Lidioni is 7th. Mikhail Mitrokin is in 8th. 9th is Paul Schutzman. William Mazzali is 10th. Kia Ivanov is 11th. Vaiko Payamaki is in 12th. In 13th place is Gleb Obyukov. Max Payton was 14th. Mikhail Tervoklebov was 15th. Zuhai Turkey was 16th. 17th is Rafael Zagati. Aaron Aysan is 18th. And the final finisher was Vivan Chawan. Adam Fleury, we lost on lap number 8, I'm afraid. So bad luck for Adam. But again, they get the opportunity to do it all again, don't they? We're back tomorrow. Weekend, day 2.
You can come back out and do it all again.
Day 2 of round 4 is what we're going to do tomorrow.
That was almost a very exciting race.
It got very exciting in the middle.
And just at the end again, it just unfortunately, I think that the overtaking by Blanchard basically stifled the movement forward. So he managed to give Krachkovic a chance for a break. But of course, Benjamin drove very, very well indeed.
Yeah, strong drive. You know what? Krachkovic is a very, very experienced driver and knows how to deal with pressure. Yeah, and knows how to deal with pressure. I mean, what pressure that was going off to Bahrain and winning the world final in the Micromax class. I mean, so takes a lot to you know what? We're talking about a 10 to 13-year-old. I'm not quite sure how old Benjamin is exactly. He may be 11. He may be 12. But they've got very old heads on their shoulders, haven't they? The amount of racing experience they have by the time they reach even the Minimax class, they've got about 4 or 5 years of experience potentially.
Yep, it's ridiculous. They'll turn up being more experienced than 35-year-olds.
Well, yeah, I mean,
just running since they were 6.
Well, yeah.
So we're now in to see Henry's gorgeous face, but obviously there's procedures the drivers have to go through after they got the top 3. We weighed. Got to make sure
they have to be weighed. They have to make sure that they're within 115 kilograms.
Over
you know that?
Over 115 kilograms.
They've got to be on 115 kilograms. If they are 114.9, they will fail scrutineering.
Well, they're 116.
That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, you've got to be. It's a minimum. It's a minimum weight.
But so I think you got the exact weight.
No, you haven't got to be.
No, because I think I've never heard of any class we had to be.
No,
if you're not exactly that weight,
yes,
that's
no. They've got to be exactly on 115 kilograms.
They cannot be under.
They cannot be under.
They cannot fly under the weight.
No, because mass equals speed.
No, it doesn't.
What?
Mass is what limits your momentum.
Yes.
So it reduces your accelerative momentum and increases your decelerative momentum.
You've got to accelerate that 115 kilograms out of the corner. You've got to stop it going into a corner. And that's why you've got to be... So if somebody's heavier, if somebody's 120 kilograms, it's going to be a tougher job for them, isn't it?
Absolutely.
We're talking science here, and we're not scientists.
I have an O-level in physics, so I beg to differ.
I've got an O-level in physics and chemistry and biology.
Yeah, me too as well. I have all 3 sciences at O-level.
Yeah.
And a genuine passing grade of C.
My favourite was physics because I wanted to be a race mechanic. Well, I want to be Formula 1 world champion at that stage, but that was realised when I looked
I don't know whether the requirements for Formula 1 world champion is a physics O-level, I'll be honest with you.
No, but I thought if I can't be a Formula 1 world champion, I can be a race mechanic. I achieved that one.
You did. So I can see Henry. I'm not sure if I can pass down to him straight away. I'm going to give you a go, Henry. He's got the winner.
So we've got the winner, Benjamin Krachkovic.
Okay, I've given him a go, and I'm passing to him.
Excellent.
Well, What a drive, Benjamin Karachkovic. Am I correct in thinking your first win of the championship in Minimax?
Yes.
How do you feel about that? I mean, it was, first of all, there was some great fighting between you and Charlie and Oliver, wasn't there?
Yes, I think Charlie did a very good move on me in the hairpin, and then maybe it was a bit too early, but we already had a big gap, so it was fine.
I know, but then, so Charlie went for one move, didn't quite pay up, but it got you offline, and that sort of got you into that rhythm of battling back and forth. That brought Oliver in. Talk about the move that you finally pulled off to get the lead.
I went into turn 1, I switched him, and then I just got a gap.
Okay, who would you like to thank?
My dad, my parents, Jane KD, the whole Jane KD, and my mechanic.
Excellent, well done. Well, move, Benjamin, you go this way a sec. I'll come in. Well, first of all, okay, Charlie, coming off the bridge, about 5 or 6, you went for a move that I said to Joe, I didn't think you had any intention of passing him. You wanted to get him offline so then you could start working on him. Was that the case, or were you going for the move?
Well, through that, I was just going for the move, really, and it paid off, and then we just had a little bit of a scrap, and then into T1, I was on the sand, obviously, understeered, and then Ben went past.
Okay, but and once he was back in front, was there any catching him? You looked like you were trying really hard.
It felt like I was catching him, but I don't know if I was or not.
But who would you like to thank?
My mum, my dad, my mechanic, the whole XL, and yeah.
Excellent, congratulations. Thank you very much, Charlie. We'll move. We'll come across here, Oliver. Well, a welcome back to the championship, a P3. Well done.
Thank you. It's a pretty hard race. I was sitting in P3, didn't have the best pace, losing maybe about 1/10 a lap, so couldn't really keep up.
When you saw these two battling and that brought you really close, do you think, okay, I can try and use my head and get ahead of the pair of them?
Well, I thought it would like go out as what happened with Holly Spencer in last one, but of course it didn't work out. I didn't have the most pace and couldn't really do it.
Okay, but who would you like to thank?
My mum, dad, Sam, my mechanic, Mark, and people from school like Tom and Theo.
Okay, there we go. Well done. So there is your top 3 in Minimax. A lot to talk about.
Thank you, Henry. Handing back to us when I've got a mouthful of watermelon. How rude.
Well, also, you turn the TV up and you hadn't turned your microphone on, so there's only 3 things you hadn't done properly.
I wiped my chin from the watermelon juice. That was fantastic, Sammy. Stop calling me Sammy.
I'd like to point out that no one listening knows who you're talking to.
I'm talking about my dear beloved wife.
It's almost like
Samantha.
Thank you, Sammy. It could be, it's like
she's brought us watermelon.
PA at the back.
She's brought us watermelon. She's dragged us all the way from poolside. Let's go. Let's have a look at the grid. This is going to be an absolute stonker. DD2s, our gearbox class. Mark Bassier on the pole position. Tyler Harris alongside. Look at that, the Masters. Moritz Canopes on the second row alongside Theo Kakati. Suleiman Zanfari is on row 3 alongside Max Dexter. Row 4 is Aaron Malik and Nicolo Cacciatore. Greg Watt is up there in 9th, Sam Walker in 10th, Kyle Blockley is 11th, Tony Hogg, the back from retirement, Tony Hogg is in 12th, and Hamza Ashisho, look out for him coming through the field, because that's not where he should be. This is going to be an absolute cracker. This is the DD2 class, 2 gears, it's a gearbox class in effect, the Rotax's gearbox class, paddle shift gear change. Gear selection for first gear is on the left, gear selection for second gear is on the right, and you switch between the 2 gears. Here we go then, off the start. The red lights go out, and it's Bassier on the inside. Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3 through turn 1 around the outside. Who is that going down the inside of 2? We've got a couple of carts out on the outside and across the bridge for the first time. We've got the field, and it's still anybody's race.
It is Tyler Harris leading, the championship leader. Greg Watt in the Honolulu Racing Independent Run Kart, was one of the drivers that was on the outside of turn number 1, heading backwards. So hopefully that Greg is okay. The other driver was Kyle Blockley.
Sorry to put in, but is that Maurice Canopes challenging for the lead?
No, it's Morris in 4th position.
It's Theo. It's Theo Cacati.
Theo Cacati.
From the second row, of course it's Theo. And
Theo,
it's looking like he's got the lead round the outside.
What a move!
That is incredible move. That is knowledge of the Dubai Kartdrome there, right there. I would not have said anyone can do that
apart from Theo Cacati. That was outstanding. Tyler Harris isn't going to want to stand for that. As Kyle Blockley, his day goes from bad to worse.
Max Dexter down the inside. It hasn't quite come off for him, but it nearly did. Down the inside of Tyler Harris. He's not done yet.
Well, and that is Maurice Knopers up into second place, Joe. Knopers second. What has happened to Tyler Harris? Look for the 484 car down to P4.
I think it was when Dexter went down his inside. He was hung out to dry.
I think so,
Knopers followed Dexter through, and Dexter went wide, and that's why Moritz now finds himself leading the Masters and is second overall.
And we'll make that third overall, but he's actually in front. Oh, and there's Harris to the inside on Maurice Knopers. I think Tyler Harris squeezes back into third position. Well, after all that, Harris still has the most, as the best position of all the championship regulars. There goes Sulaiman Zanfari through and picking up a position. Now, Hamza Hashisho is out there. Injured ribs and all. That is on this circuit, in this class, 16 laps. You could, well, I mean, you could pay me enough, but I mean, it would have to be an awful lot of money for me to get out there and do that with an injured rib.
I haven't got any broken ribs, and I could probably last about 5 laps around here before I would need oxygen.
I mean, I'm skint, and it would take me a lot of money to get that. That's how painful it is on cracked ribs. So well done to Hamza Hashisho. You just hope that he's not injuring himself more and putting himself out of contention, not just for tomorrow, but for the next couple of rounds as well, because ribs, they've got this knack of just healing when it suits them.
Yeah, it takes a while, doesn't it? Cacati leads, that's him there in the red and white cart there, the purple helmet. Theo looking very composed as he guides that cart through the gears, up into second there as he pulls out the corner. Just saw him click the second paddle there on the right. He's being followed by Max Dexter. Now, Max Dexter represented the UAE in this class at the World Finals in Bahrain.
And the year before that,
was a co-commentator with you at the World Finals. So
team manager.
There's the World, and he was the team manager of the UAE, of course. That was that's the connection. The rest of the field, though, following them round: Tyler Harris, Sulaiman Zanfari, Moritz Canopes now settling into 5th, Mark Bassi is 6th, Adam Malek 7th, Tony Hogg up to 8th. Hamza Hashisho with those broken ribs 9th, Sam Walker 10th, Greg Watt 11th. We've lost Kyle Blockley, and Nicola Cacciatore didn't take the start. Is Cacciatore here?
Yes, Nicola Cacciatore is here. On my travels back and forth here, I asked Albie J. Stubbs' dad. I said, "Oh, that's a shame, first corner." He was like, "No, he spun on the outlap."
Oh, really?
What, really? And I was like,
"Yeah."
He went out turn 2 from the outside row, spun, started last. Yeah. I said, "Oh, that was great." He was like, "Yeah, not ideal. Not an ideal way to start."
That's where he disappeared to.
Yeah. Cacati leading from Dexter. Oh, it's not even close to halfway yet. Harris is doing a great job.
Quarter distance. 4 laps.
Quarter distance.
4 of 16.
Now, Tyler Harris 3rd, Mark Bassier 5th, Maurice Knopers 6th, Adam Malek 7th, Hamza Hashisho 9th. They are the main full season championship contenders. So Harris doing exactly what he needs to do. Not worry so much about Cacati and Dexter. Max Dexter will be. You will see Max at most of the rest of the season. Not every round, but most of the last couple of rounds.
You just made a comment about Theo not being around for the remaining part of this season. Yeah?
Yes.
And that's what's at the forefront of Dexter's mind now, isn't it?
Oh yeah. And it's at the It's at the foot. I mean, he wants to beat Theo while he can.
Do you think he's even thinking like that? I mean, Max Dexter's a very, very competitive beast.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure that right now we're seeing Max Dexter. Look at how much track he's used.
Yes, all of it and more.
He wants that win.
Exactly.
He wants to be interviewed by Henry Baudet.
Well, I mean, he wants to beat Theo Kakati while Theo Kakati's here. They're both very experienced, very highly decorated, championship-winning drivers in this category. And Max thinking, a win is a win, but a win when you beat somebody that you really rate as a rival is even sweeter. So that's what Max is thinking. He really wants to beat Theo Kakati head-to-head this weekend while he still can.
I don't think I've seen Tony Kakati walk around so much as he's doing on the balcony outside watching his son Theo race. He's pacing up and down. He's pacing up and down, isn't he? So Tony getting all nervous there, feeling the nerves for Theo, who's probably got less of a heartbeat out there on the kart than Tony has right now.
Theo is cool, calm, and collected. There is, he's got Max Dexter's now within 3/10. Theo will know this. He'll be able to hear in the peripheral hearing the engine from Max's kart. He'll be able to sense almost like the shadows moving around in his peripheral vision. He'll know exactly where his rival is. You won't see him looking over his shoulder. He may take one or two glances on the start-finish straight or coming onto the back straight. But apart from that, Theo will just keep his head down. That sort of reflective, really sort of like chrome reflective coloured crash helmet of Kakati's. He just keeps it, bolt forwards,
Theo
eyes focused.
Theo looked down there, Henry. He looked down there at his motor, the carburetor's there. He looked down at the motor there, and I'm not sure what he was exactly looking for.
I'm not sure if he came out of the corner, he was just sort of like adjusting himself in the seat, almost like a little bit of a mini jump in the seat.
Let's keep an eye on that. I mean, we're with 3/4 of the way through now, aren't we? No, not quite.
Half.
No, halfway through.
Half.
What am I talking about? Yeah.
Half distance. We're on lap number 9 out of 16. Could this turn into a knockdown, drag-out fight? Of course it could. Could it turn into a very, very tactical battle where Dexter waits and spots one opportunity and goes for it, and then Kakati, for however many laps he's got left, has got one opportunity to take the lead back? Will an opportunity present itself at all? Because I can't. One thing curse the commentator this time. I'll say one thing I can't see is I can't see Max Dexter putting himself in a position where he will take himself and Kakati out.
And plus,
I can't see that happening.
Theo has got experience to realise that Max Dexter is not going to make and do anything silly. We all know what's happening out there at the moment. They're managing the pace. Yes, it's a very, very quick pace. It's flat-out pace, but he knows that there's no challenge coming yet. So he can relax into this race and just focus on his braking points, turning in, cross the curb here at the chicane, using all of the track and more. He knows that Max isn't coming, but he knows that we are getting towards, when we get towards lap 12, that's, because if Max goes for it now, then that leaves Theo plenty of lappage to maybe come back at him. So that's what, and Theo knows this. That's why he's looking very managed.
There's the first look over the shoulder from Theo Kakati.
Right.
Starting lap number 11 out of 16. 5 to go. You're right, Joe. If Dexter makes a move here, even if he forces Kakati offline, Kakati has just under 5 laps to get back on terms. That's plenty of time. So unless there's a mistake from the race leader, Dexter's not going to show his nose just yet. He doesn't want to leave it till the last minute, till the last lap. So maybe with about between 2 and 3 laps to go, that's when I can see Dexter really starting to poke around the rear bumper of Kakati's car with interest.
This is the balancing act, isn't it, kind of thing, where Max has got to make a move with as little time as possible for Theo Kakati to come back at him. However, he knows the longer he waits, Theo Kakati is going to drive defensively and forcibly keep him behind him. And that's the battle of wits, isn't it? That's the psychological aspect of race driving. This is exactly what we're witnessing here.
And I've got to say, I think the last sector of the lap, turns 13, 14, 15, 16, I think Dexter's kart is handling better. I think Dexter gets the kart turned in, gets on the power, and gets a better run out of the very, very tight fiddly sections, which worries me because that means that Dexter's in a prime position for a last corner lunge. But if you have a little look at from the next corner on at the end of the back straight, coming out of these, look at Dexter's kart in comparison to Catty's. I think it is handling better. It's certainly point and squirt. It likes it more than Kakati's kart. Coming out of that corner, he hasn't lost any time.
No.
In fact, he's a little bit closer.
But feels, you know what, think Kakati here. He's now beginning to up the pace a little bit. The kart beginning to squeal a little bit. Remember, I haven't mentioned this, but these karts have got brakes on the front axle as well. They've got a brake disc on the left and right front, and there's the move. It's not enough space, though. Now Kakati knows he's coming. This is the message that Kakati has been waiting for. Okay, Max, you're now going to mount a challenge if that challenge presents itself. This is where I think we're going to find out just how much pace Kakati has in the toolkit. If he's got any more pace, this is where he pushes the button. Max Dexter, having lost that momentum onto the bumper of Kakati, needs to start building again. And this is what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and 3 laps to go. He did it with 3 laps to go, so he's now completing lap 13 out of 16. Start lap 14 now. So he's given himself enough time. He can't really afford to have another move like that, like a half move where he doesn't fully commit, because it does take him a little while. It takes him, it was this point a lap ago that he was making the move, and if you have a look, he's not close enough. He's not as close as he was. So it takes him over a lap to get back on terms. Now, this is lap 14 out of 16. He's going to have to do it on the next lap to give him half a chance. If it doesn't work the next lap, then he's still got half a chance of catching back up. Any later, it's 1 chance, and that's it now. And they're coming up on lap traffic.
I would say that I think Kakati has pulled the pin. I think Kakati has been running maybe 8 or 9 tenths here. And now look at the gap he's pulling to Max. Max can't do anything about that. 14 laps completed. They're on the penultimate lap. There's 2 more to go. Let's see how they come through. There they come, into turn 3. Out onto the bridge then. And that is Kakati, Dexter, down the hill towards the hairpin. This is an important one. They've got that run through the sweeping left. Just click up into second gear.
It's all going to boil down to the last lap. Dexter's going to give it one attempt. He's going to really try, possibly coming off the bridge again, same place we saw a couple of laps ago. I think that's going to be everything that Max can muster. Although that last corner still looks very, very tempting if you're Max Dexter.
He's got to be quick through here. We know how quick Kakati is through turn 1.
This is good. Start the last lap.
Kakati is really quick through here, though. Look at that. He's on the absolute edge of braking efficiency there. Into turn 3 and onto the bridge. They've got a back marker. Will that back marker catch it?
Next corner, this corner here. Nope. He doesn't make the move there.
He can't. Greg, look at this. Kakati defending. And Dexter moving down the inside because Kakati defended. He's moved down and into the lead. And that was a kind of mistake from Kakati. He overly defended there. And Dexter wasn't even there. Kakati's got to come back at him. Is he going to have the line onto the back straight then? Dexter has to hold the inside. Kakati needs to do the switchback.
Oh my word.
He's off the
He's
track.
Going for it.
They're side by side into the hairpin at 14, 13. It's who's come out in the lead. It is
Dexter,
side by side
Kakati.
through the S's. Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable driving from these two. Kakati forced his way back. No wonder Tony Kakati needs CPR out there. That is phenomenal driving. I've never seen anyone go side by side through those S's.
I gotta say, they gave each other an awful lot of respect there. It started out with Theo Kakati defending when he didn't need to defend. So halfway around the final lap, Theo Kakati had was thrown the victory away. And then I think I've got to say, Max Dexter, let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. That was Theo over defending. There's Max coming through to take the race lead for the first time, but we weren't done yet. Max Dexter's to be kicking himself, and he didn't. He showed Theo too much respect there.
Well,
but we'll see. I'll go down and find out from the horses' mouths.
Before you do,
yes,
it was because Max Dexter had to defend into 12 in the same way as Kakati had to defend.
Ah, right,
and
yes.
That allowed the momentum of Kakati because he really did stop the kart at
Okay.
12. That was when Theo went around the outside onto the back straight. And I think they remained side by side until that sweeping left at turn 16. The penultimate corner.
Yeah,
I think they went side by side through two hairpins and through an S-bend.
Yes, it was absolutely fantastic. And congratulations to Maurice Knoppers as well for winning in Masters.
Yes, of course. We couldn't take our eyes off that lead battle, to be honest. That was quite something else. Right then, as Henry heads down, we will await Henry to herd the cats. And we'll get a chance to speak to Theo Kakati, Max Dexter, get some insight on what it was like from their perspective. Championship leader Tyler Harris will join them on the podium. He was at the end of that race. He was only 0.6 of a second off the rear bumper of Max Dexter, and that was quite a finish. Suleiman Zanfari was the driver that was in 4th. Mark Bassier finished in 5th. And it was Moritz Knopes who finishes as the top Masters there. There's the top 6 there on your screen. In 7th place, we've got to look forward to Adam Malik. In 8th, with broken ribs, Hamza Ashisho. What a sterling drive that was. Keep taking those what's it called? Pills, yes. Tony Hogg was 9th. Sam Walker was 10th. Greg Watt, 11th. And it was Kyle Blockley who we lost, actually, on lap 1. We lost Kyle Blockley. So not quite sure what happened to Kyle. Nicolo Cacciatore was a non-starter, I'm afraid. Well, we've got 2 more finals to before we complete the proceedings today. This is race day 1 of the 4th round, and it's going to be Junior Max next out on track. Before we do that, we've got Henry to have a look at. Here's the move there, and it was started by Theo Kakati there on the with the purple helmet, defending into turn 6, which completely stifled his momentum. He then had to fight for it back through the remainder of the lap. He challenges here, and then Max Dexter with the white helmet goes down the inside, has to stop the kart. Kakati's got massive amount of momentum that carries him around the outside and onto the back straight. And then look at this for a finish. Down the back straight, they stay side by side almost through the hairpin. Kakati has to slot back and he goes down. He's still on the outside. Dexter hangs onto it, side by side through the right, side by side almost through the left. That's when it happened. Across the curb there, that's when Kakati made the move. Incredible. Let's head down to Henry, though. He's got those drivers right now.
Well, a rather hot and sweaty top 3 at the end of that DD2 final. And I'm not surprised either, because that was some fantastic racing. Theo Kakati, first of all, congratulations. Second of all, did you think you'd given it away halfway around that final lap when you defended?
Yeah, it was a great race. We were very in a different league with our pace, so we were up in the front, and we didn't fight from the beginning, which was nice. So we kept it for the end. Stopped a bit too much, rookie mistake. 'Cause I thought he was on my left, but I didn't hear him go out last second. And then, coming into the chicane, I was thinking maybe it's over, but then he stopped it coming out to the back straight, so I went around the outside, kept it all 4 wheels, not 2 wheels off, but kept it legal. And then, we had a hack in the end, and it was a bit, all over the place, but we tried our best to give each other room, and, I was super happy with the win in the end.
I know I was going to say, you got, you returned to the championship, won last time out. almost it looked like it wasn't going to happen for you at some point, yeah, but you managed to take it home at the end.
Yeah, no, Dexter was very experienced, and he was waiting, and he was very patient, and he had the pace, and yeah, we kept our we were being smart with it, so very happy with it. Shout
okay, thank you very much, Theo. We'll move later. Max, were you too nice to him?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe next time just squeeze him a little bit more. We'll see.
I mean, it was a fantastic battle between the two of you. I mean, first of all, you getting to his inside, plenty of respect. Coming up to the top, into the hairpin, onto the back straight, you stopped it on the inside. You saw him on the outside, but that's where the respect comes in, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we didn't do anything dodgy. Anyone? Yeah.
And those last couple of corners?
Yeah, it's disappointing, but I mean, oh yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow's another day. We've got a senior race actually.
Tomorrow, yeah, you've got to go out for the seniors, so no rest for Max Dexter. Tyler Harris will bring you in here. So, Tyler, in terms of points, that's not bad, is it? Good day for you.
Yeah, it was fun. I took T1 flat on lap 1, winging around the outside, pretty solid. Then Theo got me on the switchback in the left over there, and then Max got me around the outside when I was behind Theo. So after that, I kind of was just hoping they would scrap. And I could see Max on the rear every lap. I'm like, oh, please go in this time. And then they waited till the last lap, so I couldn't catch up.
Okay, so I mean, you're third today, but in terms of you finished ahead of Morris, you finished ahead of Adam, you hit ahead of Hamza, ahead of Mark, all your title rivals, you gain on them today. That must make P3 a little bit sweeter.
Yeah, and we had a good heat in the pre-final, so that was also beneficial.
Excellent. Well done, Tyler. We'll bring our Masters winner in, Maurice Knyoppers. Maurice, well, first of all, congratulations, another win. You were up in the top 2 at one point. That was a heck of a race.
Yeah, that was a good start, and then it happened. I got tired.
Then age happened. Then 16. Try and describe 16 laps around this circuit. Yeah, we're lucky it's not a very hot day today because it's very physical, isn't it?
Yes, but I mean, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
No, that's the shortest answer I can give. It is very physical, and we're doing it for fun. We're doing it because we're enjoying it. I think that's the right approach when you're above 40 or so.
Yes, but on saying that, though, all the fun, but you would have noticed that Kyle, your main championship rival, hasn't had a great day today. You've gained lots of points on him.
Yes, I did, and all credits to Tony and Kyle and Greg. We're having a good battle. Tony's keeping us sharp, but in the end, when you reach to the point where you're second, you think, okay, this could become interesting, and then reality kicks in, and then you're like, oh shit, they're too quick, but yeah, what to do?
You continue. Well done, Maurice Knyoppers, winning Masters after running up to P2 overall in the early part of the race.
Thank you, Henry.
One man's reality is another man's old age.
Yeah, great story there from Moritz about getting into second place overall there at the early stages of that race. But congratulations to Theo Kakati, Max Dexter and Tyler Harris. They really are the class of the field. They're back tomorrow, of course, to continue with another day's racing. But we are pressing on. We've got our Junior Max final and our grid is being released out on track. Let's have a look and see who is on the pole position. It's that driver there. Mitanj Jain starts on the front row with Jensen Chalk alongside. Alfie Ward is on the second row of the grid with Arhan Qureshi. Pierre Abu Diwan shares row 3 with Gabriel Baracori. Johanza Senaniyaki with Faris Haroun. Great effort from Faris with that recovering broken arm. Derek Rivera and Leo Aina. Aina starts on row 5. Giuseppe Montanari and Samuel Turner share row 6. Row 7 is Ari Kallenberg and Via Chopra. Lewis Reed and Floris Schenkenberg share row 8. Row 9 is Damien Knorr and Harrison Stevens. With row 10, Finley Smith and Kabir Kidwai. Thime Mapangada is alongside Murad Baravamov. Aaron Sethi shares row 12 with Romy Sabali. Row 13 is Savali Kojai and George Haddad. Ray Harbour shares with Jaden Hidding. And then we've got Aaron Mason and Erin Ortak rounding off, I think, our 30 kart field. So they have been released. The juniors are out. It is a 16-lap race, so longer than they've ran for their pre-final and heats. So a little bit longer distance for these youngsters. 16 laps equates to 20 kilometres. So a 20-kilometre race around the tight and twisty confines of the 1,240-metre track here at the Dubai Kartdrome. We're in the heart of Motor City, just opposite the Dubai Autodrome. It really is a motorsport fan's dream to have a place to come to like this, with everything on hand. As the field being led around this track, Mitansh Jain just slows everything down, gets everybody in line. There'll be a nipping of fuel pipes, I think, there. So Mumbai Falcons are sharing the front row. We've got a J&K driver in the form of Alfie Ward, with the Mumbai Falcons' Aaron Qureshi alongside. Now then, we found, as we've continued racing here at the Dubai Kartdrome, that on the outside row tends to be a massive disadvantage through turn one. You have seen so far today that whoever it's been on the outside row, as we get things underway, and we are indeed racing off towards turn one, and very, very crowded as expected. The dust kicks up around the outside, and not this time though. Jensen Chalk, as we've got a massive shunt in the mid-pack. It's one of the J&KD drivers who is involved, and that is the number 218 of Jensen Chalk. As I was describing, Henry, how much of a disadvantage it is to be on the outside row, Jensen Chalk completely, I'm going to tear that up and throw it out the window, because he's gone round the outside, and he has gone round the outside and has gone into the lead of this race.
Yeah, it was the number 247 was another. It was George Haddad. I was one of the drivers I saw caught up in that incident. As we look at Jensen Chalk comfortably leading at the end of lap number one. Oh,
he's got
mechanical flag for Finley Smith.
He's got a 1.5 second lead, has Jensen Chalk. His Mumbai Falcons teammate, Mitansh Jain, is thinking, hang on a minute, this is not in the script I wrote.
Yeah, this is not at all. Via Chopra, Mitansh Jain's nearest title rival is P7 at the moment. Alfie Ward, third for J&KD team. Fourth for Matthias Najem Motorsport, Pierre Abu Diwan. Arhan Qureshi is fifth as Alfie Ward gets muscled wide going up the hill. So that's Ward back to fifth. Then it's Johansa Serenayake, Via Chopra, Leo Aina, Harrison Stevens and Sam Turner up into the top 10. Jaden Hidding, meanwhile, 19th. It's becoming, we're not even at the halfway stage at the championship, and this round has been, well, I say the Queen called 1992 Annus Horribilis. This has been Saturdaeus Horribilis for Jaden Hidding.
Well, he can change it all tomorrow, Henry, because he starts with a clean sheet of paper with qualifying from 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we're straight into heats, pre-finals and finals, and another day racing for round 4 of the UAE RMC.
Yes.
So he can forget the day and think about tomorrow. Starting from when the checkered flag flies for this one, he can start focusing on Sunday.
Simaya Mapagada has retired his kart just outside the commentary box window. I've noticed there. But of course, Saturdaeus Horribilis can turn into Sundaeus Magnificent. Magnificent. If Jaden plays his card right, you never know. That's the joy of having these double-header race weekends.
Well, we'll see, because right now we have got a train of karts that are coming back towards Jensen Chalk. The Mumbai Falcons driver at the front of this field is being chased down by his teammate Mitansh Jain, and that is the M&M, the Matthias Najem Motorsport driver in the form of Pierre Abu Diwan, who is taking up the cudgels of chasing down these two in the front of him. just ahead of him is Mitansh Jain, and just ahead of Mitansh Jain is Jensen Chalk, and they're concertinaing up. We're about to have a 5 or 6 car train even that is going to catch Jensen Chalk, and then we are going to have a race that's not even a quarter distance yet. We're just on lap 4 now. Here's quarter distance, and still all to play for. And I think they are going to catch Jensen Chalk.
Oh yes, that's.
In fact, they have.
That's by the by. That is now because Chalk has been caught by Mitansh Jain. Now, in a heat race, Jensen was quite happy to, not fight for the win. This is a final. Now, I'm sure the same thing. The team said, now look, Jensen, you're here for next weekend to try and win an O-Grade. This is a season-long championship, and your teammate is trying to reclaim the championship lead. We'll just leave it there. And I'm sure Jensen's going, yep, I get it.
There's a trophy.
But there's a final. It's a final.
There's a trophy to take up. Oh, he gets it all sideways, does Jensen Chalk. He's lost a lot of speed coming out of turn 13 there, and that's allowed Jain right now onto his bumper. It was a massive power slide, in fact. Lost all momentum, and look at that. That's proved to be what Mitansh Jain has been waiting for. Behind these two, though, the two orange and white Mumbai Falcon carts, the black and white cart there is Pierre Abu Dewan, and that gap is coming down as well. So if Jain cannot get by and get rid of Jensen Chalk, he's going to be under pressure very soon. Dewan is catching him.
I was looking at Pierre Abu Dewan, Lebanese driver. We talk about Lebanese motorsport. Well, obviously the Al Faghali name is the most preeminent name in Lebanese motorsport. Obviously Abdo El Faghali, Roger El Faghali, now Christopher El Faghali on the Red Bull Young Drivers Program. But after that, though, the Najim is the Najim family. Matthias, Patrick, and the other brother Christopher, they have done so much for Lebanese motorsport. As we got a new leader, it's Mitansh Jain.
It was coming, wasn't it? It was coming. And Jensen Chalk there, it was a textbook move, and I'm not sure, Henry, if your little team talk there was actually listened to, because he didn't really put up a massive fight. I'm not sure if it would have been the same fight if it had been another team that he was fighting against. He's the Kartshop.me. No, not quite.
Well, I mean, that move by Theo Kakati on Max Dexter was so good, but you just have to see it again and again. And I'm actually okay with that. I'm fine with it because it was a fantastic move.
It was a great move, yeah. And to be fair, Jensen Chalk couldn't really do anything about it, could he? Because by the time he realised he was all, Jain was already alongside.
Yep.
And by the time they got to the apex, he was in front.
Yeah, Mitansh Jain thought, I'm not sure if Jensen's read the memo or not. So to be on the safe side, I'm going to go for it. When he's not expecting it. Looking at Jaden Hidding up to 16th position. As we look at the back of this lead group now, Via Chopra has joined the lead sextet. That's the 6 of them at the front. Chopra 1.7 seconds behind. He's got Alfie Ward, his first target to try and pass, as Chalk now begins to reapply the pressure on Mitansh Jain.
Here we go then. Can Jensen Chalk challenge? He's got plenty of time, Henry. We are just approaching half distance.
Yep.
He can sit there and wait his turn. He's got not really any pressure yet from Piabu Dawen. Arhan Qureshi is not that far behind Dawen. And then we've got Alfie Ward, Via Chopper, Leoana, Harrison Stevens, Derek Rivera and Gabriele Baracori. That's your top 10. 4 carts beginning to 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. There's a 4-cart train that is slowly catching Jensen Chalk. And Jensen Chalk, as we can see there, the 2 Mumbai Falcon carts, absolutely nose to tail. I get a feeling that Jensen Chalk is actually quite happy to sit there and follow him around at this stage. That's going to change, though.
It is, and behind the top 6, there's a big gap back to 7th place driver Leo Aina. Aina followed by Stevens, Rivera, Baraccordi, and up into the top 12. There's Faris Haroon, Harrison Stevens, Senanayake, Aaron Mason, Saveli Kogai, Haber, Hidding, Turner, Kallenberg, and the rest.
And in the same token that I've mentioned there, Jensen Chalk sitting behind Mitanch Jain. I don't know how many tools Mitanch Jain is keeping in his toolbox for later, because there's no doubt about it that we're seeing these drivers, and you can see the way the body language of them, of the way they're going through these corners. They're leaving not much. There's nothing much being left behind here.
No,
they are. It's an absolute flat chat race.
They're not leaving themselves much of a safety.
There's nothing at all here, and Pierre Abu Dewayne is struggling to get on the rear bumper of Jensen Chalk, and I'm just wondering if those two that we're watching here have kind of realised that and have gone, look, we don't want to be under threat. Let's really up the pace here and get away from them.
Well, yeah, and of course, Jensen Chalk almost clipped the tyres there. In fact, the way that the kart changed trajectory so suddenly made me think there's some time penalties going out for, I would imagine, either jump start or tramline infringements on the start. Couldn't quite see some of the numbers on those karts, but we'll get them. It's the 281 and the 256.
I'm not sure they're in contention.
Sammy Turner and Johansa Senanayake. So the drivers currently running 11th and 17th, getting 3-second penalties. That would tell me that would be a tramline infringement. 2 wheels outside the tram lines, 3 seconds.
5 laps remaining as they cross the line to complete 11 laps. It is Mitanch Jain who's in control from his Mumbai Falcons teammate Jensen Chalk over here for the O-Plate next week, just getting in some running here this weekend in the UAE RMC. Behind these two, there he is, third place driver Pierre Abu Dewayne. He's on target for the third and final step of the podium. Alfie Ward and Aaron Qureshi are the two karts that are chasing him down. But it's hard to judge this, Henry, to be honest. If I could get in the head of Jensen Chalk and maybe get a feel for where his kart is, whether or not he's got any pace left in that kart to challenge his teammate Mitanch Jain, we're going to have to be patient and wait and see, because right now they look absolutely on the edge of everything here. Edge of adhesion, edge of braking efficiency. As we complete 12 laps, 4 remain, and if any opportunity is going to prevail for Jensen Chalk to challenge his teammate for the overall win here, well, those opportunities are running low as we get towards that checkered flag.
And Via Chopra isn't making any progress up the leaderboard. He's sat behind Arhan Qureshi. Qureshi, a teammate to Mitanch Jain, doing a good job for the Mumbai Falcons. Qureshi not making a mistake, not giving Via Chopra a chance to make a move and gain a position. Is there traffic ahead? There is. There's a slower kart, not a million miles up the road. I think it's George Haddad. Romy Sabali is the next kart. And, there is George Haddad getting out of the way. Not getting out of the way. Alfie Ward pile drives into the back of George Haddad, so he slowed down to get out of the way of...
this is just unfortunate. Haddad tries his best to get out of the way of the leaders.
And now he's in the middle of the last corner, doesn't know what to do.
Completely trips up the fourth place driver, Alfie Ward, who comes across the line in 6th. I'll be amazed if he gets away with a nose cone penalty there for young Alfie. And it's not what the nose cone penalty is, of course, designed for. That was just an unfortunate incident there. And this has left from 4th place down, completely different to what we've just been watching. We're on lap 14. There's going to be 2 remaining when they complete this one. They're not quite near. They are now through the final stages of this lap. They'll come through the final turn, and it will be on to lap 15, the penultimate lap now. And Mitanch Jain, who is taking up the cudgels of the junior Rotax team leader at the Mumbai Falcons, and he's showing his pace and his rightful ownership of that tag And I get the feeling, though, Henry, Jensen Chalk is weighing things up. Time running out.
I mean, Jensen's not going to just sit there. If an opportunity presents itself, Jensen will take it. But I think he's under the impression that, look, Mitanch is going to have to make a mistake, and I'm going to have to see a pretty clear opening. Now, going back to that incident with George Haddad, one thing I didn't see blue flags. I think George sort of suddenly realised, the leaders are behind me, and didn't have time to prepare. A more experienced driver might have waited till this point and moved over on the start-finish line. However, we're dealing with junior drivers here. George just was like, I've got to get out of the way, and then stayed going slowly, but then had to take a corner. It was just the wrong part of the lap.
Unfortunate it was as we head towards the checkered flag, because we're on the final lap, would you believe?
Yep.
And it's been all about this young man here, Mitanch Jain, who was completely bamboozled, as I was, at the start when Jensen Chalk went round the outside at turn 1. First time we've seen that all day. And then he worked his way back towards the rear bumper of Jensen Chalk. Traffic keeps out the way this time. Well done.
Well done.
On the novice cross on the back of the cart there.
That was Roby Sabali. Well done, young lady.
Yeah. Oh, well done her. And as we get towards the S's for the final time.
Is that Chalk in the lead?
Is that Chalk in the lead?
Has Jensen Chalk stolen one at the line, takes it, and I think that was in his tried and tested turn 14. He's fooled us all. Jensen Chalk with the move. He won an O plate a couple of years ago in that corner. He made the move for the race lead in one of the heat races in that corner earlier. I think he has just stolen one from Mitanch Jain at the same corner.
Look, I've got. It is 911 for the police here, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is
report a robbery.
I've got to report a theft here because he absolutely mugged him there going into that one. Incredible driving. Jensen Chalk, it's his choice move. It's his choice move for the O plate last year, did you say?
A couple of years ago.
3 years ago,
yeah.
And it's his choice move here at the Dubai Kartdrome. Let's have a look at that result, if we have it. As Jensen Chalk is the driver in first place. Incredible. Mitanch Jain is in second. Pierre Abu Diwan takes third. Aaron Qureshi finishes in fourth. Alfie Ward was fifth. A dejected fifth. Sixth place was Via Chopra. Then we've got Derek Rivera, Leo Anya, Gabriele Baricori, Savelli Kojai, Harrison Stephen, Johansa Senanyaki was 12th. In 13th place, we've got Ray Haber and Aaron Mason in 14th. Jaden Hidding, Sam Turner, Ari Kallenberg, Damien Knorr, Giuseppe Montanari, Lewis Reed. Aaron Ortak was next up with Floris Schenkenberg, Kabar Kidwai, I should say, Murad Baramov, Aaron Setti, Romay Sebali, George Haddad was next with Faris Haroun. What happened to Faris Haroun, I wonder? Faris Haroun was a retirement on 11 laps. Thimai, Mappen Garda didn't finish on lap 2 and Finley Smith went out on lap 1.
I'm not sure we actually got
Drama.
that overtake. I think we were looking at
It was just what we actually couldn't see because they go behind the tyre barrier.
I can probably show you it in a second. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Again?
Are you going to look for it?
No, I've got it rolling a bit. It's rolling a bit before. So here is the last few points.
Right, let's have a look. Let's see if we can pick this out. Where did it happen? So there is Jensen Chalk. Look out for the green striped helmet. The back marker gets out the way. He follows Mitanch Jain down the back straight into the hairpin. Jain looks back. He's not even there. There's a cart length. Comes out of the turn. And this is where it happens. I think just off camera when we went to the cut. It's done. It's done. There it is. That's what caught Henry and I out. It was like, hang on, that's a green helmet.
Never hold the shot. That's the problem.
Yes, yeah. Not when it's in the lead on the first lap.
What can you do?
Yeah, don't hold the shot when it's in the lead. When you're following the lead on the last lap. Still, as Henry described, that is his party trick, isn't it? The Dubai All-Plate carried that one out, got the lead 2 years ago here at the Dubai Kartdrome. He's done it again.
I'll be literally laser focused on him.
Well, Mitansh Jain in his Mumbai Falcons debrief, along with Jensen Chalk, will needs to log that. He needs to log that down the inside at turn 14. Yeah, is what he needs to do.
Think about other things.
All right, you go off and think about other things. This is round 4 of the UAE RMC. We've got Henry down there in the Parc Fermé area, just grabbing the winning drivers. And when he has got hold of Jensen Chalk, Mitansh Jain and Pierre Abu Diwan, we will head down to see Henry. Let's go.
Well, hopefully we're on. Haven't got my my signalling kit here, so I don't know if it'd be interrupting you. So if I'm interrupting you, sorry about that, Joe. We've got our top 3 here in juniors. Well, Jensen Chalk, you've made a habit of making passes up at that corner, haven't you?
Yeah, it's just quite a good move because it's like quite hard to defend and not slow down really.
You know, of course, the one thing that you've got to be careful of is that you don't give your secrets away too soon. You've got this weekend, next weekend, or are you not bothered with that?
I'm not bothered really. It's like most people do defend it really. It's just lucky that I had a bit of a big gap, so Mitansh, you could see behind and it didn't look like it would happen, and I just had to go in last minute.
Last minute. The talk beforehand, obviously you're not here doing a championship. Mitansh is leading the is trying to get back into the lead of the championship, so you knew that you had to keep it clean.
Yeah, I was just told to be sensible, make sure to be clean with teammate obviously, and especially because he's fighting for the championship and I'm not.
So what have you got to say? Who have you got to thank for that?
I'd like to thank Lee, I'd like to thank Mumbai Falcons, I'd like to thank my dad, and I'd like to thank my family that have supported me.
Excellent. Okay, well, gents, you come this way. Mitansh, let's look at the positives. You gained more points on Via Chopra. Last time out at Al Ain, you had a horrible race, and Via did really well. Today, you've scored really well, and Via has been down the order. There's the positives.
Yeah, but could have won.
Okay, are you a little bit upset with yourself at leaving the door open?
Yeah.
But this is round 5. This is the 5th race day of 12. We're not even halfway through the season yet, and you've got tomorrow and the second half of the season to go to sort of not dwell on things like that. You must be pleased with the overall race pace.
Yeah, definitely looked like we were pulling away from the guys in third, but yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is. So we'll move to the side here. Well, Pierre Abu Diwan. Am I right in thinking that this is... Come and stand this way a little bit, Pierre. Am I right in thinking your first podium as a junior?
I guess you could say that. I mean, I got close one time and got a penalty for it. So, yeah, I guess this is the first official one.
First official one. The Lebanese flag on your race suit. Lebanese flag for yourself. Lebanese flag for Matthias Dejem Motorsport. This is a really good day for Lebanon, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, some of the other Lebanese were also racing with me, as well as Ray and Antonios and many other people. So I'm really happy with myself. There was a back marker that came in the middle of the race. Got scared of them, but yeah, I mean, I did it nicely and I held Arhan pretty well.
So let's talk about that back marker coming into the final corner. You went to the outside, Alfie Ward went to the inside. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that was insane. So, I mean, I got a little bit of an advantage, but my tires were gone from there. So, and then I look behind and I just see them fighting after that. So, I was pretty happy that they were, and yeah.
Okay, congratulations, well done. Your top 3 in junior Rotax provisionally. Well done, great stuff. Well done.
Thank you, Henry. So quite disappointed, Mitesh Jain. But spooked in the last one corner. Great result. Next up is the final race of the day, which is the senior final. We obviously do have a break, and then we'll have the podium celebrations. Those will be shown live and everything else, but they'll be in between the end of the racing and the start of the podium. We'll play out some interesting bits and bobs, some interview highlights from the past few months, and also probably we'll pick up about the Paddock show again. Why ever not? Back from his important break, it's Joe Bradley.
Yeah. Quick dive into the pits for new tyres for the last race of the day. And it's the one that we've been looking forward to all of our classes, to be honest. I'm a big fan of every single class, and I'm being sincere. Every single class in the UAE RMC has its own soap opera developing, as I thought it would, developing across the course of the season, none more so than the Senior Max class that's coming up next. George Nasser is the Matthias Najem Motorsport driver that currently has been the driver to beat. Hasn't had it all his own way today, however, and so we've got a massive example of how to go racing and win a championship, because on that pole position for this final is championship leader George Nasser. And it has been not a day that he would have said, well, that was a fabulous day. It hasn't been, but there he is. Consistency being the key in his two heats.
Yeah, staying largely out of trouble. Here is your starting lineup: George Nasser and Nathan Kappen on row number 1. Oscar Lambert and Zain El Homassani, row 2. Rian Damadasa and Kai Hunter, P6. That tells me that Kai did not get a nose cone penalty for avoiding that incident early on. Eloy Gonzalez, Elliot Surtees, Rayan Qureshi, Connor Clancy, Mohamed Manaim there, and Hamza Al Fayez, your top 12. Any one of those 12, and still some of these could take the win. What about Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Amani Kinua in row number 7? Then Enzo Teslick, Miles Roby, Faisal Nashko and Oscar Backhouse. It's still been a great day for Oscar. Adam El Bassani, Alessandro Bigi, he's had some misfortune but is fast. So too is Jules Dumont, Rayan Cairuz, Louis Hartmann and Patrick Cannon. There's the first 2/3 of the grid. 24 out of 36. Andrea Remy, Abdullah Al-Qaita, Max Dexter, Eddie Asachi, Kian Crayenbull, and the last driver to qualify automatically, Alicia Canessa. Here are the 6th transfer drivers: Manaf Al-Balushi, Spencer Trehorn, Naman Kukrasia, Andrew Obib, Shivan Kartik and Sanad Al-Hamawi. They finished 7th and 8th in the B final, or the repechage, which means I can't remember the 2 drivers. Antonius Haddad was one of them, and I cannot quite recall the other driver that has obviously fallen foul of post-race scrutineering and is out.
Well, like I've said, Henry, there are soap operas in every single class developing over the course of a season, indeed developing over the course of a day, as George Nasser brings the field of Senior Max to an absolute stop. Might cause some nose cones further back in the field. He then gets things going.
Oh, look at this. This is great stuff.
Absolute tippy-toe pace through the final turn. He'll wait his moment to accelerate out of this final turn towards the lights. He will pick his moment, stay in the tram lines. He gets his moment now, and the field, and Nasser has pulled a gap already before he gets to turn 1. Into the lead he goes, and down into turn 2 he goes, and it gets very busy indeed.
Oof,
everybody through there, I think, Henry, without there was wheel banging, yes, there was front to end, nose to tail confrontation, but I can see that Nasser is off and into the lead, and I think that's Kappen and Lambert, is it, the M&M driver? No, it's Omasani, Kai Hunter in 4th, and is that Kai Hunter who's gone to 3rd already? No, it's still in 4th. But there was a 5-cart train breaking away.
Yeah, it looked like there was an awful lot. I mean, there was a couple of drivers that break very early for turn number 2. So I got a feeling there's probably a couple of dislodged noses somewhere in the sort of the front mid of the pack. 36 karts, though, all safely around the majority of the first lap.
Nasser crossed the line to lead. It's Nathan Capman, Kai Hunter into third place ahead of youngster Connor Clancy. Zainul Omasani, it was in fourth, but now we've got a battle on as Hunter goes back down to fourth, and Connor Clancy in the Mumbai Falcons kart has said, "How dare you give me that third place back?" And he's took it.
Well, exactly. This is hello, Kai Hunter. You're a multiple British karting champion. You've been on the podium at virtually every major Rotax race in the world, but I'm Connor Clancy, and I'm my second senior race by now. That's pretty much how that conversation went. You're on more manner, son. You're on more manner.
He really did. And Kai Hunter, remember, all-plate winner here 2 years ago, no stranger to the Dubai Kartdrome. The battle for third, fourth and fifth is allowing the two leaders to break away. In fact, Connor Clancy and Kai Hunter are breaking away themselves. So it's 2 by 2, like Noah's Ark, as George Nasser, Nathan Capman, absolutely on his bumper, Connor Clancy with Kai Hunter on his bumper, and then Elo Gonzalez has gone ahead of Zainul Omasani, and he's up to the fifth. Oscar Lambert now in seventh. Ryan Damadasa, you can't discount as that pack comes through.
I've got a horrible feeling that we have just lost Spencer Trehorn from proceedings. Looking at his cart or his number, he is Armani Kinua as well is out of the race, and there are two karts at the side of the road. Neither of them, well, that was a Motorscape kart potentially. Kinua, what a terrible day it has been for Armani Kinua, and also Spencer Trehorn, his first time here at Dubai Kartdrome. It's ended early for him, but he gets to go again tomorrow. That's the plus side.
Here we go then. We are still very early doors, and there's a challenge for the lead as Capman goes down the inside of Nasser. Connor Clancy down the inside again. He's been Mumbai Falcon twice there in consecutive corners. The kartshop.me replay will not show us that.
Well, I was about to show what Pierre Abu Diwan was talking to me about at the end of the junior race there. The traffic in the middle of the junior final causing a little bit of chaos amongst the leaders. 34 karts still running. Miles Roby is out. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, George Nasser, mate, down to fourth because Kai Hunter's gone through as well. So George Nasser down the inside of Kai Hunter into turn 13 there. We've got a retirement off on the inside.
George Gibbons kart.
That's Nasser now back up into third. Kai Hunter, who used the momentum that was stifled for Nasser by those two Mumbai Falcons, has now lost that third place back. So that's not over, is it? As these two now begin to work together. Who's that coming as well? Gonzalez and Lambert are not that far away from that one.
Yeah, now what happened was, it's the same situation we saw in our lane. The minute that somebody gets the George Nasser, in this case it was Nathan Capman, everybody else instantly piles in to force the championship leader as far back as possible. Take as many points off the championship leader as they can. For Connor Clancy, this is very, very important because, of course, he is fighting a rearguard action, missing the first couple of rounds of the championship as we look at the abandoned, the very forlorn-looking Andrea Remy kart, number 345. Remy has joined a list of retirements that includes Miles Roby. It includes... Oh, let's have a look.
Lead changes Connor Clancy down the inside of Nathan Capman. Connor Clancy, body language was telling us everything there. And he's there, gone down the inside into turn 2. That was textbook. On the brakes, into the hairpin at 2. And then by the time he gets to the hairpin at 3, that leads out onto the bridge. He really did make that stick. Connor Clancy looked like he was about to do that about a lap before that, as he now settles down and goes into the second quarter of this Senior Max final, and will want to consolidate that lead as best he can. Looking across to the turn 13 hairpin. George Nasser now back on terms with Nathan Capman as Kai Hunter comes under massive pressure behind these three. He's dropped off the back and he's got a train of karts lining up behind him, just crossing the line there. but this is all about Conor Clancy, Henry.
Yeah, Elwar Gonzalez there is the first driver behind Kai Hunter, trying to find his way past the KAA number 316 car, but up at the front.
Passed.
Now, Conor Clancy won the first 3 point-scoring days of the season as a junior. He won the 4th point-scoring day as a senior. He's won every single final he has contested so far this year, has Conor Clancy.
That's a good start.
And he's leading here. Here's a change.
This is George Nasser down the inside into the chicane, the infield chicane here, and down the inside of Nathan Kaplan. So the championship leader is on after the...
He's now at the P2, and he's rolling very, very quickly indeed. Nasser up into P2. And again, that was a pure speed power underneath the bridge. You know, that's the fastest part of the circuit, and Nasser was just able to use the waft that he has on that Matthias Legem Motorsport kart to good use.
Well, he's off after Conor Clancy, and that was a great move there. The Kartdrome free play capturing that great move, and now this has given him the momentum to go off and catch the heir to the championship lead. If George Nasser's not careful, Conor Clancy, if he continues to win final after final, he's going to eventually lose that lead towards round 8.
And I think Oscar Lambert, one of Nasser's closest title rivals, one of Clancy's closest title rivals, Oscar Lambert has just retired or had a major problem. He's dropped down the order. Elliot Surtees gets a penalty for, I would think, tramline infringements at the start. Looking down the order, and Lambert is out of the race. Oscar Lambert joins Andrea Remy. He joins Miles Roby. He joins Enzo Tesluk and Amani Kanua on the sidelines. Big news in terms of the championship. Where does that? And Alessandro Bigi is up into 8th position now from 20th on the grid. Looking back, Shivan Kartik from 35th up into 15th. Great drive from Shivan Kartik.
Mumbai Falklands, Conor Clancy leads from Matthias Legem Motorsports, George Nasser. Mumbai Falklands, Nathan Kaplan in 3rd. It's the Motorscape driver, Elo Gonzalez, across the line in 4th. Across the line goes Rian Damadasa for GGM. KAA, that's the Kart Advisor Academy of Kai Hunter, through in 6th. Qureshi is 7th. BG in 8th. But this is George Nasser being chased back by Nathan Kaplan. George Nasser there on the black and white liveried kart with the orange helmet is being chased by that Mumbai Falkland there in the form of Kaplan. But Nasser is chasing that young upstart, Conor Clancy. Can he catch Conor Clancy? The gap at the line was 1.5 seconds. I'm not sure he's making any kind of impression on that gap whatsoever.
No, and looking further back, Kai Hunter started to go in the wrong direction. He'd be passed by Rian Damadasa, by Rayan Qureshi. He's now got the notorious BIGI, Alessandro Biggie Smalls himself in 8th position. Al Fayez is 9th. Montgomery Swan is 10th. George Nasser is not making an impression.
Jeremy Montgomery Swan. I keep remembering Jeremy Montgomery Swan. You know, the
debt collector.
The debt collector. He seems to have to come up the grid from way down pretty much every weekend.
It's and of course at this circuit it's even harder to come from the back. You know, you make one mistake overtaking. We see it's not impossible, but it is harder than at Alain Raceway. It's harder than Al Forsan, the 2 circuits that we've visited so far this year. We don't often see this, and I think we're watching something extremely special. Conor Clancy, champion, very well decorated driver, a champion of this in juniors here 2 years ago. Last year, didn't do the full season because he was racing in Europe. Has come back, and he's concentrating on this championship during the winter months. He's moved so his last 3 races of junior, wins them all. comfortably, might I add, against a very talented field. He then moves in to a senior Rotax field that is absolutely stacked with talent. Not only talent, but talent in top machinery. And he wins on his debut, and he is on course to win in his second race. You don't see that very often. We're watching something extremely special.
Usually you get kids who come up, very quick kids who come up into seniors.
And they get taught how to be they get the last bit of junior knocked out of them for the first couple of rounds.
That's right, that's a very good point.
I can't remember seeing a driver being as prepared for seniors before they move into it as Conor Clancy. We're seeing something that we very, very rarely see. There's a
Gonzalez.
Great move.
That's Gonzalez down the inside of Kaplan there. The Kartdrome replay will show us this. This was the spot that I noticed would be a potential passing spot, and that's out of turn 4 and into turn 5 there. They then head down the hill towards the hairpin at 6, but the Kartdrome replay just capturing that perfectly is Eloy Gonzalez down the inside and onto the podium, Henry.
Yep.
Onto the podium proper. 4 laps to go.
Well, luckily for George Nassar, there's only 4 laps to go, because let's not forget Alpha San, Nassar, Eloy Gonzalez, the incident, the side pod, the retirement, and they find themselves second and third in the closing stages, although I think that Nassar has easily got enough of a gap over Gonzalez to hang on. The question is, can Nathan Kaplan fight back and repass the driver at the front of the camera shot here, the number 320 of Eloy Gonzalez. Behind these two carts, the gap back to Rian Damadasa, Alessandro Bigi, Rayan Qureshi, Kai Hunter, Hamza Al-Fayez, and Jeremy Montgomery Swan.
Who's driven very well indeed to get into the top 10, I've got to say, the GNKD driver, Montgomery Swan.
Sanad Al-Hamawi finished 8th in the B final. Got into the main event by virtue of Hasiba and Antonio Haddad getting penalties. Started 36th, is now 13th.
Cracking drive. He's got to have a better day tomorrow.
Manaf Al-Balushi, who won the B final, is currently 16th, having started 31st.
He's got to have a better day tomorrow. As we head towards the last lap board for Conor Clancy, we're on the penultimate lap now. Out of the tunnel goes Gonzalez. And is that Gonzalez who I'm watching there chasing down George Nasser? It is, yeah. So the gap to Nasser was 1.2 seconds to Gonzalez. Gonzalez is, you can see he's catching him as we await their arrival across the line. Last lap board shown for Conor Clancy. George Nasser across the line now. It's 1.3, it's about the same, so my eyes deceive me. The number 394 is Conor Clancy. We've talked about this young man over the course of this race, Henry. We are seeing something very special here in the UAE RMC. We're seeing a young man that's probably going to be a well-known name on the global world of Rotax karting, I think. The global scene, I should say, of Rotax karting. If he can continue in this vein, he ends up going to somewhere like the World Finals in Portimao. There are lots of drivers who are going to stifle that, but he's on course to potentially finish quite high up in this championship. It's a big ask to beat George Nasser, and he's come out to juniors and he's done so. And here's another win for Conor Clancy, crossing the line and acknowledges the checkered flag. George Nasser will be second, Gonzalez third.
5 final victories in 5 finals in two classes this year for Conor Clancy. Nasser, Gonzalez, Kaplan, the rest. Looking down the order, well, there were lots of impressive performances up and down the finishing order. We'll bring you up to date with those as the full results are read out shortly. I'll go down to interview Messrs Clancy, Nasser and Gonzalez.
Let's have a look at the results. Thank you, Henry. Henry's heading down there now. He will get to talk to Conor Clancy, George Nasser and Eloy Gonzalez. That's the top 3. Just out off the podium then, Nathan Kaplan finished 4th, Rian Damadasa 5th, Kai Hunter recovered to 6th place there. He dropped down, I think, as beyond 8th. And in 7th, Alexander Beachy, Adam Al-Bassioni with Hamza Al-Fayez in 9th, Sanad Al-Hamawi. What a drive from Sanad there from the B final to the top 10 finish. That was quite outstanding. Rayan Qureshi and Max Dexter are 11th and 12th. 13th, what happened to Jeremy Montgomery Swan? He was in the top 10 at that point, so on the last lap he dropped to 13th. Rayan Carews, 14th. Then we have Manaf Al-Balushi, Faisal Nashko, Lewis Hartman and Shivan Kartik. Beyond Shivan Kartik, we've got Zain El Homasani, Jules Dumont, Mohamed Menemenite, Kyan Cranbull, Elliot Surtees, 23rd, Alicia Canessa, Naaman Qureja, Andrew Obaid, Patrick Cannon, Oscar Backhouse, and Abdullah Al-Khater was the final finisher there in 29th place. We lost Eni Sachi on lap 13. We lost Spencer Traherne on 9. Oscar Lambert went out on lap 7. Andrea Remy went out on 14 lap. Enzo Tesluk was another retirement with Amani Kinua, and Miles Roby also not finishing that race at all. So we await Henry's gathering the cats down in Parc Fermé. Henry will get a chance to get some inside story on that young man, Conor Clancy. There are lots of stories. There are lots of soap operas in every single awning here in the UAE RMC. If you enjoyed today's coverage, we have more coverage tomorrow for day 2. Race day 2 coming from the Dubai Kartdrome. We start with qualifying at 8 a.m., taking you through the same format of races with heats, pre-finals and finals. Before that, though, don't go away. We've got another run of our Paddock show. If you missed that at lunchtime, get a chance to listen to some very technical insight from Tony Hogg on the DD2s. We get some great driver interviews from Henry and myself. And then after that, we've got our trophy presentation that will go ahead, all live from the Dubai Kartdrome. The weather is quite beautiful now. It's gone quite warm, 23, 24 degrees out there. The wind is keeping us nice and dry as well. So it's not a sweaty sunshine. Well, Nick, that's the first day here at the Dubai Kartdrome. We knew the track was going to present its challenges for not just for our filming,
for us mainly,
but also for the drivers. And we've seen some great racing. And you know what? Every driver in every class has proved that this Dubai Kartdrome is a track where we've seen a lot of overtaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising that people have been more inventive. There haven't been any obvious overtakes. I mean, people have tried to run around the outside of turn 1 and turn 2. That's not always worked. They've tried to come up the inside. So it's been an interesting combination of effect. We've seen some great racing. We also see I think the fact that it's hard to get past, quite a lot of wheel banging and side-to-side action as well. You know, especially with the DD2s. You should know better, to be honest. Yeah, very, very good day's racing. And the good news is we get to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I like about these 2-day meetings. You can't necessarily get enough of your karting fix in the European winter. Well, the UAE RMC is that fills that gap nicely, and it's a championship that runs to 8 rounds, 16 point scoring opportunities. I think did we measure out that as 16 or was it 12?
12. It's 12 point scoring opportunities.
3, 4. Yeah, 3, 6, 12. 12 point scoring opportunities. 8 rounds, 12 point scoring race days. From the Dubai Kartdrome after tomorrow, we head to the Yas Marina circuit on the weekend of the 14th and 15th. Again, a 2-day race, 2 days of racing format. The Yas Marina circuit is somewhere that we're all looking forward to. But before that, let's head down to Henry, who's got our winning driver.
We're still discussing things down here, but the main thing that is beyond discussion is the fact that we've now done 5 point scoring finals this year. And Conor Clancy, in 2 classes, has won all 5. Talk us through that race.
Yeah, well, it was a very nervous, nerve-wracking race. Obviously, I qualified P2, which isn't great.
And the first heat, I got taken out at the start, so I came like 18th. And the second heat, I won, so I started 10th there. And then at the start, I saw everyone on the inside just like fighting for position. So I thought, do you know what? I'm just going to put my foot to the floor, pin it around the outside, and hopefully I'll make it past the corner. And I did, and I came out in 4th from like 10th. And then, yeah, got the moves done, got in the lead and drove off.
I mean, I'm trying to explain that this doesn't happen very often. I mean, normally when a driver moves up from junior to senior, it takes maybe a couple of races for the seniors to knock the last little bits of junior out of the driver. But you seem to have turned up and been so prepared for the senior style of racing.
I mean, yeah, it's the same kart, same Rotax engine, just a bit grippier tyres and more power. So yeah, I didn't think there's too much of a difference, so I thought it was okay when I first moved up, and it obviously proves that because I've won both my first races. So.
Okay, well, I mean, now you've got a bit of a target on your back, so we'll see if you smile. Let's move over this way. Let's see if you can make it 3 out of 3. George, so championship leader, you had again led, then a bit of a rough and tumble, returned to second. Happy?
I wish I could have caught Connor. I think he was lying when he said it was nerve-wracking, considering how fast he was. But yeah, it's a good position to finish in. But next time, I want to go fishing for the first place.
Go fishing for the first place. Okay. Do you think the haircut has helped or hindered your chances?
I think my long hair used to make me look fearsome before, like a lion's mane. Now competitors are looking like. He's a bit smaller now.
Maybe like a lion cub. Well, maybe it's the Lionel thing. We'll go over there. Ellie Gonzalez. Ellie, watching these two, smiling at them. Talk us about, first of all, tell us how you're enjoying your time here racing in the UAE.
Yeah, I enjoy a lot. It was an interesting race. We had to fight the first laps. So we lost a little bit of time, but we will try tomorrow. Tomorrow we have another race, so we will push.
So you're having a nice little conversation with Kai Hunter there at the end. You know, a one experienced driver decides, that's it, I'm not being passed anymore, and you're the one that held up behind him for a little time. If you weren't held up behind Kai, do you think you had something for Connor or George?
Connor was super fast and he was like leading. He had a lot of gaps, so I don't know, but with the other driver, yeah, I think that we will see tomorrow what we can do.
We will see tomorrow indeed. We will see tomorrow because the racing might be over for today, but it's only half over for the weekend. We'll go back up to the commentary box and then join us for the presentation later on.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to our drivers down there in Senior Max. We're going to have a rerun of our Paddock show from lunchtime, and then we'll be heading down where Henry will take us through our trophy presentation. Didn't turn the volume down the TV, did I?
Just so everyone knows the goings on, I gave Joe an indication that Henry was about to finish. I was told to stop panicking. It's fine. I've got plenty of time, and he forgot to do one of the two things he has to do.
That's because you create panic. When people panic, everybody panics.
There's no panic.
You just be calm.
I was just reminding you of a live television concept.
Anyway,
yes, as
you don't want to hear us bickering, do they?
They do, actually. That's what keeps the NKC going. What they want to do, basically, is they want to see the Paddock show, and then we're going to show some selected highlights from previous interviews.
Look at you. Look at you.
Looks like I know what I'm doing.
So hang in there, put the kettle on, go and have a cup of tea, pour yourself a drink, pour yourself a glass of water, and we'll be bringing you the trophy presentation from day one of round 4 of the UAE RMC after this.
Well, hello and welcome to the legendary Dubai Kartdrome, right in the centre of Motor City, Dubai. My name's Nick Damon, and I'm joined by my various Karting Live TV friends. And my biggest friend is a man who's been here many times before. Why? Oh dear. Henry, the Kartdrome, a completely unique experience and a unique challenge.
It is. It's half Suzuka with the bridge, half Monaco with all the buildings around you. It's very, very physical, very demanding, no room for error. It's a real round the houses, to coin one of Joe Bradley's phrases, at the second sector of the lap. We're going to see very exciting racing. Biggest entry of the year so far. Lots of returning drivers. So 2 days of racing. Can't wait to get started.
But what I'd like you to do is get started by taking that damn Joe Bradley down and around the pits and talking to the great and the good in the paddock at Dubai.
I'll do my best to find him and see what we can come up with.
This gentleman here is David Bright. He is the head of karting at the Dubai Kartdrome. David, that sounds quite a responsible job, but I want to talk to you this weekend about the visit, one of two visits to the Dubai Kartdrome of the UAE RMC. And I mean, what does it mean for the Dubai Kartdrome to have such a prestigious series like this?
Well, we like to position ourselves as the home of UAE karting, so it's great to have such a series like the Rotax Max here at Dubai Kartdrome, taking part in a double header, in fact, this weekend. And it's a great way for all the drivers to warm up for the main event next week, which is the Dubai O-Plate, powered by Rotax.
Yes.
It's great. I think they have 132 entries this weekend across all the various Rotax categories. And if you just look at the paddock, how full it is. Every year the Rotax Max Challenge are coming to Dubai Kartdrome, and the paddock is getting bigger and bigger. I've got no space for my cars because it's all full of tents, which is a good thing for the scene.
Well, I was going to ask you, where are you parking people then if they want to come here to watch?
Well, if we want to come here to watch, we've got plenty of free parking outside the venue. We've got security guards there. You just have to say you're coming for the Rotax Max Championship. Actually, I've just given away the key code, haven't I?
Yes.
But there's a couple of car parks which are being communicated to the teams and the parents. And if you do want to park inside here, there is a little bit of an entry fee. But if you park outside, there's a 2-minute walk.
All of the teams that have been taking part in the UAE RMC, they're housed here. They've all got units here. This is their home track.
Exactly. So we like to position ourselves, I said earlier, as the home of the UAE karting. We have the Rotax main dealer, we have the KR main dealer, the Biro main dealer, the Tony Kart main dealer. We have all the main teams are based right here in front of you. And that's why 7 days a week the teams are on track, putting the laps in, honing their skills and setting up karts.
And Rotax has been a part of the Dubai Kartdrome, I would imagine, for quite a few years now in this region.
Yeah, I mean, Rotax was the first series at Dubai Kartdrome in 2005, and we've been partners ever since.
Yeah, you've done some karting, you've done some racing, as we all have. Do you ever get a chance to drive your own track?
I didn't drive go-kart since I stopped racing in 2005, but 3 years ago I lost a bit of weight, and I do the regular SWS Ironman series on a Wednesday night. So I do that just to keep fit, but I'm still a big lad, but it's a good way of keeping fun.
Yeah, isn't it? Thanks for talking to us, David. I know you've got a very busy day. David Bright, everybody.
Thank you. See you soon.
Back at round 3 at Al Ain, there was a young man who made his debut in the commentary booth. Faris Haroun here joined us in the booth, and quite frankly, you were far too good at it, and we think we don't really need Henry. However, the bad news for us is your broken arm has healed and you're back in the kart. That's bad news for us, Faris.
You know, of course, and if I'm not doing a race, maybe I'm not going to do it, I'll always be glad to come and help again.
Well, you were really, really great, and the insight you were able to give us about being in the saddle of these karts was absolutely brilliant. But tell us, you're back out for round 4 here at the Dubai Kartdrome. I would imagine you were very, very happy to be in the kart rather than behind the microphone.
Yeah, of course, because, you know, when you're watching, you learn a lot more than you think. You get to see everyone's mistakes, you know. You get to see where they're fast, where they're slow, who's fast, who's not, you know.
You've been doing some practicing. How is the wrist? How was the arm? Okay?
Yeah, it's all good, you know. When I first started karting again last week, it hurt, but then gradually the more you do, the better it becomes.
And this track here at the Dubai Kartdrome is a very physical, twisty, turny. You're going to need that arm to be a top peak.
Yeah, that's why I was training at Al Farsan when I first came back, and I had to do like long sessions so that could help me for Dubai. And also I'm pretty good at Dubai because last year I got second in the O-Plate. So hoping to, for round 4, I'm just hoping to finish the race, you know. It's basically practice for O-Plate.
So this is really, we talk about testing and we test the kart and the engines. This is a test on that arm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's to see if I can handle it, you know.
Yeah. So we're not really expecting anything, we're just going to see what happens.
You know, of course, a driver, whenever they go into the race, in their mindset, they have to give a full push and like hope for a win. But for me, everyone's telling me just finish the race safely. Yeah, because also I'm out of this championship. I've missed a lot of rounds now. So Dubai O-Plate is really my main focus.
Okay. Now, you said you were second in the O-Plate last year here at the Dubai Kartdrome. What's the key to a good lap at the Dubai Kartdrome?
So mainly in quali, a lot of people like to use track limits. So if you keep it in the lines, a lot of people get penalties. And, you know, it's really important in the chicane. You got to do the chicane good. And also you need a pretty good engine. Dubai, you need a very good mid, so you can gain in the tunnel. The tunnel is a very important spot.
And so far, have we got everything that was on that list?
So first session, P7, so it's not bad. And second session, we're just trying new things. I only did a lap because, you know, my arm, I hit my arm pretty hard. But then, you know, I wanted to keep it safe, come in the pits. And the last session was pretty good. Only 1.5 tenths away from P1. We finished P8, but yeah, in the beginning we were stuck at like P2, but then we dropped down. We need more consistency.
Well, you know, you've just coming back off a broken arm. I mean, we're delighted to see you back in the kart where you should be, Faris. You're a lot of years away from needing to be behind the microphone. So I'm going to shake your hand and wish you all the very best of luck. And don't push too hard, because take it slowly. I'm saying that to a young racing driver, as if he's going to take it slowly.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
No such thing as taking it slowly.
See what I mean? Pointless.
Well, last time out at Al Ain Raceway, the DD2 class was boosted by the reappearance of Theo Kakati. Theo, a win last time out. You're back here at the Dubai Kartdrome, possibly for the farewell tour of the season, I think, before you go back to college in the United States?
Unfortunately, yes. I've enjoyed my time here in the UAE and competing in the UAE Championship. We did our first race, our debut back, and our debut in DD2 as well, and that went spectacularly well. A little problem in the final, but we still managed to get it done. So we're looking very excited to racing here at this track. It's a very tight and twisty track, a lot more physical compared to Al Ain.
Yep.
But I think it's gonna be, we're gonna put on a great show and a little bit more competitive drivers as well at the front now. So let's just see how it's gonna go.
Because it's the biggest DD2 grid of the year by some margin. Max Dexter, the double defending champion, is come back as well. There's yourself, along with a lot of the championship regulars, Suleiman Zunfari as well. You mentioned the physical nature of this circuit. So what's going to be harder to overcome, the circuit or the rivals?
I mean, we're going to have to see. I mean, we're in practice right now, and it's very close between us. So I don't think it's going to be as easy as I was in Al Ain. I had a lot of lucky races where I was able to pull a gap and pull away. But on this track, tight, twisty, physical, it's all going to come together, and I think it's going to be a close race here. And I'm happy that Karting Live TV is going to be able to cover it all.
Because, I mean, this is a very different type of circuit. You've got Al Ain, Al Fassan, Yas, and then here. It's almost a bit like a street circuit, isn't it? There's a lot of buildings, there's a lot of a residential area, businesses around the place. You know, there's not much room for error if you go off, is there?
Absolutely not, especially not even if you go off, but if you're going through a corner. A lot of tight barriers on the corner here, and it's kind of cool. You're driving and you'll see just random people, if you're paying attention off the track, you know, on your cool down lap, of course. When you're racing, you're concentrated, but you just see people watching, and it gives you that, you know, street aspect to it, and especially that last part of the track, so technical and so fast, and you're just like skimming the barriers every single time.
Because it's a circuit of two halves. The first half of the circuit, obviously you've got the bridge, you've got some fast-flowing sections out the back, and then the last section, as you said, is very tight, very twisted. When it comes to setting up the kart, do you sacrifice one half of the circuit for the other? Or can you get a setup that works on both halves of the circuit?
To be honest, setting up the kart, you ideally want to make sure that whatever you're doing, you're making sure you can get out the corner as quick as possible. On this track, there's actually a bridge, so you would expect to have more right corners, but because of that bridge, it's about like an equal amount of left and right. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. As long as we've just set it up to get out the corner and maintain tire durability, and that's just it. That's what it comes down to. But the DR car is handling very well. It's very fast, very comfortable and easy to drive here. So there's not much we've done to it, to be honest. It's just put it on and it's going.
I mean, there's a championship fight going on, you know, behind you, like Tyler Harris, Adam Malek. Marc Bassier, what have you. Yourself, you're here, Max is here, not a title contender, but you can still take points off all those championships. Does that worry you at all about being around the people that are fighting for a championship?
Of course, when they're going at it, you don't want to get in the way. You don't want to be that guy. But end of the day, I'm here to win, so I'm not going to be thinking about their championship when we're on the track. So everyone also is here for the next race. There's Dubai Oplate after this, so they're all in the same boat.
You mentioned you were able to start at the front at Al Ain and stay away. Is that going to be possible here, to get a gap, or is it going to be a real bun fight from the start to the finish?
I can definitely see probably around 6 or 7 drivers fighting for the lead. So it's going to be, I think it's not going to be able to pull away unless second place is white lining it. So I think it's going to be a good fight, and hopefully there'll be some cool Karting Live TV angles to capture it all, and I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, Theo Kakati, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
So we're here in DD2 world, and I've got Tony Hogg, recently out of retirement. It was a conversation we had at Al Ain, Tony, that we kind of didn't really understand how these things connected their final drive to the rear axle. Right. Because as if karting isn't as complex enough, here we are in DD2 with a complexity of 2 ratio of gears to choose from. Yeah. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm all about the technicals because I'm a geek. If you wouldn't mind, how do these things drive? How does the motor connect to the rear axle?
So fundamentally, you can see obviously there's no chain drive on these things. To the purist, some people don't like it and other people do like it. But essentially, the drive to the rear wheels is via the axle, which passes directly through the engine. And then the way that you get power and drive is this thing here acts similarly to a slip clutch, I guess, and that has a male and female hexagonal fitting.
So that's that chrome mechanism, that chrome looks like a work of art.
Yeah, so that has you can see there are a number of ratchets that you need to do up with the right torque, and then when you open that, if you open it to the end, you'll see there's a hex nut female fitting that side, and the male fitting is on the engine side.
Now that we've got one of those things over here, Tony, Nick will come across with the camera. We'll swivel the motor around as if that's just fresh off a...
It's not long. So essentially the silver element that we saw on the engine there fits over this hex nut, and then once it's clamped down, there's 4 or 5 plastic rings which basically act as the torsioner as well. So you'll all of the drive and everything goes basically through this hex nut, male and female.
And we talk about the 2 gears that you guys have to play with, which is left-hand paddle for first gear, right-hand paddle for second gear. That all occurs in this gearbox area.
That's right, yeah. And it's all on the sealed side of the engine. You can't see it if you open the engine to change a gasket, for example, but there's balance gears inside, and all the magic happens inside the engine, yeah.
Is it fixed ratios, or do you guys play around with ratios?
There will be a set ratio which you're allowed to use, but they can go from 32 to 37. Typically in this region we go 33 to 36. We don't usually use a 37 gear.
Dubai Kartdrome, I kind of affectionately called it a round the houses race without the houses. It's very tight, very twisty, and also the barriers are not that far away. But I've asked you guys before, how many gear changes are you making? This track here, unique and quite a presence on the calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I reckon you're somewhere in the region of 24, 25 shifts, maybe a lap.
And is the majority of the track in second gear or first gear?
Well, it's about 50-50 to be honest. Yeah, here because you've got the slow corners, you're shifting up off the exits. And the straights aren't that long. You do get into second in both, but it's momentarily.
Is this track, Tony, all about punching out of the corners and not necessarily about getting into them right?
I think for me, you need an engine set up with good bottom. You do need to get off the slow corners, the twisty bits. But of course, as with all tracks, you need to set your kart up for the last corner, because down the straight there is where you lose and gain the most.
Yeah. And you're still loving it?
Unfortunately.
That's why you're here.
Unfortunately, yeah. I'm still trying to wean myself and give it up, but it's very difficult. I enjoy it so much.
It is. And we enjoy having you here, Tony. Thanks for that insight. We'll talk about the technicals throughout the broadcast, I would think. Thanks, Tony.
Well, this week we're going to do a guided tour of the Kart Advisor Academy setup. Team manager Sofia Necci is here as well. Now, your father Paolo, he set this up, KAA. This year, you've got some extra help. You know, Reese Hunter is here as well with Kai Hunter to sort of help develop the drivers and a bit of the knowledge about Rotax. First of all, let's talk us through your team this weekend here at the Dubai Kartdrome.
Okay, well, this weekend we have 7 drivers. Okay, we have basically 1 in each category besides micro. So we have the Mini right there, who unfortunately actually flipped last session, but he's doing good. And then we have Sami and Murad for juniors. Good improvement this week. And then we have Kai in senior together with Enea. I think they're currently driving right now. And then we have Kyle Blockley for DD2 Masters.
Kyle Blockley in DD2 Masters. Kyle's got the Gladiator on the back of his crash helmet. He's also got a very, very good logo that everyone should live by, I think. One life, live it. I think that's a really good, that's a really good, moniker for everybody to have. We'll have a look around there. There is the Gladiator itself. So what's it like having Kyle in the team to start with, from the oldest to the youngest?
I mean, he's the oldest, but it doesn't feel like he's the oldest necessarily.
No, he's a child at heart, really.
Yeah, he's a child. So it's nice because the last time I raced, I was in DD2.
Yes.
So in some way, even though he's the oldest one, I feel like I'm one of the ones that can be the most helpful to him because that's the last experience I had in karting.
No problems. Well, let's have a little look around the inside of the KAA thing. There you've got some additional drivers here from Peregrine Racing, this weekend.
Yeah, so this isn't technically exactly one of our drivers, but, we know the mechanic really well, and we just had him stay with us, because why not? Just the environment. Yeah, he's just staying with us.
And of course, the development of the team, I suppose you've got your recent Kai Hunter coming over from the UK to sort of give you their sort of knowledge and to sort of help bring the team together. What have they brought in terms of the level of preparation? Because this looks like a very European style setup now, with each car having its own specific bay, mats, mechanics. Has that been a help to you this year?
Yeah. I think for a while, especially here, the mechanics like to, let's say, work together a lot, which is a good thing. But European style is way more individual. Let's say everyone wants to have their own station, their own toolbox and everything. So I think they have more responsibility than they used to have when we first started the team. And then obviously they have way more knowledge over, let's say, the tuning, the fine tuning of every detail, whether it's setup, carbs, exhaust, anything.
And of course, now you're the only female team manager here in the UAE. Does that, being in this part of the world, does that sort of mean how would I say this? Do you feel as though an extra bit of responsibility, or you're a bit more of a figurehead to show that women in this part of the world can achieve great things in terms of the seniority of motorsport?
I mean, disclaimer: I'm not really team manager. I mean, I am. Currently, when my dad isn't here, we split the team manager roles. I am more of the coach, but a lot of the prep that goes behind the scenes before I will do that. But no, to be honest, I've been in this sector my whole life. Honestly, the pressure is more about the fact that my dad owns the team and the fact that I'm only 18. Has nothing really to do with it.
No, that's fair enough. Well, let's have a little look down at some of the workstations. What goes on between the sessions? What do you try and achieve between the sessions, between the drivers, getting people to sort of get into that sort of European style data, feedback, coaching, what have you? Let's have a little wander down here. So, first of all, who have we got here then? Who have we got? We got Sam.
Yeah. So this is Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Hello.
What's life like working under the thumb of Sophia?
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I mean, she's doing a lot of things. She helps us out a lot.
Yeah.
She keeps stuff on track, and she's also a really nice companion.
Oh.
Yeah.
But again, now being a team manager or standing team manager, being responsible, telling drivers where they need to be at any given moment, is that part of your job description?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I try to help whoever You know, I would say the team managing isn't exactly managing the setup or the driver. It's more about, is there an issue? I need to find like a solution for it, whatever it might be. So obviously we help him a lot the same way we help everyone a lot with everything.
Okay, so 7 drivers, every class covered apart from Micromax. What are we hoping for this weekend? What time are you hoping for?
P1.
Okay. Well, no. Last time he did really well, and we could have really achieved the P like in the top 5.
Yep.
So, I mean, now we have the O plate next week as well. So I would just say a lot of progress. I'd love to see him do what he wants and what I want. I would say like top 5.
And do you find that having this setup now is? Have you found that it helps the drivers? It helps organisation, keeps things running smoothly. Having sort of this style.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, every time before a race, we kind of study exactly where the go-kart should be placed, you know? So whether the juniors are together, but for example, here stands a senior, because...
Who's on track at the moment, by the way?
He's Enea. But the Enea is usually followed by the mechanic of Sami.
Okay.
So by standing next to each other, if they ever need to, you know, share thoughts over what should be changed, then they can do that.
And it does make a difference being either here and here, or say from here to the other side of the awning. It just saves a couple of tenths of a second, saves a couple of seconds, doesn't it?
I mean, maybe not on track, but
no. But in terms of the organisation, making sure that everything.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're a bit unlucky every time that we're here instead of there. So today I had to go a bit up and down, but
a little walk to the dummy grid.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just more. We just need to be more organised than usual. That's
Good for your step count.
Yeah, that's true.
There we go. Okay, well, thank you very much, Sophia Necci. That is the Kart Advisor Academy, becoming more and more European every single round. One of the teams making a big return to the paddock this weekend is Origin Motorsport. Origin started last year, but you've got Spencer Trahorn. It's your debut this weekend in the UAE, isn't it? How are you finding it to start with?
Yeah, so to be fair, at the start of the day yesterday, we were pretty slow because it's the first time on the track. But we're gradually getting quicker throughout the day. We're sort of towards the pace now. We're about to bang on new for the second time. So yeah, we're 5 tenths off right now, and hopefully we can go quicker. We were on old and everyone went new last time.
I mean, because there's 45 or 46 in seniors, so the battle for even making it to the main event is going to be intense. What do you make of the circuit, of the atmosphere around the Dubai Kartdrome?
Yeah, it is a very good track, to be fair. It's very hot, so that brings up the atmosphere loads, to be fair. And to be fair, I don't have much else, so I don't know.
Now, you're here this weekend. You're going to be here next weekend as well for the O Plate. This is a real one-off chance to just get away from the UK and to experience racing in a different culture, isn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%. Hopefully, we could be up there for the O Plate and put a challenge into all the other drivers. But it brings what comes. Crashes can happen. Anything can happen at the end of the day.
No, exactly. Now, in the UK, you're from a racing family. Your older brother Brody raced as well. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So this is something that you've grown up with. Where do you normally race in the UK? Home circuit?
Home circuit's probably Forest Edge, but championship's the NKC.
The National Kart Cup, yeah, as a championship that Karting Live TV know well. So comparing this to Forest Edge, how would you compare Dubai Kartdrome to the Rob Dodd School of Karting?
A lot better. Like too much. It's like living in a hotel and then living in the slums.
This being the hotel, I'm taking it. Hello, Rob, by the way. I'm sure Forest Edge is a lovely place, but this is a different culture altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It's the best, probably favourite track so far.
Okay, now, goals and aims this weekend, realistically?
Goals, hopefully a top 10. We've got it, probably got it there. And then aims is just to finish the A final without getting roofed.
Because learning the track and as well, setting it for next weekend.
Oh yeah, we should be. Hopefully we're on pace for next weekend, considering we're racing this weekend as well.
Okay, great. Well, Spencer Trahorn, new to Dubai, new to the UAE, like living in a hotel, he says, compared to the UK.
So are aerodynamics important on karts? Are they even going fast enough to create downforce? We certainly know they create drag. Well, I am not an expert in aerodynamics, but I have a mate who is. In fact, I have a mate who's got a master's degree in aerodynamics. And what did he do with his master's degree? He went to work for Jaguar Land Rover, the most unaerodynamic car in the world. But however, let me introduce Naz Tremorian. Naz, I need to pick your brains, mate, because the variations on the ideas of aerodynamics around these kart fairings are absolutely like through the roof. There's so many different designs. So this is ST Racing's Kart Republic in Micromax. It's Freddie Blackshaw's. Here we have a completely smooth fairing to start with. So all of that study that you put in, all of that work you do during the week, tell us what exactly is the thinking behind this smooth fairing on this Kart Republic.
So let me just start off. This class of racing, you've got probably one of the smallest drivers in terms of age and height. So it means you don't have to work the air around the kart as hard, because the drivers are fairly short in height because of their age. So for this, it's to minimize drag as much as possible. And as you can see, the steering wheel is relatively square behind the NAS panel on this kart. And by having a single piece NAS panel, which doesn't have ducts, cuts, or vents, it means it's very cheap to manufacture probably, but at the same time, it's very aerodynamics because it doesn't need to work the air as hard. So as you can see towards the end of the NAS panel, you've got some ducts, and it basically, what it's trying to do is push the air outboard as easily as possible to reduce the drag. You want to reduce the drag because the driver is a brick going through air in a straight line, and the best way to do that is to optimize it by pushing the air around the driver.
So this is the one that I understand. It's about cutting through the air as fast as possible. I mean, we talk about aerodynamics being important, certainly we know on racing cars, but are they that important? Are we going fast enough to kind of, are we creating any downforce, for instance, or is it purely, certainly for a Micromax, about cutting through that air swiftly?
So with this category, it's mainly cutting through the air as cleanly as possible. They're not producing downforce at this sort of speed. You would have to go considerably quicker, but it's trying to clean up that airflow as these guys go down the straight. And that's one of the reasons you see drivers tuck in behind the steering wheel, and it's trying to reduce that brake going through the air, which is the driver.
Yeah, right. This is the simplest one that even little Bradley's head can understand. We're going to move on and have a look at some more technically sort of advanced thinking with regards to fairings and how we're going to duct that air around that driver, which is the most unaerodynamic thing on the kart. So let's have a walk. So this is the TB kart with this is in X-Kart colours. Now this is the NASA panel, which has the air going through this huge duct here and coming out of the slot here. So Naz, what's it doing? What's the air doing this time?
So basically what they're trying to do in terms of design, what they're basically trying to move the airflow around the driver as much as possible to reduce drag. These cars don't produce downforce, but it's just trying to manage the drag. By venting the air through the NASA panel, what they're doing is trying to get the airflow up and over the panel itself and across the top of the driver's head. There's different ways of doing it, and this is one iteration of that. With this, they're ducting through the panel itself to reduce the drag again. And from what you can see, the outboard sides of the panel, they're trying to push it over the driver's shoulders as well. Again, this is a different iteration. The front bumper itself ties in quite nicely to this panel. It's a almost sealed flat floor front end, which reduces the airflow and drag across top of the panel.
So once again, it's all about getting the air around that brick-shaped driver again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Staying with TB karts, this is another variation on a theme. This time, Naz, air going through this duct here at the bottom of the panel, and it's also coming out at the top here, but these vanes, now these are new, I think, for 2025. So again, right, Naz, resident aerodynamicist, what's this one doing?
This is the 25-year iteration. So this time round, they've lifted the front up off the bumper to allow airflow to go underneath. And I think what they're trying to do is maintain flow on top surface and the bottom surface of the NAS panel. I think the reason they've put the cutouts on the top surface is to bleed some of that air which is going into the duct. By doing that, they can control the flow on the top surface of the NASA panel, and again it helps to push that airflow around the driver. Instead of having a high velocity air going around the driver, they're bleeding some air off to maintain the surface contact with the top surface of the panel.
So why is it important to maintain that air's attachment to this body part then? Is there a reason for that?
So as soon as the airflow comes off the panels, you can't control it at that point. If you maintain the surface contact...
Is that when it's called dirty air?
Yes. So if you can maintain contact with the actual surface, you can control it. As soon as you have any sort of wake where it comes off the panel, at that point you've got no control of it. So it's trying to maintain that surface contact and trying to guide the air around the driver. The other difference you can see on this iteration, the 25 model year, is they've also got cutouts on the bumper ends. So what this is doing, they're channeling the air around the front tyre and guiding it to the side panel. Again, the name of this is just to reduce drag in a straight line. Round corners, the speeds aren't sufficient, I don't think, to affect the speed and the drag. It's down the straight, and that's why you can see the drivers tuck in like motorbike riders to reduce that drag. And it's, if you imagine the driver is a brick through the air and they tuck down, and it's fine when you're a smaller driver, but when you're tall, like some drivers we've seen, 6'6", you're an air brake.
Yeah.
So it's tucked down, hide behind the steering wheel, and let the airflow go around you rather than having a flat front. So the name of the game is to reduce drag and go a bit quicker in the straight line.
So here we have the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis, and again another variation on aerodynamic thinking. This one, Naz, has got a massive, well, duct really going up the whole of the fairing. So what's the thinking on this one?
So my view with this one, it's obviously the most basic because you've just got a channel which feeds air over the driver. But if you look towards the end of that slope, you've got a very aggressive ramp up, which means that's pushing the air up.
So this bit here?
Yeah, that's pushing the air up and over quite aggressively over the driver's head. That angle heavily depends on the driver's height. So if you have a driver which is shorter, you'd want less angle because you're working the air. Right. And the more you work the air, the more drag you produce. So this is quite an aggressive setup. I think it'll work best with a tall driver, but if you've got a shorter driver, I wouldn't say it's the best setup. But it depends on the driver and their height.
Well, this is senior Rotax. I'm not sure who the driver is. Who's the driver, Dan? It's Elliot Dalton-Ayres with Hunter Motorsport this weekend, and Elliot is a tall lad, so that's working well for this particular size of driver.
Exactly, yeah. If you've got a tall driver, I think this is the best setup. Right. If you've got a shorter driver in terms of height, I would say go down a different route. But again, you can see on the sides of the panel, it's sculpted quite well. And again, that's to feed air around the driver's shoulders as best as possible to reduce that low pressure zone behind the driver to reduce the drag.
So again, we're back at ST Racing. This is a Cosmic chassis, but this, Naz, this is completely different, isn't it? I mean, look at the detail that's gone into here. There's a little bit of detail here on the front bumper as well. That's actually, you can't really see that, but that's contoured with little ducting going there. But these veins controlling the air, or are they? You're the expert, mate. What have you got to tell us?
So what they're trying to do, in my opinion, with this setup is they've got to control the air over the driver and around the driver, but the problem you have is how do you control that air smoothly and consistently? If you have a duct like some other variants that you see, with a duct you can control it to a degree. As the air exits, that's it. You've lost control of it. You're just hoping that it stays in the place you want it to. But having fins and veins like this, what you can do is control the air from start to finish as it leaves the panel. And instead of just having a duct through the middle which guides the air over the driver's head, you've actually got fins which guide the air over the driver by having the ramp towards the end. And also you've got angled fins which are pushing and controlling the air around the driver's shoulder.
So you're taking all of that air that's flowing across the front and you're controlling some of it around the driver and some of it over the driver, rather than just relying on the physics and the science to get rid of the air off the kart.
Exactly. And the main difference with this is, if you imagine if you're going around the corner as well, where the car is at an angle, at that point, if you've just got a simple duct, the air's going to bleed sideways.
Right.
Whereas this, because you're controlling it harder, you can control that airflow better, even around the corner. So it'll optimize in a straight line to reduce drag, but around the corner, I was a driver back in the day, and there's nothing worse than getting spray in your face. But with a setup like this, I'd be surprised if the visor of the driver is not clearer around the corner. Yeah.
Because you've got more airflow directly across his helmet.
It's going around his helmet. So
okay.
So the dirty air, dirty water and spray, this will guide away from the driver's face. Wow. So it might even help with visibility. But the beauty of this setup is you're not just relying on a single duct, which can, depending on the other variants we've seen, which is an aggressive ramp towards the end. The ramp on this is quite small, so drag is even less, and at the same time, it's still achieving what's trying to do. But for me, this is the best setup.
I was going to ask you, after we've looked at a lot of aerodynamics on these front fairings, these NASA panels. Is this your favourite?
For me, this is my favourite. If you compare this to a diffuser of a racing car, where you've got fins in the middle, by splitting certain sections of the diffuser, this is working in the same way.
Controlling air.
Controlling air in the direction you want to control it. Whereas with a single duct or single ramp up towards the end, towards the steering wheel, you can't control it as cleanly as you can with this.
And just to clarify and conclude, it's not producing downforce. It's all about cutting through the air as quickly as possible. And it's all about, we use the term marginal gains. And that's what we're doing here. We're looking for marginal gains, aren't we?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Karting Live TV's coverage of the 2025-2026 Rotax Challenge for the UAE. This is round 4.1, round 4, race day 1 here at the Dubai Kartdrome, and it's time for today's presentation. So we will start with the Micromax division, and finishing as the best novice in Micromax, 14th place overall for Sam Pollitt Racing, it's Adam Hugh. David Bright from the Dubai Kartdrome is on hand to hand out the trophies. Now on to the top 3. And finishing in 3rd position, it is Excel Motorsports, Ivans Bronins. Here he comes. And David Bright, our host for this weekend, hands over Ivans the 3rd place trophy. Finishing in 2nd position for George Gibbons Motorsport, the championship leader, Liam O'Hanlon.
Good job, champ.
But your winner today. Whoops. Oh well. Your winner today, one microphone's gone, but this one's still working. Your winner today, it's fantastic to have a new winner on the podium. Driving for Motorscape, it's Alexander Freienstein. So well done, drivers. We'll get rid of this microphone. Okay, drivers, first of all, trophies in the air. David, if you want to step in and have... Everyone on the top step. And there we go, well, ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 in Micromax, and well done to our leading novice, Adam Shue. Now we move on to Minimax. Once again, the biggest field of the season so far. And coming home as the best novice driver in 14th position overall, Mikhail Tverdokliabov. Driving for the Mumbai Falcons, Mikhail Tverdokliabov in 14th place, the best novice. Now on to the top 3 and finishing in 3rd position, driving for JNKD, it's Austin Gray. Well done, Austin. Finishing in 2nd position on his return to the championship, driving for Team Synergy in association with Mark Baines Motorsport, it's Oliver Butchard. But your winner today, your reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion, now on the top step of the Minimax podium as well, driving for JNKD, Benjamin Karachkovich. Unfortunately, Charlie Page, who finished 2nd on the road, suffering a post-race exclusion. And so Butchard and Gray promoted to the podium. There are your top 3 drivers and your best novice in Minimax. If we could have you all on to the top step of the podium. And a photo with Dubai Kartdrome's David Bright. Can I remind everybody that all podium finishers, please stay back for the group photo at the end of the presentation. All podium finishers, please stay back for the group photo at the end of the podium presentation. Thank you very much, Minimax. Thank you, drivers. Our next class is DD2 Masters. And finishing in 3rd position in DD2 Masters, Sam Walker. CRG driver Sam Walker. Well done, Sam. Finishing in 2nd position in DD2 Masters, it's Tony Hogg. But your DD2 Masters winner, driving for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Maurice Knyopers. There's a step there. There's a step there, Tom. And there. Yeah. There we go. Your top 3 in DD2 Masters. 2 trophies in the air, like all the kids. Why not? Samuel, come on now. There we are. That's better. There we go. And now we can all have you on the top step, just so David can get his photo. That's the only reason we do it. And yet still David Bright is the oldest person on the podium. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 Masters podium. And now we move on to DD2. Firstly, we did have a novice prize in DD2. Our best novice didn't quite make it round to finish the final. It was Niccolo Cacciatore, who sadly can't be with us. On to the top three now. Finishing in third position, championship leader for the Mumbai Falcons, Tyler Harris. Finishing as the runner-up on his return to the championship, complete with Dad wearing his cap at a jaunty angle, it is Max Dexter for Telios Racing. But your winner, making it 2 wins out of 2 on his return to the championship, driving as an independent for the Danilo Rossi chassis, it is Theo Kakati. So, once again, our top 3 in DD2 did an absolutely fantastic job. Trophies in the air, guys. There we go. And once again, if we could all go on to the top step of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 in DD2. Now we move on to Junior Rotax. First of all, our leading novice, finishing in the top 20 overall, it's Damien Knorr. Driving as an independent as well, Damien Knorr. Well done. And on to the top 3, finishing in third position, driving for Mateus Nugem Motorsport, it's Pierre Abu Diwan. And on to the top 2, finishing in second position, potentially retaking the championship lead in the protest for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Mitansh Jain. But your winner, leaving it until 3 corners from home, also driving for the Mumbai Falcons, Jensen Chalk. Well done, Jensen. Making sure that he's got the right logo on. There we go, drivers, trophies in the air. And could we also have the top 3 on to the top step of the podium? Well done, David. Where's David? David, photo, come on now. Congratulations, your Junior Rotax top 3. Now on to our final class, our biggest category. No novices qualified for the final, unfortunately. So finishing in third position, it is Eloy Gonzalez. Finishing in second position, your championship leader, George Nassar. But your winner, that's 5 finals this year, 5 victories across 2 different classes. It's Conor Clancy. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Your top 3 in senior road tax drivers. Trophies in the air. I said trophies in the air. There we are, well done. And if you can all stand on the top step. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your top 3 in senior road tax. Okay, well, now we do need all the podium finishers from all the classes to come there. But before we do that, we have the team championship to decide. Now, in every race, every driver from every team competes for the team championship. The leading driver in every race for their team scores points in the team's championship across every category. This today, in third place in the team's contest with 345 points was George Gibbons Motorsport. Second position with 365 points was Matthias Nagem Motorsport. But the winning team with a massive 529 points, the Mumbai Falcons. So we need a representative or representatives from the Mumbai Falcons to come and collect the team. Obviously, they are the only team with a driver in every single category. Including micro. There we go. So your winning team today, it is the Mumbai Falcons. Congratulations. Well done, team. Well done, team. So, all we need now is for every single one of the podium finishers to come back for the main podium shot. And while they do that, we will say so long for now. Thank you very much for joining us here at the Dubai Kartdrome on Karting Live TV. The good news is the weekend is only half over. Tomorrow we do it all again.